Hey guys, Dr. Kahu here and welcome back to my channel. Now today I'm going to be doing a new What If movie, and that is what if Deku had Kurama's Chakra, the movie. Now as usual guys, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and if you guys want me to continue making My Hero Academia movies, 300 likes guys, 300 likes and I'll continue with this series. Who knows, I could go into all the other What Ifs and do their future children. And what I mean by that is the Dr. Kahu-Verse, okay? Because bear in mind, all of the good universes themselves, they all had a 10-year time skip where they all had mixed children with different type of powers, okay? So keep that in mind. And not only that, guys, I'll be getting back into my Naruto stuff and my Dragon Ball Z stuff. I'm just, yeah, like at this present time, I'm just learning to live the way I am now. Like things have changed dramatically. I'm just gonna state that right now. And yeah, it's much more harder to think of things due to the me not being in, well. Yeah, long story short, I'm just trying to do things, but yeah. But anyway, I talk too much jibber jabber. Let's get into this new What If movie, and that is what if Deku had Kurama's Chakra, the movie. So let's begin. Now our story takes place, of course, with the one above all Deku sitting in his multiverse realm. In him sitting there, he's kind of bored because Chakra left, and he was going to do some dark what ifs, looking at them, but he realizes he really enjoyed the what if Madara, or what if Deku was Madara's reincarnation. He really enjoyed that. He realized the prospects of Chakra in the My Hero Academia world is pretty cool, and so he wanted to test the limit upon how far he could do things. So as he's sitting there, he's looking at what is known as the Naruto-verse. It's a blinking part of reality that he can look at, and when he touches that, for some reason, he sees himself, but it's not himself. As he touches that realm, another piece of him that's not really him but is him grants him the ability, or grants him access to the realm. He also looks at the Dragon Ball verse as well, and he realizes that despite him being the one above all Deku in his realm, he has a split conscious with all the other anime worlds that he looks at, you know? And he realizes something. He realizes that the reality he lives in is just one of billions, one of many. And it's more upon how much Dr. Kahu would allow him to interfere. And so where our story is going to take place is, he thought about the idea upon how Madara's Chakra affected the My Hero Academia world, and he wanted to see something. And so as he does a crossover, he sees something and he realizes, whoa, that'd actually be pretty cool. And so as he pushes on the story, we're going to start the story, and that is, what if Deku had Kurama's Chakra, the movie. So let our story begin. Deku is born like any other child, like any other day, alright? And just as a 4-year-old, he doesn't have no, he has no quirk, just like normal, okay? This is the baseline Deku. This is the one above all Deku's watching, okay? This is the plain universe, the universe that he knows of. And so he does a little interfering, much like how he is interfering with all the other universes. He does a little bit of interfering, and he watches the death of Kurama in the other universe, the Naruto-verse, because bear in mind, he got permission. And you guys will eventually find out soon. But anyway, one above all Deku, when he saw Kurama died, he realizes, do you know, I want to see a universe where, well, Deku has Kurama's Chakra. So what he does is, he interferes properly. As Kurama's dying, the one above all Deku grabs him, and Kurama's like, and almost in the afterlife, he's like, I'll see that brat when he dies, that idiot. And as Kurama's laughing and heading to the afterlife, he is abruptly stopped. And he's like, what? What's going on? He turns around and he sees a weird kid with green hair. But when Kurama looks at him, it blows his mind. He's like looking at a billion Ten-Tails. It shocks him. He's like, who the hell are you? Like, am I meant to be dead? And Deku goes, well, of course you are dead. You're actually fading into the other afterlife. But here, I got a choice for you. Would you like to redeem all your past endeavors? And he goes, what do you mean? I thought I did. I helped Naruto. I changed the world. I sacrificed my life for the... Deku puts his hand up and goes, yes you did. And I will grant you that. You're one amazing creature. To be honest, you're perfect for the world and where I come from. Kurama was like, I do not understand. What do you mean, world? And the one above all, Deku explains everything. And then what he does, he takes Kurama to his multiverse dimensional realm, and he shows him, this is where I sit and I watch above everything. Technically your multiverse has one of me similar to me in your universe, as everyone else does, and we sit there and watch yous, much like other beings in what is known as the Marvelverse, you know? He was like, Kurama's just really shocked because he's in an infinite void of multi-glass electrical energy universe that's around him. He's like, he can't comprehend it. Kurama's like, be plain. I understand you can wipe me out instantly, but still doesn't mean I'm gonna hold fear from you. And this is when Deku smiles. He goes, well, of course. You're the Ninetales, of course. You are Kurama. But here's the thing, though. I wonder, if you were given the chance to restart again, be another Jinchuriki again, would you be the same evil being you were in the beginning? Kurama looks at Deku and he's like, I don't know. And this is when Deku goes, but see, you've never actually been given the chance. You've been sealed forcibly into every single other being, right? Kurama goes, yes. And he goes, well then, why don't you willingly do so? I have a boy that is me from another multiverse that will go on his life through pain and hardship, much like Naruto did. You will see if you observe him. I will place you inside his body at 4 years old, but I would like to know, can you make it your choice though? I don't want to force you, and if you don't want to, I can send you back to your multiverse. I can send you back to your afterlife to wait for Naruto. And Kurama looks at him like, would I still retain my form? In all essence, yes. However, you will not be sealed behind an 8 tetragram seal. You'll be inside Deku as if like how you and Naruto paired, but it will take Deku to learn how to do so. Bear in mind, you will not have any of the previous memories when it comes to all the jutsus, but you'll have the normal mundane notion of teaching Deku how to utilize his energy or mixture of your chakra and his into his body. And Kurama was like, I do not understand what you mean. And this is when Deku shows him the universe that where he comes from and the universe where Kurama is going to go. He goes, down there in that universe there's a version of me that's gonna suffer just like Naruto did. He's one of the 20% of the world that didn't get a power, and in such he is belittled, beaten up, hurt all his life. And he looks right at the one above all, Deku, and he goes, how does that be? And he goes, well, there are forces greater than you and I am the top of all the multiverses from where I come from. However, there's greater forces from a multiverse or omniverse before mine, and there's billions of them. I'm much like a narrator narrating a story that my predecessor, known as Dr. Kahu, is explaining to me. And Kurama's like, excuse me? And he goes, technically I'm a puppet that can see my strings, alright? And in seeing my strings, I am granted the access to infinite possibilities. Now, what do you say, Kurama? Would you willingly go and teach this boy and help this boy? Bear in mind, your chakra is his chakra. Okay? He has no chakra. This world has no chakra. The fundamental laws in this reality is different from your own. But I want you to make it willingly your choice. So, what do you think, Kurama? Kurama sits there and looks, and he goes, how interesting. I am being berated, or at least being talked to equally, by a being that's billions of times more powerful than me. You could force me. And Deku goes, of course I can. I can force anyone I want to do anything. My good version, my bad version, anything I want to. But I love the notion of free will, Kurama. I love the idea where I can just sit there and watch you make your choices, watch them make their choices. If you do choose this, you're not going to have no memory of me, alright? You're going to remember Naruto, you're going to remember all the pain and hardships, and this is what's going to help Deku, or Izuku Midoriya as he is his real name, gather his notion and power. With your power, he will become the greatest and most powerful hero the world has ever seen. He'll live by your philosophy. He'll live by you and Naruto's philosophy of being a Hokage, or a person to protect his people themselves. But as I said again, I would like it to be your choice. And Kurama goes, do I still die? Do I die in this universe and stay here? And Deku goes, no. When you die, you go back to the moment you died in the universe prior with all the knowledge that you have in that universe, and you can tell Hagoromo himself. Kurama smiles and he goes, alright, I'll take the deal. And the one above all, Deku goes, cool, I am very grateful for that. Well, place your hand on mine, and then touch the screen. Kurama's kind of surprised because normally he towers over every being, but he's actually like a little puppy to the one above all, Deku, you know? So what happens is Kurama touches the one above all, Deku's hand, and the one above all, Deku touches the screen where, well, the Kurama Chakra Deku is going to be. In doing so, Deku goes, good luck, and I hope for the best. Kurama smiles, thank you, Deku. And what happens is immediately Kurama's chakra disappears. The whole realm itself opens up and a new world begins. So our story is going to actually start from when young Izuku is told by the doctors that he has no quirk. This shatters his heart. This destroys him, puts him down so bad. What ends up going down is when he asks his mum, Mom, am I still able to become a hero even without a quirk? And this is what happens when Inko goes, I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm so sorry. And this breaks Izuku Midoriya's heart. It destroys him that his mum had no faith in him. And as young Izuku's grown up, he tells his friends that he has no quirk, which in tows, Izuku gets badly beaten up, hurt, traumatized. What goes down though is Izuku has never noticed, no one has ever noticed that Deku had these seals on his stomach. Now it's not, as I said, it's the 8 tetragram seal, but it's open, it's free. But Kurama realized that young Izuku has to be physically strong, you know. Kurama woke up in his body, and at first he was kind of confused, but he had this thing in the back of his mind knowing what he needs to do. He has all the memories of Naruto, or being with him, watching him grow. He has all the memories being with Kushina, around Minato, Mito, Uzumaki as well, even Madara Uchiha, all the way back to Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Kurama remembers all this and he stands there and he goes, I cannot remember clearly. However, I believe that I was sent here to help this boy, to be a part of this young man. And as the seal started to appear around Izuku's body visibly, young Izuku wakes up at age 5 one day. He goes out and he goes, morning mom, I'm gonna go wash up, of course. Young Izuku walks into the shower, you know, and when he looks at the mirror, he realizes that his eyes are slit, like red. He has whiskers on his face, and his hair's slightly spiked up. Izuku's like, mom, something's wrong. Izuku sees a seal on his stomach. And he slowly but surely hears a voice behind his head. He goes, calm down, kid. Izuku's like, what's going on? Mom, someone. And Kurama's like, calm down, kid. I am within you. I'm not technically in your house per se as a robber. I'm within your body. You are my host. He's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Please don't hurt me. He goes, calm down, kid. Close your eyes. Think of my voice and you will see me. Deku's just so frightened. He's a 5-year-old kid hearing a voice in his head. His eyes have changed colour. He's got whiskers where he didn't have, where his freckles were, you know? He's feeling a sense of difference. What goes down is Izuku closes his eyes, and just before Inko comes in, Izuku has a brief notion of seeing Kurama, and it scares the hell out of him. He goes, nice to see you, kid. My name is Kurama. I am what is known as the Nine-Tailed Fox. Izuku's like, what are you? He's starting to panic, freak out, and he goes, just calm down, kid. I'm actually here to help you. You are my host, and to be honest, with my power, you will become the greatest hero the world has ever seen. And then Izuku goes on panicking to stop him. He's like, wait, what did you say? And he goes, you heard me right, kid. With my power, you will become the most powerful hero this world has ever seen. And with my power, you'll be able to shine a light brighter than any other, even that person you worship or might. And Izuku's just like looking at Kurama, and he goes, really? And the tears starting to go down his eyes. Inko walks in, seeing Izuku standing there pretty much naked, with his eyes closed while the shower's going on, crying. And she's like, Izuku, are you right? What's the matter? Kurama states to Izuku, you need to go back to your mom. She's gonna see that your eyes have changed. You don't realize, kid, but in me waking up within your body, my chakra merged with your life force, you see? Now, we're not going to destroy each other, we're not going to blow up, no. The fundamental laws in this reality, or in this world where I'm living now, is so much more different than mine. People in my world are born with chakra, you see? And just like your world, there is an unfair system where people are picked on, like how your one is. Like, for instance, I'll tell you a little bit of my past. I was a weapon used to destroy or protect, you know. That was my job. That was what these humans put me through, and I went through hundreds of, even thousands of years of punishment like this, until one day I was put into a newborn baby boy. And I suffered tremendously, of course, because I was so angry that I was put into a kid. But as he grew up, as I watched, I still had my own disdain, but I saw it nonetheless. I saw the violence, the things that plagued him, the unfairness of the system. Long story short, kid, you remind me of him. Your unwavering ability to push forward, just like how my young Naruto was. So what do you say, kid? Are you willing to accept my power within you? Just note that you're going to be overwhelmed with all the power, and I will help you. I am 100% as opposed to what he grew up with 50%. And so I can only give you 10% of my power, which is going to dramatically change you. You need to work on yourself and work on the abilities I can teach you. I can't teach you nature energy, I can't teach you the change in chakra natures, but I can teach you the fundamentals of walking on walls, walking on water, infusing chakra, jumping around, accelerating your body to extreme limits, and increase your durability and also your regenerative ability. Everything else has to still come from you, kid. It's all about practice. It's all about pushing yourself. So what do you say? Izuku's just standing there, you know, and Inko's just like, Izuku, well, Izuku. And she notices that there's this marking on his stomach, and she's worried. She's like, what's that? She wraps a towel around his son because, of course, he's exposed. But what ends up going down is, the moment Inko wraps around, Izuku goes to Kurama, if you believe in me, then I'll do my best. And Kurama goes, that's the one, kid. First spot with me. We will link together. I will become your I will become your perfect-tailed beast. You will become my perfect Jinchuriki. Over the years, you will start to eventually increase your power, okay? Keep being the kid that you are, because you're just as special as the kid that I remember, alright? Izuku's like, alright. What happens is Izuku puts his hand up. He goes, is this what you want me to do, Mr. Kurama? And he goes, just call me Kurama, not Mister, alright? Technically, I'm not a gendered being anyway. I have no other mate, nor am I even an actual living physical animal. I'm actually a manifestation of what is known as Chakra. Izuku's like, I have no idea. And he goes, not to worry, kid, just fist bump with me, okay? You're doing it alright. And as Izuku fist bumps with Kurama, a wave of energy blows over him, and he goes, you can only at max use 10%. I will tell you right now, leave your base at 1% always. You will retain my red eyes, and the whiskers, however, everything else would come. You don't have the problems that the other user of myself had. Now he had to suffer through my power. He felt all my anger. He felt all my rage, which you are feeling now. And you understand. You can see the memories that I faced with him, right? And Izuku's starting to cry. He's seen in Naruto's life. He's seen that that's pretty much what he was suffering from, you know? He's seen everything. He wonders like, whoa, you're incredible. And Kurama goes, thank you, kid. Now wake up. Your mother's panicking. And Izuku's like, thank you, Kurama. I appreciate this chance. Not to worry, kid. Open your eyes. Izuku opens his eyes, and when Inko sees Izuku, his eyes actually dart back to being green, and then they turn. He's like, Mom, and then Izuku's eyes turn red. Inko's kind of worried, she's scared because they turn into like the Nine Tails eyes. And he goes, don't worry, Mom. It's. And Izuku's trying to think about what is this, and the Kurama goes, ha, just say that you have a quirk, okay? Just say that I'm a quirk, alright? Or make it logical for your world, because if the world finds out that I exist within you, and you have a power to pretty much destroy cities, level mountains, and all that stuff, that will experiment on you, that will hurt you. So make your words very carefully, okay, kid? Izuku's like, right. Izuku regoes to his mom. I think I activated my quirk, Mom. And Inko's just surprised, and she wants to take Izuku to the quirk doctors, and she does. She gets to the quirk doctors, and the doctor states that technically Izuku doesn't have a quirk, but this power he has within him is massive. It may be a new form of quirk, it may be a mutation. It looks like a mutation because of Izuku's eyes and his whiskers. So by that definition, we're just going to state that this kid has a fox quirk, okay? Izuku smiles and he thanks the doctor, and the doctor goes, not at all, kid. Now bear in mind, this is not Dr. Ujiko, okay? It's just a normal random doctor, okay? Dr. Ujiko was on a break, he was in a toilet, he was doing something else. And what goes down, as Izuku looks at his mom, she's so happy, and the doctor asks Izuku, what can you do with this ability that you have? Izuku explains everything. Right now, I can sense everyone around me. I don't know, like, I've never... That's as far as I can think, to be honest. The doctor goes, alright, well, we'll run some tests with you, kid, to see what your capabilities are, and then we can properly classify you fully, okay? Even though I already put down you have a fox quirk, we just gotta make sure, okay, kid? You don't mind this, do you, Miss Midoriya? She's like, of course, no, go do it. I'm just happy my son has a quirk. She's praying, like she's got her hands together crying. My son can't become a hero. And she's just wiping her eyes, and Izuku's starting to tear up too. Having his mum say that even though she broke his heart the year before, wow. Even though she said that to him, Izuku just felt this weight off his shoulder, you know? And Kurama smiles. And what goes down is, as Izuku spends the next week and a half, they dub Izuku's ability called Fox Cloak, okay? Because when Izuku begins to push himself from 1% to 10%, he starts to generate a red cloak around him that gives off like a fox-like appearance, where he has one tail that comes out of him. Bear in mind, Izuku's not going to go through the 1, 2, 3, all those tails. No. This is just the first manifestation of Izuku's quirk. Once he gets past like 20% or 50%, 20% or 25%, he'll be able to use KCM 1. And when I mean the same KCM 1 that Naruto figures out when he's training with Killer Bee, and the Turtle Island, okay? Because bear in mind that that Izuku, sorry, that Naruto, he pulled out half the chakra from the Nine Tails, and that Nine Tails was 50%. So with the ratio that there's 25% of Nine Tails chakra, I know this don't make sense, and I know people have done a lot of videos on it, but I want to make it simple as possible, okay? And so if that's the case, if young Izuku gets to 25% of his chakra control, he'll be able to activate KCM and not have the cloaks no more. Okay, he'll never generate the skeleton or any of that. He'll just generate 1, 2, 3, and the max tails he'll get will be 4. After he gets to 4, then his body will change into KCM, okay? Because I don't like any other tail forms, okay? Bear in mind, even when Izuku turns into his form, he has none of the anger, none of the frustration or rage that Naruto went through, okay? And so the Quirk doctor, after a week of training with Izuku and seeing what he can do, the doctor realizes thanks to the power that Izuku has, he can technically walk on walls. He can move so fast that it's incredible. He's really strong for a kid, extremely durable. He can technically walk on water as well. And Inko's like, what? He has the ability to sense all around him, negative emotions and all that. And Inko's just looking at him, and not only that, your son can, what I believe, regenerate from injuries. Inko is shocked at first, and she realized, how did you test all that? What did you put my son through? And the doctor goes, I did everything mild, okay, just to test everything of his abilities, and thanks to the fox cloak, your son is extremely powerful. When I mean extremely powerful, I've never seen this before in my life. And you're going to become a great hero one day, young man. I 100% guarantee. So keep it up. I hope you go to UA when you're older, and I hope you do your best, okay? So thank you so much. Izuku thanks the doctor and he waves at him. Inko thanks the doctor as well, and she apologizes for being a little bit rash and a little bit agitated due to what he said. But the doctor goes, no, not at all. I understand. As a concerned parent, I would feel the same way too. Inko thanks him and bows, and she leaves with her son. And she goes, you've got a Quirk, my son, and it's extremely powerful. I'm very proud of you. Are you looking forward to going back to school? And Izuku's like, well, of course, Mom, I am. Thank you. And what goes down is Izuku goes to school, and when his friends see him, he goes, hey, Bakugo, because I'm not going to say Kachan, because people don't like the way I say Kachan, and to be honest, even though I say it, and I say it technically properly like the anime, I'm just not going to say it. I'm going to say, hey, Bakugo, and he goes, what, nerd? What the hell do you want, Deku? And he goes, look, Bakugo sees Izuku, and sees his eyes, and sees the whiskies, he goes, hey, wait a minute, what happened to you? I thought you, and he goes, I got my Quirk. It's a mutational Quirk, but I got it, look. Izuku begins to power up and show his Nine Tails cloak. It's called the Fox Cloak. And all the kids around are like, whoa, what can you do, Izuku? Izuku goes, I'll show you. He jumps around, and they're like incredible because Izuku's body flickering, okay? He can't use the Rasengan, he can't do none of that stuff, he can't do fire style, lightning style, any of that stuff, but he can use the base and what a shinobi can do, and that's walk on walls, increase physical strength, you know, all that jazz, okay? And so as Izuku's using the body flicker, he's fast, and Bakugo's like, can't believe it, and Izuku disappears, and they're like, where did he go? And Izuku's like, hello, up here. Everyone looks at Izuku, and he's standing on the roof, and he goes, hi. And they're incredible. They're like, whoa, Izuku, your Quirk is so amazing. Wow. What do you think, Bakugo? Bakugo goes, my Quirk's better still. But at least you're not useless no more. At least we can get strong together, right? And Izuku gets down, well, of course, Bakugo. We can both get stronger together. And Izuku he gets over himself. Kurama's in his mind. He's like sighing, like, man, we should destroy that kid for all the pain that he's put you through. But Izuku's like, no, I'm better than that. Don't you think? And he goes, yes. Yes, you are. And this is why I'm willingly here. And Izuku smiles and thanks, thank you again, Kurama. You're amazing. And he goes, not at all, kid. Don't you worry. I'm yours, remember? Izuku thanks you and bows to Kurama in his mind. And he leaves his mindscape, and Kurama goes, I'm going for a sleep. The Nine Tails goes to sleep, and Izuku starts to become friends with gain friends. Over the next couple of years, all the way to age 10, Izuku becomes extremely strong to the point where he's actually at 20% of his abilities. Now, I know you guys were like, what? He went from 5 years old only having 10%, and now that he's 10 years old, he has 20%. That logically makes sense, okay? Because Izuku's body can't actually necessarily handle KCM or blow his body apart, okay? And so, Izuku with 20%, he is powerful. But he's not even arguably, he is the strongest in the school, the fastest in the school, the smartest in the school. With Izuku being the way he is, he humbled Bakugo. He changed him dramatically. Bakugo can take on Izuku with one tail, but he can't take on Izuku with 2, 3, or 4. He tried for years, but he can't even match Izuku. He's really, but he really changed a lot. He doesn't call Izuku Deku. He doesn't disrespect Izuku. He barely disrespects anyone. He's still hot-headed. and he's still the same. However, thanks to Izuku being the way he is, he dramatically changed Katsuki Bakugo. Now, at the age of 10, Izuku is just training with Kurama, sitting there like, wow, this is incredible. Everything's been like a dream for me these past 5 years, Kurama. And he goes, you haven't even seen nothing yet, kid. Just imagine, once you reach KCM 1, Izuku's like, KCM 1? He goes, yeah, remember that yellow energy that Naruto had around his body? And he goes, yeah, the first stage where he stole your chakra? And he goes, yes, when he stole my chakra. You're absolutely right. Well, in doing so, that power he has, KCM 1, will dramatically increase you to a point where you wouldn't even believe it, okay? Izuku's like, whoa, that's cool. And he's like, damn right it is, kid. And Izuku smiles and thanks him, and he goes, as I said, it goes back to how cool you've been, Kurama. Thank you so much. I've seen the trials and tribulations, and I don't understand why you actually were willing to help me due to your own biasness. Well, not biasness, due to your own situation with humans. And Kurama goes, listen to the past now. Naruto showed me the way. His family showed me the way. All tail beasts in that world, in the old world, are all respected. They're no longer valued as weapons. They're protected as a special species. We are. And Izuku's like smiles and he goes, don't worry, kid. You're gonna do fine. He taps Izuku's head and Izuku wakes up. And this is when he begins his training again. He pushes his body non-stop as a kid. Bakugo tried to do the same, okay? And they have pushed themselves so much to the point where age 14, both Izuku and Bakugo are just extremely strong. At age 14, Izuku has reached 24% of his power, which is, I know that it's small, but still just bear in mind, we're just going to keep it that multiplication for now. Because not only is Izuku, his body has to be physically fit for it, but Kurama has to allow the chakra to flow through him freely, so it doesn't destroy him or take him over. And so it's a step-by-step process. And so at age 14, Izuku's walking to school. His eyes are normal fox-like and everything, and he senses danger. He turns around. He's like, what the? He sees a villain on a bridge, and of course he's a super nerd still. He's still the same Naruto. He writing in the book, and Kurama goes, hey brat. Izuku's like, what's the matter, Kurama? You only call me brat when I do something wrong. He goes, of course you're doing something wrong. Ain't you meant to be in school? Izuku's eyes widen, looks at the clock, like, oh wow, I need to. And Izuku turns around and goes, but that villain though. And he goes, leave it to the heroes, kid. Don't become a vigilante. It is not good. And Izuku goes, but I have the power to help. And he goes, the laws in this world restrict you. You do not want to become a vigilante and do this stuff and try to aim for UA, because I don't believe UA will hire criminals, right? Or take in criminal students. Do you believe? Izuku's like, no, you're right, Kurama. Goes, yes, I know I'm right. I know you will just as good as you do now. Izuku's like, fair enough. Izuku writes down in his book, and as he's writing down, he sees Mount Lady, and Izuku's like, whoa, wait a minute, did she just steal his villain? And Kurama goes, this day and age, the heroes only care about fame and fortune, nothing more. They take villains down and not care about the collateral or other people. But this is where you're going to change it, right, Izuku? And Izuku goes, hell yeah. He walks away and he goes, I'm going to change what is known as society. Yes, heroes should be, in a sense, glorified, but not at the expense of public property or other people's integrity, you know? Kamui Woods had that villain. And he goes, exactly. I'm glad you see past the normal notion, and you're going to become a great hero. You will change what is. Even though All Might's incredible, and I agree with you, it's because of him the world has become soft in this manner. He has made them feel secure with the idea that they don't need to put as much hard work and just think about the fame, not much being everything else. Look at Endeavor, for instance. He don't care. And Izuku's like, yeah, he doesn't. And he goes, so it goes back to that idea, kid. Anyway, you're late. Get to school. Izuku's like, oh, right. He instantly body flickers away. And as Izuku disappears, he makes the school just before the alarm goes, the school alarm. And this is where Bakugo goes, you're always late. For someone as fast as you there, Izuku, you're bloody late. Why? What gives? And he goes, yeah, I got distracted by, and he goes, let me guess. You got distracted by a villain, right? A villain attack. Well, yeah. And he goes, you're still a fanboy, regardless of how powerful you are, idiot. Hurry up, let's go. If you want to get in trouble, I'll get in trouble with you. We're best friends after all. Izuku thanks Katsuki, and they both walk in, and of course they get in trouble. It's the last day of junior high, or whatever school they go to. But both Bakugo and Izuku are laughing, you know, because they know that the next 10 months is going to be grueling. Izuku has researched the place to help them, you know, work out, because Kurama told them that Izuku, for him to pass or break the 1% barrier between 24% and 25%, he needs to physically push his body to the extreme now. And he has to do it without using the chakra or the Nine Tails abilities. And so Izuku tells Bakugo that there's a place called Dagoba Beach that we should go clean up. He goes, remember that place with all the dumps are? And he goes, yeah, I do. But why? And he goes, well, one, it'll work our physical bodies, because as we both realize, if we work our physical bodies, our quirks become exponentially better, right? And he goes, yeah, actually you're right. And Izuku goes, he was about to talk, Bakugo goes, wait a minute. Even if we do that, even if we were to proceed with that, wouldn't we, like, won't we need permission from the council to use our abilities? And this is when Izuku goes, well, that's the thing. I already put a notice to the council that I'm going to clean up the beach and everything like that. And I told them I need to do it within a 10-month period. I may have someone to help me, but at first I put the request for us to use our quirks. However, they stated that we'll need someone to be there with us when we do so. So it's best if we don't use our quirks as much as possible cleaning the beach. And we'll go into the forest and train our quirks properly, right? Bakugo goes, hell yeah, Izuku, hell yeah. Izuku and them both smile. Izuku go back to drawing in his book. And this is when the teacher gives off a speech. I know what you guys all want to do. You guys all want to enter into the hero course, right? Throws the papers in the air. Bakugo smiles, you know. And unlike in canon, because as I said, Izuku has humbled Bakugo to the point where even though he still has his violent tendencies because of his quirk, you know. Because quirks do affect people's emotional state. If you look at 1-4, it does the same thing. 1-4 does that, where it makes Izuku and All Might and all the other users have Yorichi's, the first users, will for justice, okay? So keep that in mind. And no, Izuku's not going to get 1-for-all. Not at all, okay? But anyway, as Bakugo smiles, he lets out a little crackle of explosion on his hand, wanting to like join him in the fun with his friends, you know? But he's like, nah, I'm too good for that. What about you? And looks back at Izuku, and he has his nine-tailed cloak all over his body. And Izuku, what? With a rare time for me to use my quirk in class, everyone else is doing it. So if we're all going to get in trouble, we can collectively get in trouble, you know? And Bakugo goes, yeah, do you know, that's actually a good idea. He opens his hand and lets a massive explosion out. And that's when the teacher goes, enough, don't use your quirks. Katsuki, Bakugo, Izuku, Midoriya, both of you, okay? And your quirks are so dangerous. And Izuku's like, yes. But what about everyone else? They use their quirks, why don't you ground them equally? Izuku challenges the authority in a sense, in a smart way, okay? Izuku goes, if you're going to ground us all, or ground me and Katsuki, then you should ground everyone equally, right? Just because our quirks are dangerous doesn't mean that we're not the only ones using our quirks. The teacher looks at Izuku and he realizes that Izuku's right, you know? He should have just not targeted them too, even though they're dangerous. And he goes, fair enough, I hear your point, young man. All of you guys shouldn't be using your quirks. Bakugo looks at Izuku with a smug smile, and Izuku smiles, of course, I got your back, bro. And so when they leave out, Izuku and Bakugo head out to the arcades together with Tsubasa and the other friend with long fingers. Bear in mind, Izuku and Bakugo are very popular, okay? And all the girls love them. It's like they know who's more powerful, they know who's more stronger, fast, and all that. But they know that Bakugo is talented beyond reproach, you know. They know that Bakugo is incredibly strong. So he shouldn't be like put down or any less to Izuku. Izuku's just gifted in having a powerful quirk. That's it. That's what they look at. And so as Izuku's walking with Katsuki Bakugo, he senses malicious intent. He's like, what's that? He's like, what's that? And they're walking down the alley. And just as Katsuki is about to kick the bottle, Izuku uses the Nine-Tails cloak and grabs the bottle. And he pulls it up and goes, what the hell is this? He shakes it, and two pairs of eyes look right at Izuku, and he's like, what? And the bottle blows up, and the sludge creature comes out. He goes, thank you, kid. Thanks to you, I'm able to. And Izuku instantly makes a massive Nine-Tails claw and slams the sludge monster down. And he goes, oh, so you're a villain. And he starts to squeeze, but the sludge man, okay, he manages to get through the creases of the fingers and reform himself. But what happens is, as he does so, Bakugo puts his hand together, and bear in mind, yes, Bakugo can use AP shot. I'm going to state that because he's done, 5 years straight training with Izuku. He's done 9 years of straight training with Izuku, the kid that's more powerful than him, the kid that's not even near his full power. Okay, so Bakugo definitely has learned AP shot and the howitzer explosion, okay? He knows how to do that. The howitzer impact. And so as the sludge monster comes up, he sees Izuku's concern and realizes that, Izuku's feelings are always right. So Bakugo puts his hand up and goes, AP shot! Shoots like 5 AP shots at the sludge monster, and they blow up certain points of his body. But it reforms. He goes, nice one, kid. I'm thinking I'm going to take your body and steal your quirk. Come here. As he rushes to Bakugo, Izuku immediately goes to Four Tails. Four Tails appear, and Bakugo's like, what? Izuku jumps up, and he does one massive swipe. That swipe alone cracks the entire ground, making a massive gust of wind, much similar to almost Texas Smash, and the sludge monster gets splattered all over the wall. In doing so, Bakugo goes, thank you, Izuku, but did you just kill him? And he goes, no, I didn't. I can still sense his life force. He's still alive. Izuku walks over, and this is when Dead Arms come over, and he goes, hey, you two kids, who said you guys can use your quirk? It's illegal. Izuku stands up, deactivates his quirk, and Bakugo's about to speak, but Izuku goes, "It's only illegal if we use our quirks in a stupid manner. This was a life or death situation. He was gonna take our bodies." And Dead Arms walk over to him and he goes, "Stu, you should leave it to heroes." He goes, "Heroes? Heroes? Where were you? If you weren't here anytime soon, like, what can you do? You can lift things, you can punch things, right? Can you grab the sludge monster?" And like, he wants to protest, but Izuku goes, "What could you have done if he took our bodies, took our quirks? I shouldn't need to explain myself. We were in a life or death situation. It should be relevant for us to use our quirks. I don't know why the law states that we can't. It's ignorance." Izuku's starting to get angry. His nine-tailed fox stuff in his mind, or in his eyes, start to really show. And this is what's kind of scares Dead Arms. He didn't expect a kid to come out like that to him and justify the means to his ends. And Izuku goes, "And another thing, you have Mount Lady with you. She's all she cares about is the fame and everything like that. That's all she does. She chases the clout. What do you do?" And Izuku goes, "I shouldn't need to explain myself. It was all about me and my friends gonna die. I'm not gonna sit there. I have a quirk that can easily help. So does he." Izuku walks away and he's aggro away. When what's it called? Dead Arms places his hand on Izuku. Izuku looks at him. Dead Arms feels fear. Absolute fear when he looks into Naruto's eyes. As he looks into Naruto's eyes, he sees the giant nine-tailed fox, the huge ass beast behind Izuku's eyes. Just like how when Naruto tells Kurama to calm down when Shin Uchiha tried to stab Naruto, much similar to that. But see, the difference is Kurama and Izuku allowed Dead Arms to look at Izuku properly, and in doing so, Dead Arms shaking. He's like, I see," and he's shaking, trembling. Izuku's just really aggro, you know, and he sighs. He's like, "I apologize, Dead Arms, okay? Yes, we used our quirks, but it was for a good reason." And Dead Arms like, "I see. Alright, kid. Alright, you two can go. I will collect this monster and put him in a bottle." Izuku's like, and both Izuku and Bakugo look at each other and they disappear. They run off. Before Bakugo runs off, Tsubasa runs with them, and so the guy with the long hands, Izuku, runs off too. By this time, All Might finally come down in his skinny Might form, and he sees Dead Arms hauling the sludge monster into the bottle. He's like, "Oh, what happened here?" And Dead Arms goes, "A sludge monster man attacked 4 kids, and two kids used their quirks. One used an explosion quirk that disorientated the sludge monster, and the other one used the power that I'm not even sure, but he caused that shockwave of wind." And almost like, how? Like no one has that power but me, like that strength. And he goes, "Oh, well, that's cool. Well, at least the sludge monster's been taken care of, yeah?" And he goes, "Yes." And All Might just walks away thinking like, what happened? And so what happens is Izuku, all of them, they're laughing, you know, and Bakugo goes, "Well, you really told Dead Arms, didn't you, Izuku?" And he goes, "Yeah, well, he came at us with a hostile intent. We survived. Like, what was the point? What's the point of us having our quirks when we can't use them? This world is dumb. Everything about this society is dumb. This allows villains to do whatever they want, where regular citizens with powerful quirks can stop them." And Bakugo goes, "Yeah, hell yeah, but you don't want to go talking like that in the open, because then they'll think we're vigilantes." And this one, Izuku goes, "Well, maybe we should become vigilantes, you know? You should take up the name Ground Zero. I'm gonna take up the mantle." And Izuku's like, "Well, what do I call myself anyway? What hero name?" Bakugo goes, "Well, you can call yourself Deku." Izuku looks at Bakugo and goes, "Really?" And he goes, "Come on, that's a cool name, don't you think?" Izuku goes, "You used that name to bully me before." And he goes, "Well, yeah, I know, I'm sorry about that, and I can't get past that, but it's a good reminder, okay?" And Izuku's like, "Fair enough, I actually like that. That's actually a good point, Kachan." Bakugo smiles and goes, "You finally called me." And he goes, yeah, but you know what I mean, Bakugo." And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "I like the name Ground Zero, so if I'm going to take the name Ground Zero, you're going to take the name Deku, right?" Izuku's like, "Fine, I'm the fox hero known as Deku then." And they both smile. Tsubasa and them laugh, and they all walk home. Izuku walks home from there. There's no interaction with All Might. There's none of that at all. And so what goes down is the next day, both Bakugo and Izuku meet in Dagobah Beach. Izuku has a card or a paper from the council that will allow them to clean the beach properly, and someone will come to pick up all the rubbish. Well, someone will come pick up all the rubbish that both Bakugo and Izuku collect together. And this is when they both realized how much of a scale they have to do things. And so for the next 5 to 6 months, they both clean the beach to the point where the beach is fully cleaned. Fully cleaned. Both of them didn't realize though that they're being, well, actually only one of them realized they were being watched, and that's Izuku. Izuku noticed the skinny man all the time, watching them, and he never confronted it. He didn't care. It wasn't about him. He didn't, care about it. And so after 6 months of fully cleaning the beach, they cleaned the entire beach. And the council paid both Izuku and Bakugo, and not only that, gave them notoriety, so they were famous for cleaning Dagobah Beach. These two teenagers did that without a quirk. Even though they have quirks, and they have really powerful quirks, these two teenagers used their grit, their strength, their own mental mindset to clean the beach. And so everyone that goes to the beach knows that the beach was cleaned by both Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. There's a plaque there staying there at the wharf. And so Bakugo and Izuku kind of get used to this. Like, their ego don't get to their head because Kurama keeps Naruto in check. Kurama keeps Deku in check, which Deku keeps Bakugo in check, you know? And so in turn, they both become splendid people. At the end of their 6 months though, Izuku and Bakugo are like, well, we've done 6 months of that, we should go we've done that training. Both Bakugo and Izuku are just ripped up, bulky as young teenagers. And what goes on, and they realize that, well, now that we did the physical, we can now work on our quirks, right? Both of them fist bump, and for the next 4 months, well, the next three and a half months, they begin to practice their quirks, okay? And so one day, Izuku told Bakugo that he can't meet him up today because he's going to hang out with his mum. He's going to meet her at the mall. And as Izuku's walking, he looks around, seeing other people around, and he puts on a mask, much like a kabuki mask, okay? He puts one of those on. He wears a full hoodie and everything that, and he wears gloves and everything, and he disappears using body flicker. He disappears on top of the roofs, and he runs so fast that people can't even see him, okay? He's like a blur. And as Izuku's jumping around, he's looking down and he's like, I can use my power to help others. I'm not going to sit back and watch and do nothing. And Kurama smiles at Izuku's assertiveness, and Izuku's notion and ability to do things, his will, his drive. And Izuku didn't realize though that he reached the 25%. He's actually at 27% now. He didn't realize that. He didn't. And so Izuku's pushing himself, and what happens is, over the time period, people talk about this this green blur that comes in and goes, saves him from villains. They don't know who he is. He takes no credit and nothing like that. And this catches the eyes of a lot of people around, you know. It really does. Bakugo hears upon this, but he's not letting that go. He has an idea that it's Izuku, but he's not going to go and confront him. That's his friend, you know. He trusts his friend. He must be doing it for the right reason. And so, as Izuku's doing his patrols, it comes to nighttime, and his mum knew that he was going to be out. She trusts her son. She loves her son. She backs up everything he does, as long as he doesn't do stupid criminal stuff. And from Izuku's perspective, being a hero and saving people shouldn't be criminal. Having the power to do so shouldn't be criminal, regardless of the stupid structure of this world. And he's got the power to do so. He can do it. And so one day, as Izuku's running on the buildings, and it comes close to night, Izuku's looking down, and he sees a pink girl with horns on her head, and she has a really beautiful body. He's like, wow, she's quite hot. And as Izuku's watching, he watches from a distance. He realizes that this girl's going to walking down the street at night. He's like, at the same time, what is she doing out here at this time? As she's walking home, however, what goes out is about a whole group of men, about 5 men surround her, follow her. They see her and they surround her. And as they surround her, Izuku senses their malicious intent. Of course, he can sense their negative notion. No, Izuku, and that's what makes Izuku an effective vigilante, because he can sense people's notion of malice, you know. And so as Izuku's sitting there, standing in the air, standing on the building, you know. He's watching, and as he watches, one of the guys rushes over to Mina. Mina's walking, okay, and if you haven't already, she's walking, she feels these people behind her, and she starts to walk fast. Izuku sees this, and he feels, from his perspective, he can feel what she's going through, what she's about to. Anyway, she quickly turns down the alley, and she runs, but she doesn't realize that one of the guys circled the building block before her, just to cut her off, you know. And as he does so, this guy has a gigantification quirk. Not like Mount Lady, but he's able to make himself at least a good 5 meters tall, at least, big. And he stands there and goes, where you going, pretty girl? You're not going to get past me. And as he looks forward, he starts to shrink himself to nearly normal human states. He goes to 2.5 meters and stays there, and he goes, me and my friend want to know, are you pink all over? And she's like looking at him, she's nervous, she's standing there like, please leave me alone, I'm trying to go home. And this is when all the men behind her start to laugh, you know. They're like, what do you mean go home? We want to know, you know, we want to experiment, we want to see. And she's like, leave me alone, don't stay away from me. She puts her hands up, and she shoots her acid to try to get herself away. She knows she can't, but she knows, she feels what these guys are going to do. And Mina's a fighter, okay? If you guys don't know that, Mina's a fighter. But as she shoots her acid, what goes down, one of the guys that stand there, he has a rock hard quirk, and he stands in front of her, and the acid burns his clothes and does nothing to him. He goes, so you have a sort of acidic ability Too bad it's not as powerful as it should be, because it should have. And he realized that Mina's acid has started to actually burn some of the rock on him. He's like, wait, I feel that. And one of the leaders of the guys, what happens is he has a similar quirk to Frappy, but he's not like a frog, he's more like a big toad. And he has the thing on his neck where it goes big ass bulge. He shoots his tongue out and wraps around Mina. And as Mina's about to do the acid, the rock guy grabs her hand and they both slam into the walls. And this is when all the men circle her. Deku sits there and he's like, yep, I've seen all that I need to. Without hesitating, Izuku appears, and the big guy that's standing there by Mina, well, you know, being all cool like, Izuku appears and punches him straight in the gut. The guy's like, what the? And Izuku flips up and kicks the guy straight in the head. Bear in mind, he's not using none of his KCM. He's only using his 1% Chakra ability. And as he kicks the guy in the head, Izuku jumps up again and knees him straight in the face. And the guy hits the ground. The toad-like guy turns around, but Izuku's already gone. He's behind him. He chops his neck, unwraps the tongue, and slams him into the wall. Unbeknownst to Izuku, he's being watched. He's being watched with a guy with a scarf. As this guy's looking down, it's like, what the hell's going on? Izuku turns to the guy that has the rock quirk, and as the guy's about to punch him, Izuku's hand turns red, of red chakra, and he connects his hand. As both hands connect, Izuku destroys the rock that's surrounded the hand, and he comes back and does a punching the guy straight into the wall. And the other two guys rush Izuku. Izuku uses a Ninetales tail and slams them with his tail. In doing so, all 5 guys are out. The rest of them ran away, you know. They're like, oh, he's a monster, what the hell? Izuku's just standing there and looking at her. Mina's just shocked, you know. Her eyes were closed, like she thought this was it. She thought that her innocence was going to be stolen right here. She thought these men were going to have their way with her. But instead, in a flash, this boy came out of nowhere. This green blur came out of nowhere, and Izuku stands there and is like, are you okay? She looks up and says, what? And Izuku goes, are you okay? When Mina looks at him, she sees the mask and she's terrified. But when she sees the mask and sees the red eyes behind it, Izuku just goes, are you okay? He tries to make everything short and sweet and make sure that she's okay. And she's like, who are you? What hero are you? Izuku goes, I'm just a person doing the right thing. I was here watching, and I wasn't going to let anything get any further. And she's like, but you watching? Izuku goes, I needed grounds to do things. They assaulted you. The moment they touched you, that's when I was able to act. I wasn't going to act even if they didn't touch you and just surround you, because if you just walked past them and they left you alone, then I would have attacked them prematurely. She's like, I see. Izuku goes, I do apologize that you had to go through this. I really do. But I'm here now. She smiles and she rushes in and hugs this man, boy, whatever she thinks. As she hugs him, she feels his defined abs, his rock hard body. She can't believe it. She's like, whoa. Izuku feels her nice body pressed against his, and he blushes underneath the mask, and something happens to him that he doesn't realize, because even though girls liked him, Izuku focused only on training and hanging out with Bakugo, you know? But as she hugs him, she feels something from Izuku, and she blushes, and Izuku goes, I'm sorry about that. It's okay. And Izuku goes, do you need me to walk you home? And she goes, I'll be fine now. I only stay around the corner now. Izuku goes, well then I'll stand on top of the building and I'll watch, okay? What's your name, by the way? And he goes, my name is Mina. You can just call me Mina. And Izuku goes, alright, Mina. He goes, I'm the green blur. Izuku jumps up and the sky disappears at a green blur and lands on top of the building. And she's like, whoa, not only is he strong or fast, but he's incredible. He's got a good body too. And she thinks, she goes, and I felt something when he hugged me. And she kind of blushes. She's getting all giddy and she runs home. All the anguish, all the sadness of almost being, you know, taken advantage of was gone. Because this hot guy / boy, well, you know, pressed against her. But anyway, as Izuku stands on the building, he's watching, he's looking down, and he sees that where she goes, and he's making sure that she gets home safely. The moment she gets home safely, he turns around, and he's about to run, and he stops, and he looks, and he's like, and Aizawa jumps over, and he goes, who are you? I heard you said you're the green blur. You're a vigilante, aren't you? Izuku looks down, and Izuku senses, and he goes, if I was to assume anything, you're the Eraser hero himself, Eraser, right? And Eraser goes, he did on the mark. Now tell me, I'm an actual bona fide hero, you're a vigilante. Now you either come with me quietly or I'll force you to come. Izuku looks at him and smiles. You will force me to come. I can tell you right now, if I was to move with my power, you wouldn't see me. Aizawa goes, are you sure about that? He unsheaves a scarf, his eyes turn red. Around me, your quirk, and Izuku appears right in front of him. What is that? My quirk won't work. And Aizawa is shocked, you know? All he sees is a guy with red eyes looking back at him. and a mask, but Aizawa sees something in those eyes, an immaturity, a youngness about them. And so instead of attacking, he just rewraps his scarf up when he goes, so you're immune to Quirk erasure. And Izuku goes, that's it, because my Quirk is a mutation. That's what it is. And he goes, I see. So the power you displayed, how strong are you? Izuku's just looking at him and he goes, well, if I was to say anything, I used that max 5% when I punched that rock guy's hand. Other than that, I've only been using 1%. This widens Aizawa's eyes extremely. He actually is surprised, and Izuku can feel that from him. Kurama goes, kid, you need to get out of here now. Even though he's a pro hero and even though you can destroy him, it is technically his responsibility to arrest you. Now, use the time when you can and take advantage of when he blinks and disappear. Go straight to your max power and disappear, okay? Izuku's like, right, in his mind. And now, as Aizawa talked, he blinked, Izuku disappeared. He absolutely body flickered away. Aizawa opened his eyes and there was no green blur, nothing. Izuku went full power within his body. He hid his chakra cloak and he ran, he bolted. So fast that Aizawa didn't see it, he didn't feel the wind move, nothing. That's how fast Izuku was. He did like a shadow step with the body flicker to the extreme, okay? And so as Izuku rushes home, he lands and he goes through his window, and as he gets to the window, he closes the door. His mum turns the light on and she goes, so where have you been, Izuku? Izuku's like, ugh. Kurama's like, oh, dang. He slaps his head. You're in trouble, kid. Haha, you're in trouble. Izuku's like, Mum, you see, gets a slap on the head. You're not meant to be a vigilante. You know you're going to ruin your potential and all that stuff, blah, 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 blah. And Izuku, I'm sorry, Mum, slapping again. He goes, what are you bloody doing anyway? And Izuku goes, but Mum, I have the power to help people. I'm not going to sit back here and be any of these fake heroes, okay? I'm not doing this for the fame. I'm not doing this for the glory. I even got to save a girl today who was about to be taken advantage of by multiple men. She looks at her son. And then I got to meet Erasure, okay? He was incredible. He's someone that doesn't do it for the fame, doesn't do it for the clout, and yet he does his job perfectly. And Inko just looks at Izuku. After slapping him a few times, she realizes, well, UA starts in another month and a half, okay? Do you really want this to be on your record, my son? Izuku puts his head down. No, Mom, I don't. And then she ruffles his hair. Well, then at least try to hide it better. Izuku smiles and Inko walks away. Oh, tell Kurama I said hello, by the way. Kurama's chakra manifests up behind Izuku and he goes, hello, Mom, Inko. Izuku's like, you're on her side too? And he's like, hey, what? Mom said hello, you know? And he disappears and Izuku's like, oh my gosh. He takes off his clothes and she goes, hurry up, your dinner's got cold. And Izuku's like, alright, Mom. He has a shower and Kurama goes, man, you got out of that lucky squeeze. I thought she was going to slap you some more. And Izuku's like, yeah, I'm lucky that she's nothing like Kushina. And Kurama instantly feels this fear behind his neck and he's like, yes, that lady was terrible. And Izuku's like, I see that. And so what goes down is Izuku goes back to school and goes back to see Bakugo. He tells Bakugo exactly what happened and Bakugo slaps Izuku. You idiots! You almost got caught. You technically got caught by a racer. Did he see any feature of you? Anything at all? And Izuku's like, wow. And he goes, don't tell me you used your quirk in front of him. Because even if we were to go to UA, your marketing of your abilities can be noticeable in Deku. And Izuku's like, I didn't think about that at all. I just saw a girl who needed my help. And he goes, there it goes again. Izuku's like, what? Come on, Kachan. He's like, shut up. They both laugh about it and they walk around. And so they begin to study. They begin to work hard even more. Bakugo realizes he can fully sustain his flight now when he uses explosions. He realizes if he closes his hand properly into a small type of frame and does his explosions, it's more like a jet explosion that makes him increase his speed fast as. And by the end of the 10 months, Izuku discovered he could go into KCM 1. When he powered up to full power, fully, his chakra went from red, his aura went from red, and then it started flickering between red and yellow, and Bakugo's like, Izuku, and he's like, what? And he's like, your power, look. Izuku's like, what? And as his cloak around his hands changed, the yellow form took form from his left hand and spread around his entire body. He's like, what's going on? Kurama! And he's like, calm down, kid. You've reached the point where you can use my chakra more effectively. No longer do you need to rely on those simple cloaks. This is the KCM cloak, okay? This is a perfect form of my chakra. Now you're not up to the point where you can utilize me as your main tail beast avatar. I can still project myself outside of you. However, this form you have now attained is the same form Naruto obtained when he started on the fourth great Shinobi War. Izuku smiles at Kurama and thanks him and tells him, "Thank you so much for getting me this far." Kurama goes, "Ha, it's been all you, kid. I'm just here for the ride. I mostly sleep all the time, you know." And Izuku kind of laughs, and Kurama goes, "Here, look, the KCM chakra is over here. I placed it over here to make it easy for you. I've linked my chakra naturally, so you don't need it. I mean, you will not need a focus on it, okay? All you need to do is touch it on your mindscape, and you can deactivate it, activate it anytime. Not to worry, it'll always stay at full power because my chakra is naturally linked to it, okay? It means I can sleep better now." His Luke's like smiling, like, "Really?" And he goes, "Yes, you've reached the point where I can sleep better." His Luke's like, wait a minute. "What do you mean, reached the point where you can sleep better?" Kurama laughs and goes, "Well, of course, every time you go into your, the old one tails and two, and all those tail, versions of my cloak, I'm more connected, I'm more physically there, if you understand. But now that you have KCM properly under your control, I was able to proportionally separate some of my chakra in the area where you can naturally link to it. Bear in mind that chakra will never, as I said, never run out. So in turn, I can sleep and my chakra will passively flow to you. Okay? You have my congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. You have reached the pinnacle. Now it's time for you to continue to succeed. Because once you reach KCM2, and who knows, you could possibly even, if things go the same way you do." And Izuku's like, "Is there anything further than this?" And he goes, "Yes, there is KCM2. There may be other forms too, I've never really looked at it. However, we will never use Baryon mode because then I will die and I will no longer exist in this world." It looks like, "Yeah, I saw that." And he goes, "Now you get it. Well, your friend's waiting for you. I'm gonna go for a nap. Enjoy your new power. See what you can do." Izuku, what's it called? Wakes up on his mindscape, out of his mindscape, and Bakugo goes, "Izuku, like, is this?" And Izuku explains, "This is the perfected version to my Quirk Kachan." Or Bakugo goes, "Really?" And it was, "Yeah, instead of condensing my power into that cloak form, it's compressed, all my power is compressed within my body to form this form." Bakugo is like, "Incredible, your power is just amazing, it's radiating." Izuku smiles, he takes a breath in, and he feels all the animals in the forest, he feels everything, he looks around, it feels great to him. He jumps in the air so high that it actually takes Bakugo off guard. Bakugo goes, "You're not leaving me behind, nerd." He instantly goes, "Jet explosion!" Jumps up, does a massive jet explosion, and flies up into the air. And he uses his explosion on his hands to keep him in place. However, thanks to the jet explosion, as I said, Bakugo can properly fly, you know? He can use his arms to guide himself and then direct himself properly with explosions. And he's just so much more better, Bakugo is. And so after Izuku and Bakugo begin to practice and train, they got one more day to do so. Izuku tries something. He remembered what Naruto did when he was in this KCM form. He realizes he can't use his chakra that he has to make a Rasengan, but because he's got Kurama's chakra, maybe he can make that mini thing. And so as Izuku focuses, what happens is briefly, purple. I think it's pink and blue energy appear out of Izuku's hand and start to form a purple orb until it blows up, sending Izuku and Bakugo flying, destroying lots of trees. And Izuku's on the ground. Ugh. Kurama wakes up. "You're not ready for Tail Beast Bomb yet, idiots." Yes, Naruto was able to use the Rasengan because he has chakra, dum-dum. Izuku's like, I know. Ugh. He gets up. Ow, that hurt. And Izuku looks at Bakugo, and Bakugo's badly injured. He's like, "Kachan!" Jumps over and lands. He's like, "I'm sorry." And Bakugo's like, "Izuku, you idiots. I think you broke my arm." Izuku puts his hand on Bakugo's like, What can I do? We got the, like he's panicking, and Kurama goes, "Shut up, calm down. You have the perfected form of my power, right? Let's pump some of the energy within you into him. You'll be able to heal some of his wounds. You can't heal organs and stuff like that, but you'll be able to heal his arm properly. Okay? Stop worrying, calm down." Izuku's like, "Oh, alright, thank you, Kurama." He wakes back up, he places his hand on Bakugo and goes, "What are you doing, idiot? Get me to a hospital." And he's like, shut up, I'm trying to save you." Izuku wraps Bakugo in a chakra cloak, and he's like, "Whoa, that's what it looks like outside of me?" And Kurama smiles, "You got the hang of it pretty quick, kid. But then again, it must go down to the notion that this world doesn't have chakra, so it's easy for my power to pass through humans. Easy. This will be much more effective than Naruto's." And Izuku begins to, heal Bakugo, and Bakugo gets up and he's like, "What? You just," and Izuku goes, "I just learnt a new, power of my quirk." Bakugo punches Izuku, "Ow, that," and he's like, "What did you do that for? I just saved you." And he goes, "Save me? You're the reason why I'm in this mess, idiot." And he goes, I'm sorry, I know, my bad." And he goes, don't do that again, okay? That's actually really dangerous. And Izuku goes, yeah, I'm sorry about that. And so both of them go home. Bakugo goes, you want to come to mine tonight? And he goes, well, I was going to, but my mom wants me to be there tonight before I go to UA tomorrow. And he goes, oh, fair enough. Well, I'll meet you around the corner from UA, okay? And he goes, alright. They both fist bump. Bakugo goes, you bloody idiot. And Izuku's like, I'm sorry again, okay? Bakugo leaves, and Izuku's like, thank you for that, Kurama, by the way. And he goes, not to worry, kid. Now shut up already and let me sleep. And Izuku's like, yeah, fine. You can go for your sleep. Izuku goes home. He has his favorite food, katsu or whatever whatever favorite food he has. And then the next day he wakes up and gets ready for UA for the entrance exams. Inko looks at Izuku and she goes, "What are you gonna wear? You're not gonna wear that kabuki mask, are you?" Izuku was like, I was planning on." She slaps him on the head. And he's like, "Oh, what was that?" She goes, "You idiot! Aizawa saw you. Aizawa, Erasure Head saw you." Meaning he would have done a description of you, right? Izuku's like, yeah, I didn't think about that. And Kurama goes, "I told you." And Izuku's like, but I got it. And she goes, here's a tracksuit that I brought for you. I know it's simple, I know that's not what you want to wear, but here, put this on. It's less conspicuous, you know. And if ever Erasure Head was to see it, he wouldn't even know that you were the green blur, okay? Izuku's like, "Thank you, Mom. I really appreciate that. Well, you're so cool when it comes to my vigilante antics." She ruffles his hair up and she goes, "Well, you're my pride and joy. I'm proud of you both of you, okay?" And what happens is Izuku smiles and Kurama's like, and then what goes down and she goes, "Well, you better go, okay? I believe Katsuki's going to be waiting for you, right? Don't be late." And Izuku goes, "Oh, alright, Mum." He rushes off and she says, "Hey!" Izuku comes back, he kisses his mum on the cheek and he body flickers away. And she's like, "That bloody kid." And she goes back and does her own thing. And bear in mind, Inko's not fat or depressed no more. She's skinny, she's fit, she's happy. You know, she's the Inko that should have been. But what goes down is Izuku sees Bakugo and he lands right next to him. And Bakugo goes, "Man, honestly, you need to have a bell on you." And Izuku goes, "What?" And he goes, "Honestly, you move too quietly. It's scary." And Izuku's like, "Come on, let's go already." And as they're walking, they're both laughing and talking, you know. And Bakugo goes to him, "So what do you think?" He goes, "Well," he goes, "Do you reckon you'll see that girl again?" And Izuku goes, "Well, I hope so." And he goes, "Well, she kind of did feel your boner." And Izuku's like, "Yeah, I'm still embarrassed about that. Honestly, I can't help it." And he laughs so hard. And this is when Bakugo's walking, he trips. And he's about to fall and face plants. But Izuku catches Bakugo and Uraraka used the anti-gravity. But in doing so, because Izuku was holding onto Bakugo, she used the anti-gravity on both of them. And so both of them begin to float. And Izuku's like, "What's going on? I'm not flying, are you?" And Bakugo goes, "I don't know, nerd. What's going on?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry about that. I used my quirk on you. I thought that you needed help, but your friend saved you. Sorry about that." And she releases her quirk, and Izuku lands and goes, "Oh, thank you. That was kind of weird." And Bakugo goes, "Listen here, you." And he looks right into Chakra's eyes, and he's like, "Thank you." He turns around. Izuku looks right at Bakugo, and he has a blushing face. And Izuku's like, "You were giving me." And he's like, "Shut up. Shut up." And Izuku's like, "Oh, if you're gonna make me shut up, you're gonna have to catch me." Izuku stands on top of, he disappears and stands on top by the main stairs, and he's waving at Bakugo, and he goes, "Come on, Katsuki." Disappears. "I'll see you inside." And Bakugo's like, "Gah, you nerd." He rushes after him, and Chakra's like, "What? What just happened?" And so, as Izuku's getting there, Bakugo punches Izuku in the arm. They both sit down, and they're both talking and laughing, because Izuku's like, "Oh, so I'm not the only one that went through some type of flush, right?" And he's like, "Shut up. Unlike you, I didn't get it." He's like, "Yeah, don't say it. I know, okay? But you didn't have her body pressed upon you, did you?" Bakugo's like, "Oh," and he goes, "You can't get her out of your head, can you, Ground Zero?" And he's looking right at Izuku, and he goes, "Shut up, Deku." And they both laugh at each other massively, and this is when Ida hears this and sees this. And as they're laughing and giggling to themselves, Ida, before President Mike even gets to say anything, Ida stands up and goes, "Excuse me, sir, but before you start, I would like to say something. You two at the back, you yellow hair guy and you green hair guy, I believe it's very unprofessional for you guys to be talking and laughing while he's about to give a presentation." Bakugo goes, "Who?" He goes, "Who are you talking to? You're also doing the same thing too, you hypocrite. Why don't you just sit the hell down?" And Ida's like, "Oh," but and Izuku goes, "If I was you, I would shut up and sit down." And as Ida looks at Izuku, he just feels this wave of, "I do not want to mess with this kid" kind of vibe. And he sits down, and Izuku goes, "Well, we do actually technically need to shut up, but hey." And so it goes down, and President Mike begins to explain everything, but this is when Ida stands up again. He stands up again and he goes, excuse me, sir, one more thing. I see that you guys lifted out another robot. Now, if this is Yue's attempt to blah, 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 I think it's fully unprofessional. And this is when Izuku has enough of him. He stands up and he goes, apologies, sir. You, I don't know what's your name, but I believe you have a carrot so far up your rear end that I don't think you realize that nobody cares. He was going to explain. So shut the hell up and sit down. Bakugo begins to laugh hard out. And Izuku sits down, and Ida's just like just taken off guard. Bakugo nudges Izuku, he goes, ha, as much as I rubbed off on you, you rubbed off on me, I rubbed off on you. And Izuku's like, yeah, I realize. They both begin to laugh at it, and President Mike goes, this year is really complicated. These students are strange. And so he explains the 3-pointer, the 1-pointer, the 2-pointer, and he explains the 0-pointer, okay? And the 0-pointer is just a way for them to, well, either run away. It's a calamity issue where, well, yeah, you get what I mean. But what goes down, Izuku notices someone. He notices someone. He looks over and his face begins to turn red. Bakugo goes, what's the matter? You're not turning into. He looks over and he goes, wait a minute. Pink skin? Horns? And Bakugo looks her up and down. He goes, very sexy body? Wait a minute. Is this? And Izuku's like, yes. And it's like, ah. Izuku's like, shut up. And they both laugh and they do the test. They pass it easy. And they get put into different cities, and Mina gets put into the same city Bakugo's in. And Bakugo goes, well, may the best one of us win, I guess. And Izuku's like, yeah, no matter what, I'll see you when you're away. And they both fist bump. Well, of course, I'm coming to your house tonight, dummy. Izuku's like, yeah, you're right. And so as Izuku's standing there, he's just like shaking himself, reading himself. He can feel Ochako's, what's it called, nervousness, you know. And before Ida can interrupt Izuku appears right in front of her and he goes, I can feel your nervousness and I can tell you, you'll be fine, okay? And by the way, I would like to thank you for saving my friend. He's not a nice person right away just because of how his quirk is, but he's an awesome person. And if you give him a chance, I believe he'll become a better person. She's like, what? Give who? What? And he smiles. He goes, more for later. My name is Izuku Midoriya. What's your name? And she's like, oh, Chakra Uraraka. He goes, nice to meet you, Uraraka. And as Izuku notices the gate, what happens is Izuku goes, well, time for us to start. Izuku instantly takes off. He boosts it at 5%. And as he's running, he jumps around. Like everyone sees Izuku disappear. And then he turns into a complete blur. What goes down, Izuku jumps around the corner. He stands on the roof sideways. And as he's standing there, he's looking at all the robots, assessing where they are. Without hesitation, Izuku runs down. He cloaks his hand in red chakra. And he jumps around smashing all the robots, throwing them all at each other, dismantling all of them, moving so fast barely anyone can see them. Back in the teacher's lounge, they're watching and they notice Prism Mike. Nezu's like, this year we got a good crop this year, don't you think? And Aizawa goes, yeah, we really do. That kid over there, that one there, yellow-haired one, he has not stopped, not once. He continues, but despite his quirk, he's not a maniac, he's quite good. He's pushing himself, which is incredible. And Nezu's like, yeah, but have you taken a look at this kid with the green hair? Aizawa looks at him and goes, green hair. And then he notices the red chakra, the red energy around Izuku's hands. And he goes, where have I seen that before? Izuku's movements are so fast, Aizawa's like, incredible. This kid's just incredible. Every teacher's saying it, even All Might's like, whoa, what the hell? And they're watching, and Izuku's just so fast, you know, so fast. What goes down is Bakugo racks up a good amount of points. He gets to like 120 robot points, you know. And what ends up going down is Bakugo, instead of like continuing destroying robots and getting his ego, he goes and helps people instead. A little bit of Izuku Midoriya rubbing off him, you know. In doing so, he actually racks up a lot of rescue points, which he doesn't realize. And so he destroys the 0-pointer using max power howitzer impact, where he uses jet explosion to rocket up in mid-air. He does 5 of those, so he gets super far, and then he uses it straight down. He begins to spin so fast. So when he gets to the robot's head, he instantly goes howitzer impact, throws it at the robot's head, annihilates the entire 0-pointer's head, and the 0-pointer gets destroyed and falls back. Buck goes, and he uses jet explosion to blow him back again, and he lands, and the 0-pointer drops. Everyone's like, wow. Back with Izuku's racking up so much points. He's already in the 200 range, okay? He's jumping around, destroying everything, having fun, you know? And as Izuku's doing that, he kind of does what Bakugo does in canon, where he's just going for it, you know? The little part of Bakugo that rubbed off on Izuku. where Izuku is destroying all the robots he can, not selfishly, but because he's there, he can do it, he has the power to. And then when Izuku's done, he jumps on top of the building, and he's walking around looking for more robots, and he notices people are starting to struggle, and he's like, I should give them a hand. But while I'm here, Izuku just disappears, his body flickers and starts to destroy, help them destroy the robots without them knowing that he's helping them, you know? He moves at max speed, he goes up to 15% of his energy, and he makes sure that he briefly helps you, you know? A red chakra appears over his body briefly, and he catches robots, and when people start to break them and destroy them, or they're about to get hit by attack, Izuku damages them enough for them to take them out and get points, you know? Up until the point where Izuku stops and he feels the ground rumbling, he turns around and he goes, so that's the 0 pointer. And as Izuku's looking on, he's like, I wonder. He smiles and he goes, I'm gonna give it a go. He grabs his right hand and he's like, and what ends up going down is yellow chakra envelops Izuku's body. He goes into full KCM 1 mode. And as he's in KCM mode, he's like, And then he senses Chakra Uraraka trapped in the rubble without even hesitating. Izuku body flickered so fast that he got to Chakra and he body flickered her away. He also healed her. And as he placed her down by Tenya Eater, Izuku turns around and he sees the 0 pointer. Without him hesitating, he crouches down and he instantly jumps up. As he jumps up, everyone's like, whoa! Izuku puts his hand back, and as he leans forward, he punches the 0 pointer, increasing his hand size. As his big chakra first punches the 0 pointer, he actually punches the 0 pointer's head all the way down to his body, from his torso all the way down to the ground. And as Izuku does that, he smashed the robot, but he's not done yet. He lands on the ground, he puts his hand together, and he makes a mini tail beast form. Kurama goes, what the hell are you doing? He goes, I'm giving it a go. Shh, don't interrupt me. And what happens is a mini tail beast form resembling like Boruto's mini Rasengan. The first one he makes, what happens is he leans back and goes, "There's the best I can do." He throws the miniaturized tail beast form at the 0 pointer. The moment that the mini tail beast form makes contact with the 0 pointer, the shockwave is so massive, the explosion is so powerful that every single teacher give him a 10. Aizawa's like, I've seen that kid before. I know it. I know I have. He's adamant. He goes, everything about that kid reminds me of one person. And what happens is, Principal Neze looks around and deduces, he goes, oh, so he's the green blur I see. And everyone looks like, what? The vigilante? He's a kid? And Aizawa's like, I knew I saw some immaturity in his eyes. He is a kid. And Nezu's like, well, a kid or not, he's probably one of our most powerful applicants, more powerful than even All Might. We must bring him in. We just can't let him go away because, what, he's a vigilante. This is where you come in, Aizawa. And he's like, what? And he goes, I will be putting him in your class. He's got the highest points ever. He has 300. He got 300 points of hero points, and he's got 150 hero rescue points, which in turn gives him 450. He unfortunately for you, Toshi, he destroys your record by miles. Almost like smiling, and Aizawa's smiling too. Like they blows their mind that this kid's this powerful. Izuku, as he's landing, he stands there, he deactivates KCM 1, and he's like, I'm not doing that again. Izuku falls back on his back, and he's like, I need to work on KCM. I've only had it for 3 to 4 days, come on, properly. Kurama goes, technically you've only had it for 1 day, but, 3 or 4 days in your mind, guarantee that. And Izuku's like, come on, I've been using full power for 3 to 4 days, and I didn't notice the chakra, neither did you. So, cut me some slack. Kurama is like, I do, always, idiots. And Izuku's like, fair enough. He gets up, and they begin to walk out, and Ida's like, incredible, you're just incredible. I apologize. Izuku, don't worry. It's my duty as a hero to do stuff like this, okay? Don't worry. And as Izuku leaves, Ochako and all of them are just like mesmerized by this kid. Like, what the hell? As Izuku and both Bakugo meet up after the entrance exams, they both look at each other and they're smiling. And Izuku's like, so what did you get? And he goes, I don't know. What did you? And Izuku goes, I lost count ages ago, to be honest. They both laugh at each other. And Bakugo goes, so you coming to my house or what? And he goes, yeah, I'll come over your house. We'll go tell my mum first. And so what goes down is Izuku's walking and he sees that pink-haired girl, or pink-skinned girl. He looks over and he kind of has like a red face and remembering what happened, And as he's looking, Mina just so happened to look up and see Izuku. And something about this kid just reminds her of someone, The red eyes, it's the red eyes. Izuku's like, he turns away, he's like, oh no. I can't let them know that I'm a vigilante, blah, 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 blah. And so Izuku goes home with Bakugo. He tells his mom that they finished the test and that he's going to be staying at Bakugo's house for a couple of days. She's sweet with that, She loves Izuku being out, doing his own thing and being, growing up, And so Both Bakugo and Izuku, over a week time, both received their entrance, holodisc they get from All Might, but instead of Izuku getting his one from All Might, it's Aizawa. Aizawa comes on the screen and goes, so you're the green blur, I see. Izuku's shocked, like, what? It's Eraserhead. Izuku knows exactly what it looks like. He's seen a scarf and everything, and he saw Aizawa deactivate his quirk and put the scarf down and put his hair down. So in turn, Izuku realized it's Aizawa, Eraserhead. What? He goes, I'm Shoto Aizawa. I run the class of 1A, just so you know. Now you're the green blur. Me and you met before. All I'm gonna say quickly is you got the highest score ever. Both you and Katsuki Bakugo have destroyed the UA record. Bakugo yourself, you got 210. You destroyed the record first. After and right after that, Izuku Midoriya, you annihilated the record, 450 points. Izuku's like, whoa, and he goes, yes, whoa. Izuku's like, wait, what? And Aizawa goes, oh, you thought this was a one-way thing? No, this is not a pre-recording. This is actual live record. This is a live actual video we're having, young Izuku Midoriya. So answer my question. You are the green blur, yes? And do not lie to me. Izuku's like, yes, I'm the green blur. And Aizawa goes, good, thank you for telling the truth. Because of that, I can let you know that if you want to be a new way, you must give up this idea of being a vigilante and work to become a hero in the society. I understand the society is unfair, and I can tell that you have the power to do properly good things or really bad things. And it's up to us as individuals to make sure we hold fast to our beliefs. Izuku grits his teeth, is like, beliefs. This hero society is broken. And Aizawa goes, this world is unfair. The notion upon how people should develop their quirks or develop their powers is ignorant and stupid. I hate the system just as much as you do, Izuku Midoriya. But now is not the time for you to be at this position. Now is the time for you to see your true self and see the hero that you are going to be. So simply put, both you, Katsuki Bakugo, and Izuku Midoriya, you have made it into UA. Welcome. Aizawa deactivates the hologram and Izuku's like, did that just happen? And Bakugo goes, if he knows your secret, so does all the other teachers. And he goes, damn, I know. And Bakugo goes, well, you should have did things properly. You shouldn't have waited. I told you not to use your quirk flashies because it's really easy to identify your quirk. You're the only kid with proper red fox eyes. Look at your bloody whiskers. And not only that, when you're using a wicked power, that red cloak comes over you. Of course it's going to be easy to find who you are, idiots. It's like, I know, and I'm sorry. He goes, yeah, sorry, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, we got another week before we start the class. At least we made it, right? And they both fist bump and they smile. And they begin to train and begin to push themselves. After a week, Izuku managed to be able to make a tail beast bomb Rasengan, or just a mini Biju bomb. In his hand, he's able to make a little one properly, easily this time. He practiced it all the time. And what goes down is both Izuku and Bakugo have, just done a lot of things. And now it comes to the time for them to enter UA. The moment they get into UA, both Izuku and Bakugo are sitting down talking, Bakugo leans back, puts his feet on the table and goes, well, even if they know who you are, it's not that they can stop you, right? Aizawa can't use his quirk to erase, Eraser can't use his quirk to erase your quirk, right? And Izuku goes, well, yeah, he can't. And as he said on the screen, his name is Shoto Aizawa. And he goes, yeah, Aizawa, Shoto Aizawa, Eraser, either way, Izuku, come on. He's like, yeah, I get you. And so what goes down is, as Izuku is saying this, Tenya Ida walks in and he immediately goes to berate Bakugo about his feet on the table. Izuku sees this and it actually really annoys him. A vein appears on his head. He's like, who the hell are you to tell us what to do or say? Just because these are discs and inanimate objects. Me and Katsuki here can destroy anything here, and it will be replaced. These discs are nothing too special. You should pull that carrot so far up your behind, out of you, so you see that reality doesn't conform the way you want it to. This reality is broken, and it's our jobs to fix it. Now, in turn, shut your mouth. Because the next time you have this outburst, I'm not gonna stop him. Izuku sits down and Ida's is shocked, and he goes, Bakugo puts his leg down and goes, just go away, honestly. Pointless. And Ida walks away and Chakra walks in and she's about to talk to Izuku, but Izuku goes, Bakugo, and he goes, what? Eraserhead's here. Aizawa walks through the door. Chakra is about to walk to Izuku, but Aizawa's like, morning class, I'm Shoto Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Today we're going to be doing a quick evaluation assessment. So what that pretty much means is you're going to be doing a long jump, high jump, the ball throw, crushing machine, head to toes, pull-ups, or you name it, the side to side steps, you know, all that. So put these uniforms on and meet me at the training field. And so as Izuku sees that, he grabs the clothes. Oh, Chakra is about to protest and say, don't we have orientation? But Izuku goes, so I'm guessing thanks to this, we're not going to go to orientation. He goes, no, orientation is but a waste of time. And Izuku goes, I couldn't agree more. He walks out, and I was shocked, you know, like, I like this kid so much. Izuku appears in the toilet and begins to get changed. As he gets to get changed, he feels something weird. Besides Kirishima and all the men looking at Izuku, because both Bakugo and Izuku are ripped up, Izuku turns around and he sees a hole in the wall. As he sees a hole in the wall, he walks over, and as he looks through, he sees someone looking through. Izuku's like, that is rude that you're doing that, you know. I don't think you want us boys to do that to you, right? And it's Mina, of course, and she jumps away. She remembers something about this kid. She seen the red eyes again. For some reason, he's so familiar. Who is he? He gives me off the same presence, like, she feels so secure. And Izuku closes up the hole. Mineda's like, what are you doing? No, that was left us here by that upper. Izuku picks up Mineta and goes, one thing I'm going to say very carefully, bowling ball head. He's like, what? And he goes, I don't like pervy people, okay? So pull yourself together and don't be pervy, or I'll let Shoto Aizawa know and hopefully he expels you. Mineda's like, what? And he goes, I don't know how you, like, Izuku just looking at his quirk and like irritating. The society is irritating. And so as they all make their way to where Shoto Aizawa is, this is when he begins to explain. The point of the test today, as I told you, is to see where your physical limit is when it comes to your quirk, okay? And he goes, he chucks the ball to Izuku. You got the highest ever score in the Enjutsu exams. How far could you throw the ball back in middle school? Izuku thinks to himself and realizes, 890 meters. Aizawa's like, what? Everyone's like, what? And Izuku's like, yep, that's my highest score with throwing a ball. And he goes, wait a minute, but you used your quirk. And Izuku goes, no, my quirk is always active, to be honest. And the way I threw that ball, that was 1%. Aizawa is shocked, you know, and he goes, well, if that is the case, use that yelly form. Is that your 100%? He goes, yeah, that's my 100% right now. Right now, I'm actually on 27% on my true power, but that's my max power right now. Aizawa is just shocked, you know. He's like, okay, let's go from there. So as Izuku steps in the circle, Aizawa tells him, anything counts, okay? Use that form, use that power as much as you can. The notion of this test is to see exactly where you started from, and then when we do it in the future, we'll see where you guys are at, okay? So go on, use that form. Izuku walks into the circle and looks at Bakugo. Bakugo goes, you better not hold back or I'll destroy your score. Izuku looks at Bakugo. They both look at each other. Everyone's like, what? And Izuku smiles. Alright. Briefly, Izuku's hand turns red, and then boom, he ignites into his yellow aura, his KCM 1. Kurama goes, are you really going to throw it as hard as you can? He goes, well, I have to, you know, because if I don't, then I think I won't be coming to the school. And he goes, fair enough, I get it. And Kurama goes, make a spectacle, let them know who you are. Izuku's like, thank you, Kurama. Izuku's standing in his form. Everyone's looking at Izuku like, whoa, that's so cool. Tokiyami actually really likes the way Izuku looks, even though he's Dark Shadow's natural opposite, because Izuku's a bright yellow light. It just shows something, like Tokiyami feels a kindred spirit to Izuku, and you'll see soon. Izuku steps back, he throws the ball. He goes, everything I've got, right? Aizawa goes, yes, everything you got. Just don't make that exploding thing that you made before. Izuku's like, alright. Izuku leans back and goes, here's my 100% for now. Izuku leans back and he just goes, max power. He throws the ball so hard that the shockwave itself blows everyone. It blows everyone like badly. They're like, whoa, what the hell? Bakugo's just standing there smiling, and he looks at everyone and it's like, you guys are amateurs. Like, really? How are you guys gonna survive? Bakugo and Izuku have the same mentality in a sense when it comes to the hero world. Izuku really convinced Bakugo of that. You know, like, there are true heroes and there's false heroes. 98% of the heroes are false, and the other 2% are real. Bakugo smiles as Izuku throws the ball, and as the ball disappears, Aizawa just looks at it and he goes, surprising. And what goes down is they're like, what's the score? Aizawa turns around and goes, infinity. So that could either mean two things. He destroyed the ball while throwing it, or the ball went into space. Izuku goes, well, I used my energy and put around the ball, and as I threw it, when it left my distance, yeah, I believe I threw it into space. Everyone's like, what? And this is not even your full... Like, everyone's looking at each other like, what? And as Izuku walks back, he deactivates KCM, Aizawa goes, pretty interesting, kid. He goes, Bakugo, throws the ball. He goes, your turn. You got second highest points ever. You and Midoriya are both the only ones to ever beat All Might score. I just want to see where you come from, okay? Same thing, full power, throw the ball. Bakugo throws the ball to Izuku and he goes, can you put an energy field around it so I don't destroy the ball? Izuku just touches Bakugo and puts an energy field around him, KCM cloak. He's like, KCM cloak, the Nine-Tails cloak. Without a tail, it's just energy, and he's like, that works. He gives the ball to Bakugo and Aizawa goes, what are you doing? What is that? Izuku goes, oh, I can share my power, you know, and in turn, if I believe what he's going to do, he's going to destroy the ball. At least if I give him this power, Aizawa goes, no, deactivate that power. Aizawa's looking to his head, what the hell is this kid? He could give us power and you can dramatically increase people's power? What? Interesting. And as Izuku goes, alright, he goes, Bakugo smiles. He deactivates his, Izuku deactivates the Nine-Tails cloak around him. Izuku gives the ball back and just says, just focus your explosion into one area so you won't destroy the whole thing. And he goes, whatever. Izuku smiles and goes, go on. Aizawa says to them. Izuku standing back and everyone's like, whoa, you guys are incredible. Bakugo throws the ball and it goes up to 5 kilometers. You know, he goes, die! Throws the ball in a massive explosion, eh? Everyone's like, what the hell? The ball, yeah, it goes over 5 kilometers and everyone's like, whoa, what the hell? What kind of two, like, who are these two? Like, what? All Might's watching along, he's like, incredible. I wasn't as strong as these two kids at the time I was going to this school. That's insane. Even when Gran Torino trained me, All Might's like looking, like, these two kids. Bakugo walks up to Izuku and they both high-five each other. And everyone's like, yeah, this is awesome. Mina says out loud, this is gonna be fun. Aizawa looks at him with a twitch, and Izuku sees this, and he actually, both Aizawa and Izuku have the same mentality, and it annoys them. It really annoys them that these things are not meant to be about fun. It's meant to gauge and to understand. Fun is when you have your own free time. Right now, you're going to become heroes. Aizawa states, or Aizawa thinks, and so does Izuku. And so Aizawa goes, fun, eh? All right then. Whoever comes last in the test, I will expel them. Izuku goes, sweet. He's happy with that. And Izuku looks right at Mineta. Aizawa sees Izuku looking right at Mineta. And Aizawa realizes like Izuku is just someone different. Someone that even Aizawa can state that he really likes as a student, you know? And so everyone begins to do the test. The 50-meter dash. Izuku's just standing there, and what goes down is Ida's like getting ready. Like he wants to beat Izuku because one, he don't really like Izuku because Izuku kind of was rude to him, like talking back at him through all the situations back in the examination, even in the class. And so as the race begins, Izuku's already finished. And Aizawa goes, "Did you even use that power?" And he goes, "No, I don't need to use that power all the time. That's just me at full power." Either way, I did pretty good, right? And Aizawa shows the score. It's 1 second. It took Izuku to dash 50 meters. 1 second. Aizawa keeps notes of that. He's like, incredible. Didn't even see that red energy around him either. Is this really hit this kid's power? Like, what the hell? Izuku annihilates everything. The side to side, the grip test, the long jump, the high jump, everything. Everything. At the end of all the scores, Izuku Midoriya came first, Katsuki Bakugo come second, Momo Yaoyorozu came third, Shoto Todoroki come fourth, and so on and so forth, all the way to Mineta Minori. What goes down is Aizawa looks at his Mineta and goes, "Mineta, go pack your stuff and go see the principal's office." Mineta is shocked and he begins to cry, and as he says stupid things like, "But I didn't even get to see girls," Izuku's like, "Oh my god." Looks at Aizawa, and Aizawa sees Izuku's frustration. Izuku picks him up and he goes, "Is that all you want to be? A hero just for the clout?" Izuku gets really frustrated and his eyes make contact with Mineta. And Kurama's like, "Calm down, Izuku." Izuku's like, "Sorry, just he's definitely going to be a fake." And he goes, "I see that. But it's not up to you to decide, don't you think?" And Izuku's like, "Fair enough, you're absolutely right. I'm no better than any other person. I'm still acting like a vigilante." And he goes, "Yes. Come on now, calm down. He's already probably going to get expelled. You don't need to continue this any further." Izuku's like, "Fair enough, fair enough." Aizawa says, "Everyone, you guys did really well. I'm surprised, actually." And as Mineta leaves the area and he goes to get his stuff, Aizawa goes, looks at them, and Momo goes, "I thought you were lying upon the test." And Aizawa goes, "Oh, I'm lying, but the kid over there is going to realize it's not as easy as he thinks it is just to be a hero in the hero class, you know." You gotta pull your weight. You gotta do more than what you have. You gotta be inventive with your powers. Aizawa looks at them and they're shocked. They're shocked, and Momo smiles. As everyone's leaving, Aizawa tells Izuku to walk with him. Izuku agrees, and as they're walking back to class, Aizawa goes, "I see you have issues with not authority, but with how the system is run. I really see it, and it's clear as day." Izuku goes, "Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's just," and he goes, "Don't explain nothing to me, kid. I understand. Technically, as I was growing up, I was practically quirkless compared to others because my quirk just deactivated other people's quirks. That's it." And Izuku goes, "Whoa." And he goes, "I had to develop myself to a point where I can feel secure with my fighting style and with my quirk. Now I'm the eraser. I'm the hero, the eraser hero himself, Eraser." Izuku smiles. "You need to change your catchphrase." Aizawa smiles too. And as they're walking, he goes, "So you were a vigilante for a bit, eh? How long have you been doing it for?" Izuku goes, "About 6 months." And he goes, "So you're the one who's been stopping all those villains and helping people. I must say, you're incredible. You're so efficient. The society is broken. You're absolutely right. But I'm glad you came. I'm glad you took this opportunity." Izuku bows and he goes, "I'm not going to give you no special treatment, but at the same time, you really do harbor great ideals. You are really worthy of my attention. You and both Katsuki Bakugo." Izuku bows to Aizawa and thanks him, and he goes, "Well, you head off and get changed and finish off the rest of your classes." And so Izuku goes off, of course. He meets up with everyone in the changing rooms. He gets changed, and this is when Kirishima walks over to him and goes, "Whoa, man, you're so manly. How did you get your body that way?" And Izuku goes, "Me and Katsuki trained pretty much all our lives since we got our quirks." And Bakugo looks at Izuku and goes, "Yeah, my life was a little bit harder than much because I didn't have a quirk until I was like 5 years old. But hey," sorry. He goes, "Hey, I'm here now. Katsuki's here right now." I'm like, "Who cares about the past?" Bakugo kind of looks down because he remembered that he bullied Izuku for a whole year. But Izuku forgave him immediately, like it was nothing. After they get changed, Bakugo taps Izuku and goes, "Let's go." As they're leaving, Izuku's just walking, and unintentionally, he's been caught by all the girls. All the girls are looking at Izuku, right? Izuku happens to look over, and his eyes locks with Mina. Mina looks at Izuku and smiles, and she focuses, and she goes, "I've seen those eyes before. But where? Where?" Izuku's just looking at her, and he's like, he knows she started to catch on, and he turns red because he remembered what happened when he embraced her. Bakugo realizes what's happened with Izuku, and he giggles because he knows that Izuku only turns red because he remembers what happened when he gained a boner when he was hugging her. And Bakugo goes, don't look now, but all the girls are looking at you, especially that pink girl." Izuku's like, I know. We made eye contact. And he finds it funny. He goes, "The dilemma you placed yourself in, idiot." And Izuku smiles. They go off home, and the day one passes. Mina just can't help but try her best to try to recognize Izuku, eh? And for the next couple of days, that's what Mina tries to do. And I'm gonna state that All Might don't come to class day 2. I'm actually gonna spread it a little bit a ways away, because I hate how close All Might's hero class and the USJ situation happens. So I'm gonna make them a little bit longer, okay, guys, just to change the story a bit. But as the next couple of days come into school, Mina is just looking at Izuku every single day, and all the girls notice, all the girls notice. And what they ask her, what are you doing? Like, why? Like, do you like him? And she goes, "Well, of course, he's really sexy. At the same time, I've seen him before. I just can't put my finger on it. I really can't. It's like," as she thinks about it. But anyway, what comes down is, when it comes to the heroes versus villains training grounds, what ends up happening is All Might still comes. Izuku's still happy to see All Might, and both of Izuku and Bakugo fist bump each other. And Bakugo goes, "That's what a real hero looks like." And Izuku's like, "Hell yeah." But they both agree, And as All Might looks at these two boys, these two powerful kids in the class, he can't help but wonder, what was it like for this kid to become a vigilante, and how powerful is he really? For Nezu to state that he's more powerful than I am, I must see this, I must understand. And so All Might pushes a button and he goes, "Everyone look this way, the costumes make the hero, so everyone put them on." They all put their costumes on, and Izuku he realized that he actually didn't properly develop his suit because he still had the kabuki mask, That's the one thing he kept, in a sense. But he pretty much, in a sense, he looks like a Hokage Naruto, like with the white cloak and the red flames, but it's not like that at all. It's more like a dark cloak. Izuku's got like dark clothes on, like ninja clothes, underneath the cloak, and Izuku has the mask on with the hoodie over it. As they're walking through, everyone's like, "Whoa, you guys all look cool. This is incredible." All my can't believe how cool the kids are until Izuku walks in, and this is when Mina gets it. Her eyes widen. She begins to shake and shudder. She's like, "Oh my God, you're my hero!" Everyone's like, "What?" She runs over to Izuku without even hesitating. She jumps at him. She hugs him, and she begins to cry. And everyone's like, "What's going on?" And Bakugo goes, "Little do you guys know about Izuku." He looks at Izuku, and Izuku looks at Bakugo. Izuku nods at him. Bakugo explains that Izuku, for 6 months before starting New Way, he was a vigilante. They're like, "What?" "Yeah, back where we came from, and if you were to look at it, he was actually known as the Green Blur." Everyone's eyes widen because they've heard that before, despite where they came from and where they were in Japan. They've heard about the vigilante, the Green Blur that saves people, helps people, who's super quick, super efficient, and everything like that. And they look at him like, "No way, they can't be him." All Might's like he's looking as well, but Mina's just hugging Izuku, and she cries, and Izuku pulls her away because he tells her. She goes to him to "Thank you so much for saving me again." And Izuku goes, "You're welcome, but please can you get off me? I don't want to have the same thing happen like last time." Izuku's face is mega red, okay? And Mina's face goes red as well, and she moves back and she's like, sorry about this, sorry about that." And Izuku smiles, "No, not to worry." And as they walk by the kids, all the kids want to, ask Izuku, "What is it like being a vigilante, blah, 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 blah," all that stuff, but almost like, "No, everyone, you can talk to Midoriya after the situation. Yes, I don't condone vigilante actions, but at the same time, Izuku did did a really good job in what he did until he got caught by the Aizawa." And they look at Izuku, and Izuku's like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Well, anyway, I will not praise the fact that you were a vigilante, but at the same time, as I said, you did really well, and you did a really great job. This world is unfair, but this is the world we live in, kid. Now, you guys will all draw your names out of a box, and the one hero team and one villain team, okay? 2 villains will be in the building, hiding with the bomb, and 2 heroes will go into the building, try to discern, and try to figure out how to get the bomb. All the villains will take you down, either way." And they're all looking, and Izuku puts his hand in the box, and everyone goes relatively the same. However, Bakugo is not with Tenya either, okay? Bakugo is not with Tenya either. In fact, it's Ojiro and Tenya Ida. I'm just gonna say that, okay? Bakugo is with Hogakure, and they're challenging Shoji and, well, what's his name? Shoto Todoroki. And so as Izuku and Uraraka walk into the building after Ojiro and Ida walk in, they both work on a plan, and they talk about staying by the bomb and working 2-man-2, but this is when Ida states that technically we have no chance against Midoriya. We can do our best, but he's faster than me and he's stronger than everyone in this class. I can't even see him move. This test is kind of unfair. All Might sees this and he hears that, but he just doesn't. And Izuku goes, "Do I have to work as a team, or can I do this all by myself?" And Chakra looks at Izuku, and All Might goes, "Preferably, I would like you guys to work as a team." And as All Might's about to speak, he goes, "Preferably," meaning I don't need to work as a team, right? Bakugo shouts over the intercom, "Idiot! Work with her!" And Izuku he smiles and goes, "I know why you want me to work with her." He's like, "Shut the hell up!" And anyway, what goes down is, as they're walking through the building, All Might lets them go through the building. They're walking, and Izuku activates some of his, it goes up past 5%, and he closes his eyes. He tries to sense around, and he can sense no one. So he realizes that these two are staying by the bomb, and it's up to him and Ochako. And so Izuku tells Ochako, "What we're gonna do is, I'm gonna go outside and scale the building from the outside, while you go through the building from the inside. Let me know wherever anyone in them are, and I can be there in a blink of an eye, okay?" Ochako agrees, and if you can get a hold of them, use your zero gravity to make them float like you did to me and Katsuki before. And she goes, "Right." And Izuku goes, "Oh, by the way, I think my friend likes you, just so you know." Izuku disappears, and Ochako's face goes red. And what goes down, Bakugo didn't hear what Izuku said, but he knows it was targeted towards him. And so, as Izuku goes outside the building, he begins to run upside the building, vertically, and everyone's like, "Whoa, what the hell? He can horizontally walk on walls? What kind of power does he have?" Everyone's like, "Man!" And Kirishima's like, "He's so manly. honestly. And so, as Izuku is looking around, he tells Ochako that from what he sees, they're not on the first 4 floors, so it leads him to believe that they're on the 5th floor. Where are you? Ochako states that I'm just heading to the 4th floor, I'm getting there, and he goes, good. So let me know by the moment you get to the door, I will come through, okay? Make the door weightless and kick it through. And she goes, alright. And as Ochako gets there, she goes, I'm here. And he goes, go. Okay, ready? We'll work together in 3. Ochako touches the door and turns pink briefly, and it goes light, and he goes, 2. And she's getting ready, she pulls back, and she's ready to kick the door. 1. Go! Ochako instantly kicks the door cracks open. Ojiro and Ida sees Uraraka, and as they're about to react, Izuku smashes through the window, and he speed blitzes their main. He immediately grabs Ojiro and throws him into the wall. Ida's about to go, you heroes are not gonna. Izuku punches Ida right in the gut, breaking his armor, and Ida falls to the ground. His stomach he's in pain. He's like, what the? And Izuku goes, that's what it's like to be a hero. Izuku turns around and Ochako touches the bomb, and All Might goes, the test is over, heroes win! And everyone's looking, Izuku looks at Ida and he's like, that's good, fake. But Izuku stands and he goes, what am I saying? I'm sounding like the old Bakugo. Man, I need to get over myself. Izuku picks up Ida and he uses his chakra he uses a tail beast cloak the Nine Tails cloak to heal Ida, a little bit from the injuries, but Ida still feels the wind knocked out of him. But when Izuku heals him, he's like, thank you, how did you? And he goes, not to worry. I apologize when it comes to my attitude. Sorry, I've just picked up bad habits. Ida's like, I understand. I too have bad habits. And he goes, yeah, tell me about it. Ida's shocked, but smiles. And when Izuku sees that smile, for some reason, it's relieving. And Izuku just thinks to himself, you can change. Incredible. Izuku goes, well, you did well. You kept your persona very well. Both of you did. You guys protected the bomb, even when the odds are against you, and I must say, that's incredible. Ojiro thanks Izuku, and so does Ida. And as they're walking in, Izuku high fives Ochako, and Izuku goes, my friend's a little bit scared to ask you out, I know this, so if you're interested in Bakugo, just go ask him out. It'll throw him off guard, of course, and he'll be too nervous to say no. And she'd go red, and she's like, but, and he goes, Izuku bumps in, and he goes, come on, I can kind of read your feelings, and I know that you kind of have a likeness towards him too. And she looks down, and she blushes, she goes, and she touches her fingers, she goes, well, yeah, I do, but, okay, make a deal with me. And Izuku, alright then. As they're walking out, Ochako goes, if I ask Katsuki Bakugo out, then you have to ask Mina out. And Izuku looks, and his face goes red, underneath his mask, and she goes, it looks at Izuku with a straight face. He goes, fine, alright, deal. And as they watch on, everyone does their test like a normal, all the way to the end, and All Might's quite impressed. And Momo stated that Izuku was the MVP, and so was Ochako, because she followed the teamwork perfectly. Actually, she thought that all 4 of them were MVPs. Ida and Ojiro stayed with the bomb. They weren't distracted. They focused on protecting the bomb. Ochako listened to her teammate, and she did exactly what needed to be done. She was the distraction. And in the end, she was the one that touched the bomb, but altogether it was Izuku's plan. All Might goes, very, very good, young lady. Yes, you're absolutely right. And so, as all the tests goes on, it's Bakugo versus Shoto Todoroki, and Bakugo is the villain, and Todoroki and Shoji are the heroes. Unfortunately for Bakugo, he wasn't ready for what came, What goes down is, well, Shoto touched the wall and froze the entire building, but he made sure, because Bakugo and Izuku are the strongest, he made sure that he put more of his power into it, and he froze Bakugo in place, only leaving Bakugo's head out of the ice. Shoto Todoroki walked past Bakugo, and Bakugo's using explosions, and the ice is about to break, and as the ice breaks, Todoroki touches the bomb, and Bakugo's really aggro, but he stops and goes, incredible, you got really strong power there, half and half. Bakugo releases himself from the ice, and Shoto Todoroki says nothing, Bakugo looks over and goes, where's that invisible girl? And she goes, oh, I'm here, can you release me my feet? And as Bakugo uses the explosion and cracks the ice all around her feet, and she pulls her feet out, she says, thank you so much. And she goes, not to mention it. And so what goes down is, as the day ends and everything like that, they're walking home, and this is when, they're walking out of school, and this is when Ochako bumps Izuku, and she goes, I'm gonna go for it. And Izuku's like, alright then. And Izuku goes, fine, I'll go do it too. He walks over, and as Mina looks at Izuku, she wants to hug him again, but Izuku goes, Mina, would you like to go on a date with me and we can, talk about what happened? She's like flustered. She goes, of course, and she blushes because she remembers she touched his manhood. and she hugs Izuku and she goes, I'll definitely go out with you. And Izuku's like, wow, his face is red, but she can see it, and her face is red as well. And Ochaka goes to Bakugo and she goes, Katsuki, and he goes, yes, round face. And she's nervous and she goes, would you like to go on a date with me? Bakugo's taken off guard. He's like, and Izuku looks right at him and he's like, well. And Bakugo's like, damn bastard. And he goes, very well. We'll go this weekend after school. And she goes, awesome. That's a double date then. She runs away. And Bakugo's like, double date? And Izuku goes, yeah, she conned me into going on a date with Mina. And Bakugo punches Izuku and goes, damn you, idiot. And he goes, what? You're hiding your true feelings, just stop it. And Bakugo goes, and what about you? And he goes, well, I asked you. At least I wasn't the one that was asked. And Bakugo goes, yeah, true. And so as the days go on, this is when a couple of days pass, and Izuku starts to get close with Mina. They text all the time, so does Bakugo with Uraraka, to the point when it comes to one of the final days, and on that final day is the day for the USJ. But before then, what goes down is as they're walking into the school, there's reporters and paparazzi all outside trying to get a glimpse of All Might. Ask them everything. And as Izuku walks in, they're like, oh, what class are you in? Do you know all about All Might? Can you please let us know? And Izuku goes, well, I'm in 1A, and yes, All Might is our teacher. What do you want to know? They're like, what is he like as a teacher? Izuku goes, well, I think he's kind of inexperienced. That's my personal opinion. And they're like, what? Are you sure? And he goes, yeah, well, he's a hero first, okay? He wasn't a teacher, if you look at it carefully. However, he's really good. He does his best despite his disadvantage of not going through teacher school and all that stuff. And they look at Izuku. At the same time though, I'm not going to doubt how great the #1 hero is. He's the man. He does his hero work and he comes back and teaches like the rest of the teachers here. Why don't you interview the rest of them? And Izuku walks past them and he goes, but because they're not All Might. And Izuku goes, and it shows what you guys are chasing, which is irritating. You guys are the ones that perpetuate the fake heroes that exist in this world. Be gone already. Izuku walks through, and Bakugo just smiles, and the reporters are taken aback. And the lady that walks through the gate like in canon, she walks again, and the gate's closed, and the UA security alarm goes off, and all that stuff. And as they get into school, get into class, Aizawa walks over and goes, good morning, problem children. Today we're going to be doing something different. And everyone's kind of nervous, except for Bakugo and Izuku. They don't care. Mina keeps looking at Izuku and she smiles, and she sends him a text before class fully starts, and she goes, I'm looking forward to our date tomorrow. Izuku smiles, and Izuku goes, yeah, me too. I really am too, Mina. And so, as Izuku and them sitting there, Aizawa goes, today we're going to be choosing our hero names, and not only that, we're going to be preparing for the USJ as well. They're like, what? The movie cinemas of Japan? And they're like, no, idiots. Aizawa thinks, and what comes down is Aizawa's like, I'm not the one that's going to be helping you choose the name. So, and then of course this is when Midnight comes in. All the boys blush except for Izuku because he's seen Midnight before. She was part of his fantasy growing up. And as she whips her whip, she asks them all their names. Now everyone gives us similar names, But Bakugo was simple. He goes, I'm the explosion murder god, Ground Zero. And she goes, well, I'll get rid of the exploding murder god. However, Ground Zero is perfect. And Bakugo goes, yeah, I know. And Izuku walks up and it's his turn. And Izuku goes, I'm the demon fox, Deku. And she looks at Izuku, and when she looks at his eyes, it's intimidating, but sexy at the same time. And she goes, well, even though that's kind of scary, that's a really good name. And Izuku walks over, and Bakugo and Izuku just smile, Bakugo takes the name from Izuku, Ground Zero, and Izuku takes the name of Bakugo, Deku. And so everyone chooses their name, and not only that, everyone gets also go through the idea of class rep. I realised that I made the USJ situation on the same day. No, there's one more day after that, sorry, and I'll reiterate that. So even though the USJ situation is going to be the day after tomorrow, or the day after where they are right now, the next day, Izuku and them, they also vote on who's the class rep. It's really easy who the class rep is. Despite Izuku's demeanour and straightforwardness, they make Izuku vice president. Momo becomes the president, and Izuku becomes vice president. Izuku accepts it, he's like, well, I'll do my best, and so does Momo, and they both bow. And then this is when they all go to lunch. As Izuku sits there, Mina sits right next to Izuku, and Bakugo's already sitting there, and he's like, huh, hello, pink face. And she's like, I'm not pink face, my name is Mina. And he's like, I know. But I really like the Acid Queen, or the Alien Queen, that was pretty cool. And Izuku goes, yeah, that was actually pretty cool. And she goes, thank you. Chakra sits down Bakugo, and Bakugo goes slightly red. And she goes, oh, what are you guys talking about? You're talking about your hero names? And he goes, yeah, we are. And as they begin to talk, Ida is looking on, and he wants to know if he can sit down. And Izuku feels this, and he just tells Ida, come sit by us, you know? And so Ida sits down, and they begin to talk. At first, Bakugo looks at Izuku, but he realized that Izuku kind of had a change of heart in certain situations. And they just accept Ida there, and as they're talking, Izuku goes, tell me, Ida, are you by chance the brother of Ingenium? And he goes, oh, he chokes on his food, and he goes, how did you know? And he goes, well, your mutational quirk actually runs in the line of the Ingenium family itself. So it leads me to assume that you are the brother to Ingenium. And he goes, yeah, I am. And everyone's like, whoa, that must be cool. And he goes, yeah, but I got a huge thing to live up upon. And Izuku goes, that's to be true. But if I was to look at it very carefully, compared to your brother's debut and how you ran in the test, I believe you're faster than your brother. Ida looks at Izuku like, what? And he goes, yeah, I'm. And Bakugo cuts him off and goes, this idiot's a hero nerd. Despite his demeanor and despite how powerful he is, he's a hero nerd. He hates fake heroes and he likes true heroes. Your brother, even though his quirk is not as fancy or not as powerful as ours, he's a true hero because he goes out of his way to put himself in harm's way to save others. So you do have something big you need to chase. And Bakugo's like, incredible, and I'll do my best. And as he says that, the alarms go off, and Izuku's like, huh? He stands up, his body, he activates KCM, because Izuku understood, he read the pamphlet, read how the school pamphlet goes, and if this alarm goes off, this means danger, and you can sense the danger from everyone, you know? Everyone's like, Izuku, they're like, and Izuku goes, something's wrong. He body flickers into the hallway where everyone is gathering, and as he gets there, Izuku jumps on the wall, and he looks, and he runs onto the window, and he looks over, and he realizes that it's just the media, you know? But how did the media get in here? That's the thing Izuku has in his mind. And Izuku turns around, everyone is like panicking. Even though Izuku's standing on the wall, none of them are noticing the sky that's as bright as the light yellow. But Izuku claps his hand, causing a shockwave in the room. He tells, wow, noisy, rude guys. Sorry guys, there was just my next door neighbors outside, rude. But anyway, Izuku looks right at everyone and goes, pull your guys selves together. Oh my god, you guys can mock me if you want. I like it when you guys roast me, it's funny. But he tells everyone, pull your guys selves together. This is not how UA students act. It's only the media. They broke through the gates. I don't know how they did, but they did so. So if need be, everyone evacuate to the evacuation zones in a timely fashion before you hurt everyone. Everyone looks at Izuku and they realize he's one standing on the wall looking down at them, and he's completely yellow. Everyone calms down. And this is when one of the kids from 1A goes, this is when one of the kids goes, isn't it the kid that destroyed the UA record? Everyone's like, what? And Izuku walks down, he jumps down by Mina and them, and they're like, whoa, Izuku, you're really cool. Mina just grabs Izuku's arm and starts to rub against Izuku's arm, and she just holds onto him, and Izuku just looks down, but he accepts it, you know, he understands Mina's love language. And so, as the day goes on, everyone goes home, and it comes to the next day. The next day. And this is when the USJ situation happens. Aizawa walks in and goes, okay, today, problem children, we're going to be going to the USJ, like I said. And from there, we're going to be doing rescue training with the hero herself, 13. What's it called? Ochako's excited, and Bakugo sees this. And so does Izuku, and that's when they realize that this is Ochako's favorite favorite hero. And Izuku goes, to be honest, from his perspective, all the teachers in UA, they're actually real heroes. Despite Midnight's R-rated situation, she's quite a good real hero. President Mike, Aizawa, Vlad King, Cementos, all of them. Every teacher in UA has dawned and gained Izuku's 100% respect. You know? Because they are true heroes, hold to the true value core of heroes. And not only that, they accepted him even though he was a vigilante. And so as everyone's getting ready to go on the bus, Momo gets everyone lined up, but Izuku goes, don't bother. The buses are facing, everything's facing each other. We don't need to worry. Everyone get on the bus. Everyone gets on the bus, and Izuku sits down. Mina jumps right next to Izuku. And as Bakugo sits down, Ochako sits next to Bakugo. And all of them are talking, and Bakugo's starting to open up, talk to Ochako, you know? Bakugo asks us, why did you get excited about 13? And she goes, well, 13's my favorite hero, you know? She's a perfect hero, she's a risky hero, thanks to her black hole quirk. And Bakugo goes, oh, I see. Because you both use gravity as a quirk, she's your hero, right? And she goes, yeah. And he goes, that's cool, that's really cool, Ochako. And she goes, thank you. He goes, thank you, Katsuki. And she smiles, and he smiles too. Izuku looks over, just hugging Izuku's arm. And she goes, after our date, are we gonna do it? And Izuku blushes, you know. Kaminari hears this and he goes, what? And they're all shocked, you know. And as they're all talking, this is when Sue talks to everyone before they get to the USJ. She goes, Sue Asui, but just call me Sue. I pretty much speak what's on my mind, I can't help it. And objectively, if I was to look at it, the strongest person in our class is definitely Midoriya. Everyone looks at Izuku, and despite Shoto Todoroki showing their awesome display of ice, if Bakugo could break out of it, Izuku can easily do it, you know? And so they all agree, yeah, definitely. And Todoroki just looks at, whatever. And Izuku sees this and he's like, man, this guy also reminds me of Ida. So he's got a carrot so far up behind as well. And so Aizawa's just lying there, you know, listening to all them talk. And what goes down is they get to the USJ. This is when they see 13, and because Ochako's standing by Bakugo, she grabs his hand. She's like so excited, oh my god, it's 13. And Bakugo blushes, but he just stands there. He doesn't care, you know. He's just like, either way, you know, I'm going on a date with her tomorrow or tonight, you know. And so what ends up happening is after 13 does her grandioso speech, Izuku feels something off. He looks around and is like, what's that? He looks around, his eyes begin to focus. He's like, what? Aizawa sees Izuku distracted, and before he was going to talk to Izuku, he realizes Izuku reacts differently to every other student. He has a situation awareness that he's not even sure that he has. And as Izuku looks around, he notices something. He immediately walks down, he activates KCM 1. Aizawa sees Izuku do so. He goes, Midoriya, what are you doing? Izuku goes, I sense hostile intent. In this form, in my natural forms, I can sense hostile intent. Technically, I can kind of sense your guys' sense your feelings and where you guys are at the same time. And as he says so, when he turns to Aizawa, a purple portal opens. And Izuku goes, Aizawa Sensei, see? As they look down, villains come out of the what's it called? Portal, and Izuku goes, this is not part of the plan, is it? These guys are hostile, man. And Aizawa goes, yes, they are. 13, get the kids out of here. Midoriya and Izuku goes, how no am I leaving? I've been a vigilante for 6 months. I know how to fight these guys. I will not crack under pressure, Sensei. And they're all over this place. Aizawa goes, fine. But Katsuki Bakugo, since you and Todoroki are the strongest ones besides Midoriya, you guys stay with 13 and do everything she says. Bakugo goes, Deku, and he goes, don't worry, Ground Zero, go. We'll be fine. You trust me, right? And he goes, of course I do. My best friend. They fist bump and Izuku disappears. He body flickers. He smashes the ground, making all the villains like well, he can hurt in. And thanks to Izuku's blinding speed, he takes all the villains out with extreme prejudice. By the time Aizawa gets there, like 90% all the villains in that main area have been taken out. And Shigaraki's like, what the hell's going on? What's that yellow blur? And what goes down? He goes, Nomu, take him out. Nomu sees Izuku moving fast and he rushes at Izuku, and as he throws a punch, Izuku sees that, he dodges it, and he sweeps to Nomu's feet, grabs it and throws the Nomu away. Izuku can sense the danger from this creature, but at the same time, he has no fear against it. Izuku just stands there, and Shigaraki's like, you're impressive, kid, I'll give you that, but what makes you think you can take on my super weapon Nomu? Izuku like, super weapon Nomu. Interesting. Where's that fog man anyway? Izuku turns back and he notices all his friends fall into the mist sky, and he can sense them all over the building. Without even hesitate, Izuku just speed blitzes A. Nomu tries to stop Izuku, but Izuku just punches the Nomu so hard that he smashes him right across the USJ, heading into the building, giving him time to recover. Izuku doesn't even waste time, and he speed blitzes A all the way to the water area, because that's the closest part to where he's at. And he gets there and he sees because Mineta's back in the class, okay, he just got a scare tactic pushed to him. So it's Mineta and Asui, they're all at the water area, and Izuku gets there and he lands on the boat by them, and he goes, you two alright? They're like, Izuku. They're like Deku, and he goes, Izuku goes, so they all come to this USJ to attack us, right? But if they were smart, they would have known not to put you here, Sue. And she goes, yeah. Izuku asks them truly what's their quirks. At first, Mineta's scared of Izuku, but Izuku goes down to him. The only reason why I'm hard on you is, one, I hate pros, and two, you have to earn your spot as a hero. You just can't be going for the clout. Do you understand? And he goes, yes, Midoriya, and he goes, good. But now tell me what you can do. And he goes, well, I have sticky balls, you know. And he goes, good. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a massive explosion in the water. I'm not gonna blow it up. However, I'm gonna use my force of impact to cause a miniature whirlpool. At that exact moment, Asui, and she goes, call me Sue. And he goes, oh sorry, Sue. Grab Mineta and jump away. Mineta, it's your job to throw sticky balls in that circle where I'm at. I want to at least contain all the villains there. Can you do that for me, Mineta? Mineta's like, yeah, I can. And goes, good. And 3, 2, 1. Izuku jumps up in the air and he immediately kicks off the air, blasting straight in the water at max speed. And when he hits the water instantly moves away and sucks in as a miniature whirlpool, much like Izuku's Delaware smashing cannon. But Izuku physically used his body. In doing so, Izuku rocketed out of the water, skimming across the water like it's nothing. And he goes, no! So he jumps up with Mineta, and Mineta instantly he goes, great brush! And Izuku smiles because Mineta not only listened, but he did it with confidence, and he actually gave himself his own super name. And Izuku smiles and goes, very good. And as they do so, all the villains get sucked up and stuck to the sticky balls, and then they're trying to get out, but they can't. And before Sue falls in the water, Izuku rushes over and catches both her and Mineta. And she's like, whoa, Midoriya, you can stand on water. And he goes, yeah, I can stand on vertical object and water too. And Mineta's like, you're incredible. And he goes, thank you. You guys did well. Now let's go. Izuku body flickers them and takes them all to the main area of the stairs where they originally were. And this is when they see that Ida's already got out of the building and the Krogiri is trying to get at him. Izuku appears right by Krogiri and kicks him straight in the middle part because he can sense it. And Krogiri slams onto the ground. Izuku stomps on him and knocks out Krogiri immediately. Izuku looks at 13. He's like, damn, I can't fix her suit. However, he goes into her suit and finds out all the stuff, and he tells whoever's there. He looks at Mina, he goes, you're right, and she goes, yeah, I'm fine. But everyone else, he goes, don't worry, I'll go do them right now. And he goes, as your vice president, I'll make sure you guys are okay. Izuku still rubs Mina's face, and she smiles. She goes, just like the hero that I remember. And Izuku thanks her. He turns away, and as he does so, Mina lifts his mask up and kisses him on the cheek and says, good luck, okay? Izuku, alright. He goes, make sure her vitals are safe and try your best to at least block off this open gate. And she goes, yes, I will. Everyone stay here. Soji, make sure you block and watch all areas. And he goes, I will. Get her out of here and all you guys wait outside. And they listen to Izuku. Izuku turns around. He goes, okay, I see that creature's up and standing. I'm guessing there's more to him than what there appears. Kurama goes, I guess so. Are you going to? Yes, I'm going to have some fun with it before I go. And goes, I think you should prioritize. Aizawa's taking them all out while he's down there. And Izuku goes, yeah, fair enough, but I don't think he's strong enough to take on that creature, even if he can erase quirks, don't you think? And he goes, yeah. Alright, go prioritize and take that creature out first. Izuku says, thank you, Kurama. Let's go! He speed blitzes, and he gets by the Nomu. The Nomu sees Izuku and screeches, and rushes at Izuku, and both of them clash fists. And the shockwaves is exactly like how All Might's fight was with the Nomu. However, Izuku's way more powerful, you know. They begin the battle, and the Nomu is doing good at the same time doing bad. Aizawa sees this, and he's trying to use his scarf to hold him in place. All the villains get blown away. Shigaraki can barely stand from it. He's like, what the hell? How is this kid so strong? His AP points are through the roof. He has mean HP and everything. Why is he so stacked? He's cheating. He's cheating! He rushes at Izuku, but Aizawa sees this. He uses his scarf to wrap around him, and wrap both his hands, and picks him up and slams him face first into the ground, and then throws him away. And he goes, you're not going to go next to my problem child there, hand face. And Shigaraki says, damn you, Eraser, I'm going to kill you. And as he does that, Nomu's trying his best to fight Izuku, and Izuku goes, this is fun. He never gets to unleash like this, you know? And everyone around feels all these shockwaves, this massive force, all the villains and all the students, they're like, what the hell's going on? Bakugo realizes that he goes, it's Midoriya, it's Deku. And Bakugo doesn't mean, he goes, I can't be out of this fight. He goes, full power. And they're like, what? And he goes, compressed AP blast. Does a massive explosion blast, okay, much like his jets, his exploding jet. But this is narrowed into an AP blast, and as that blast goes down, as it makes contact with the villain, it explodes and shoots the villain out of the building. The villain's alive, however, he does not want to fight Bakugo ever again. All the villains in the rooms immediately run away. Kirishima goes, wow, you're something else there, Bakugo, and he goes, yeah, and it's ground zero, Red Riot, and he goes, oh, alright, that's right, let's go. They all leave, and Bakugo does exactly what Izuku would have done, okay? If he wasn't distracted. Bakugo and Kirishima go to the landslide area and help out everyone there. Momo, Jiro and and Kaminari, they get there and they take out the villains for them. And they all regroup, and as they do so, the shockwaves hit them again. And Momo's like, what the hell is that? And Bakugo goes, it's Deku. That's what it is. We must hurry, we must save our class. Class president, what should we do? And she goes, continue doing what you're doing, Bakugo. And I'll go to where we were before. Kaminari and Jiro go, and Kirishima and Bakugo go off and try to help people. They get to the burning building area where it's raining and all that stuff. And that's where they see Ojiro and Dark Shadow, and they do their best. They take them out as well. And so what goes down is because Bakugo pretty much goes around saving everyone, okay, what Izuku would do, and Izuku's taking on the Nomu. And as Izuku's punching the Nomu, he goes, this is fun and all, but this is kind of boring. I'm actually holding back against this creature. And Izuku punches the Nomu away, and Kurama goes, well, yeah, you reached 35% of my power. Makes sense. And Izuku's like, yeah, I'm really close to KCM too, where I could almost use your, Ninetales avatar, right? And he goes, yeah, kid. And he's like, good, alright then. Let's stop holding back. Izuku begins to, his chakra form starts to get even stronger. And Shigaraki and Aizawa feel this, and Aizawa goes, you guys have lost. Give up now. That kid over there is stronger than All Might. You stand no chance. And Shigaraki goes, no, you're cheating. You bastards are cheating. He goes to fight Aizawa, and he manages to catch Aizawa's elbow and decay it. But Aizawa kicks Shigaraki right in the face and hits him on the ground, and Aizawa jumps back. He's like, damn. He uses a scarf to wrap his arms up. Bear in mind there's no other villains but Shigaraki and Nomu in the main atrium. Kogiri gets up. He realizes that he's just got knocked out, and he's like, what the? He teleports away, and he appears by Shigaraki. He goes, Master Shigaraki. Ayumu goes, get me out of here before he gets me. And what happens is they disappear immediately, and he goes, I'm gonna kill that green-haired kid. They disappear. What goes down is Izuku's fighting the Nomu. He throws a 35% full power punch at the Nomu, blowing the Nomu's arm out. The Nomu screams. Izuku punches the stomach, blowing all the rib cage and all the lungs out the side. But it repairs, and Izuku's like, fun! Begins to smash him up, and the Nomu can't do nothing. His hyper regeneration, shock absorption, even his super strength are nothing. And Izuku's just smashing around until Izuku goes, well, I had my fun. He grabs the Nomu with a massive chakra hand. He begins to crush it. He throws it up in the air, and Izuku opens his hand up, makes a perfected miniature tail beast bomb. And as the Nomu's at max height, Izuku throws the miniature tail beast bomb at the Nomu. And the moment it makes contact, the explosion is so massive, the entire roof of the USJ gets obliterated. All the glass that is within the room gets destroyed. Everyone's like, what the hell? And Ida's like, is that the same attack you used against the Zero Pointer? And Bakugo goes, probably. And Bakugo has all the class, and they all get to the main stairs. And as Izuku stands there, he's like, huh, that was fun. I must say, I've never actually been pushed to that far so far. But at the same time, if he was made to fight All Might, is All Might that weak? And what goes down is, what goes down is Kurama goes, maybe. But again, remember, your power's from another world. The principle of this world and my world are so much different. People from my world are all as fast as you. Not as fast as you with my power, but you know. And he goes, yeah, I know. All the ninjas and everything like that. That's why I base my costume half like the Hokage's costume and half like a ninja. And he goes, I see that. But you keep the kabuki mask? And he goes, yeah, I got used to it. It's fun. And he goes, pretty good kid. And as Izuku walks up to the main atrium, this is when Ida kicks in the door and he goes, fear not, for we are here. And all the teachers appear, and all the villains is being rounded up. You know, Izuku's rushing around, rounding up all the villains. And all the teachers see that. Ectoplasm makes clones, and he rushes out to grab all the straggling villains that have survived and are trying to hide. President Mike and them, they're all impressed, you know. All Might arrives as well, and it's like, where's the villain? Where? And he goes, Aizawa goes, you're late. And Aizawa walks away, and Izuku goes, Sensei, come here. He places his hand on Aizawa's injured arm, and he begins to heal it. Bear in mind, Izuku uses his KCM chakra, not his normal Ninetales chakra, where it's just minimal. Using KCM allows for him to heal injuries so bad, and not only that, he could possibly heal organs. Okay? Because if Naruto could heal a wound in his chest, like he did before, and if he was able to help Shikamaru stay alive even though he was almost absolutely drained of chakra, Deku can use his KCM chakra to heal people properly. Okay, and I'm gonna say that I know if people have a disagreement against it, hey, that's your opinion, but that's what I'm gonna do. And so what goes down is Izuku and them go off, and Principal Nezu apologizes to all the students and thanks them all. Not one student got injured, and Aizawa's injuries are gone. The only person that was injured was 13, but she got patched up by her students. And so the situation with the villain still get publicized. However, they stated it was a student that took out the villains themselves, alongside Aizawa and 13. And knowing that Katsuki Bakugo managed to save all his friends and took out about a good 80 villains to save all his friends, so the credit should go to those two young men. And everyone hears this, they're like, whoa. When Dead sees a picture of both Bakugo and Izuku, he remembers these are the kids that took on the sludge monster. And he goes, that's incredible. When Stain sees this, he licks his lips and it's like, huh, we got new and upcoming heroes. I wonder if they're going to be wannabes, just like the rest of them. And so, after the USJ and everything like that, and they go home, this is when Izuku and Mina go on their date, and Bakugo and Ochako go on their date. A double date at first, and they all hit it off. You know, they have fun, they all talk, they hang out, they go to like a fair, and they play and enjoy their time together, you know. At the end of the night, Izuku is about to drop off Mina. Bakugo tells Izuku that he'll drop off Ochako, and Izuku goes, well, I'll drop off Mina. And as they're walking back, Mina goes, so, are we going to do it tonight or what? Izuku kind of blushes, and he goes, well, you see, I don't want to rush. And she goes, oh, you don't want to rush, but when I hugged you before, your soldier stood at attention. And he goes, oh, well, you see, and she goes up to, she brushes herself up to Izuku, brushes her chest and her body against Izuku's side, and she goes, well, whenever you're ready, I'm ready. And she goes over to lean over to a kiss, and Izuku blushes, and he goes, screw it. He goes into a kiss to her, and as he kisses her, he picks her up and hugs her. And she's like screaming on the inside and having so much fun, and she's loving it, you know? And Izuku goes, well, I guess then you're my girlfriend. And she goes, I guess so. And Izuku smiles, I'm not ready for that yet, however, it's not impossible. And she goes, well, that's good. I'm so grateful that you're open to the situation, you know? And so after Mina's situation, after Izuku declares that they're both boyfriend and girlfriend, Izuku drops her off and he body flickers home, and he's so excited, he's so happy, he's like over the moon. And Kurama goes, good on you, kid, you did really well. And Izuku goes, wait, you saw her then? He goes, of course, I see everything through your eyes, I'm connected to you, I feel your feelings. And Izuku goes, that's pretty weird. And he goes, tell me about it, kid. I watched Naruto have children to Hinata and I saw everything. I watched Minato have children to Kushina, I saw everything. Mito? And he goes, wow. And he goes, I understand the mating rituals of humans, okay? It's not new to me, so don't get weirded out, okay? And Izuku's like, well, fair enough. And as Izuku gets home, he tells his mum what actually happened, and he goes, oh, sorry mum, I was late. I went on a date with a girl, Mina. Me and her in a relationship now. She looks at Izuku, she rushes and hugs him, and she's giddy, and she goes, show me everything, tell me who she is, blah 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 blah, and he does. Back to Bakugo, he takes Ochako back to her family's place. And as he's walking with her, he goes, so why do you want to become a hero anyway, Ochako? And she goes, well, Katsuki, I want to become a hero to, I know it sounds selfish, but I want to make money to help my family, you know? And Bakugo looks at her and goes, really? And she goes, yeah, my parents, they're not doing too well. We own a construction company. And Bakugo goes, well, your parents own a company? That's incredible. And she's like, thank you. But I try to tell my dad I could use my Quirk to help him, but he doesn't want this life from me. He wants me to become a hero and use my powers for what I want to do, or what he believes I want to do. And Bakugo goes, well, you have a noble father. And she goes, thank you so much. And he goes, well, either way, your Quirk is perfect for that job. I mean, it's the best job ever, but you know, the problem with you is you puke when it comes to releasing the gravity. Have you ever tried making just everything lighter? And she goes, what do you mean lighter? And he goes, well, make everything like, well, let's say a car, you can lift the car, right? And she goes, yeah. Well, instead of making the car 0 gravity, why don't you make it like 10 kgs or kilograms or something, you know? Start from there and work yourself down all the way until you can just lift it up with one hand and throw things. And she goes, you know, I've never tried that before. My parents have construction gear here. Bakugo goes, wow, that's cool. It's really cool, Ochako. And she goes, thank you. And Bakugo goes, to be honest, I'm very grateful that you asked me out. And he goes, but question, did Izuku make you do that? And she goes, no. He told me that you liked me, and so I made a deal with him. And he goes, damn that bastard, he was telling the truth. And she goes, you two were funny. And he goes, well, yeah, to be honest, I'm not proud of how we were when we were younger. I kind of bullied him for a year because I thought he had no quirk. But the moment he got his quirk, instead of being egotistical or angry at me, he accepted what happened and realized that's just how the world works, and he moved on from there. We've been best friends ever since. I'm never going to live that down, but at the same time, thanks to his, well, courteousness and everything like that, I'm able to aim and strive for higher. Strive for higher things, you know? And this is why we both hate the idea of fake heroes, and I find what you want to do is noble, nonetheless. And she thanks Izuku, she thanks Bakugo so much, and as the Bakugo gets her there, she goes, well, I really enjoyed my date, Katsuki. And he goes, I really did too, Ochako, and I'd like to do it again another time. This time I'll ask you out, okay? And she goes, alright. She blushes, and Bakugo turns his face away. And she leans over, and as she leans over, Bakugo unintentionally turns towards her, and both of them lock lips and kiss. But instead of pulling away, Bakugo grabs Ochako and picks her up and kisses her. And she does the same. She's shocked. She's like, oh my god, I'm kissing a boy. And she feels Bakugo's body and goes, oh my god, I'm kissing a boy. Look at his body. She blushes, and Bakugo puts it down. Sorry if you heard that, my phone just went off. I just got a message. And as Bakugo places it down, he goes, well, that was new. And she goes, well, you haven't kissed a girl before? And he goes, no, I haven't. And she goes, well, I haven't kissed a boy either, and so you're my first. And he smiles, and he goes, I'll see you tomorrow, Chakra. I'll see you when the school starts. He goes, yeah, stay in contact, okay? Bakugo's happy, just like Izuku, and he gets home, and he texts Izuku, yo, nerd. And he goes, yeah, what's up? And he goes, so me and Ochako made out. And he goes, funny, because me and Mina made out. Me and her made it official too. She wanted to have sex, but I was like, not right now. Bakugo's like, what? And they both laugh over the phone. They really crack up, and he goes, I told Ochako what I did to you growing up. And Izuku goes, you idiot, stop holding on to that, okay? Stop holding on to that, shut up. It's in the past, okay? Stop feeling sorry for the situation. And he goes, I know, but it's just, he goes, I understand. And you've made up for that, Bakugo. Oh, come, Katsuki. You have made up for that, and I appreciate that. Look at you, you changed. And he goes, yeah, I know. And he goes, thank you anyway. I appreciate that you've taken responsibility for what you've done, but that's in the past now. No longer do that, okay? We'll strive forward together, alright? And it goes, and especially the fact that we have girlfriends now, we have to, you know, play our part. We don't want to be girlfriend and boyfriends. Both of them laugh, you know? And so what goes down is the weekend goes by, and Izuku and Bakugo train, hang out, you know? And once school restarts, this is when Aizawa goes, good morning, problem children. Today we're going to be discussing how to get ready for the the UA festival, the UA tournament. And Izuku's excited. All of them are excited, you know? And Aizawa goes, Midoriya, as much as I would like to leave you up, you have to go all out, okay? We need to show you off, just like you, Katsuki Bakugo. And it goes, really? And goes, yes. After the incident with the USJ, we have to show that UA is strong and decisive. We have strong students, and not only that, because you both are technically the ones that have taken the credit for technically saving the students and taking out the League of Villains single-handedly, both of yous. I was a bystander, okay? I got hurt. And Bakugo and Izuku look at each other and they fist bump, and say, both of yous, okay? Give it your all the rest of you guys do the same. Do not hold back. Your students are 1A after all. They're like, right! And so, as the next day comes by, everyone hangs out, and Izuku and Mina always hang out, you know, and they kiss and, you know, and hang out as boyfriend and girlfriend. Everyone finds out that both Mina and Izuku are in a relationship. And that and when they notice that Katsuki, Bakugo, and Ochako are doing the same, holding hands and talking as well, they're like, what? There's two girls in our classes with the hottest guys? What the hell? Hogakure's like shocked, you know? And many of them are like, well, we can't be left behind. We need to find ourselves boyfriends too, you know? And so what happens is everyone begins like their day, and it comes to the UA sports festival, you know? And as everyone's getting ready for the first obstacle, and they're in the waiting room, Todoroki walks up to Midoriya, and he goes, Midoriya. Izuku looks at Todoroki, and he goes, oh, Todoroki, what's up? And he goes, objectively, you are more powerful than me. I can hands down say that. But due to that, it doesn't mean I'm going to lose to you. Do you understand? I will defeat you with my ice powers, show the world that I am stronger than my father. I don't need to use his fire. Izuku hears this and it kind of annoys him. He goes, what do you mean, your father? And Izuku goes, oh, that's right, you're the son of Endeavor, right? That fake bastard hero. Todoroki's eyes are open, everyone else sees that too. He goes, what, do I need to show respect to number 2? You know how much collateral that guy has done? You know how much damage that guy has actually done? And Todoroki's shocked, you know? Izuku reached through Todoroki's body as if there's something else besides what Izuku's saying. Something that caught Todoroki's eye. Izuku goes, I'm not going to hold back, but at the same time, maybe you can do so. But the only way you can even beat anyone, if you use both your powers, you're half-assing all this, that's what you're doing. And he looks at Izuku, but I won't use that damn, and Izuku goes, don't ever come up to me and declare war, because I'm going to destroy you now. If you don't use your damn fire, I'm going to make you feel worthless. Do you understand? You may have caught Katsuki off guard with your ice, but don't you think you can catch me off guard? And Izuku walks away. And bear in mind, if it took me 1 second to clear that 50-meter dash, and that was at 1% my true power, what makes you think you can take on 35% of my power? Izuku walks away. Don't talk crap. Use your power or don't talk at all. Everyone's like, whoa. He tried to challenge the strongest kid in class, and he got put in his place. Good job. Bakugo laughs out loud. He goes, shame on you, Icy Hot. And he walks out. And so, as the first part comes in, Izuku goes, Kachan, Mina, Ochako, that yeah, if you notice, the tunnel, it's the first test. Stay back, use your guys' quirks to help yourselves out. If I know anything, I believe Shoto Todoroki will freeze the entire room off, much like how he did with you, Kachan, or Ground Zero. And he goes, alright, and call us by our names. And he goes, alright, Alien Queen, Uravity, Ground Zero, and they go, yo, Deku, and he goes, well, I'll see you guys at the end, okay? And they smile. And Bakugo stands there, he goes, so are you going to go full power? And he goes, I have to. And so, before they get into the main tunnel, sorry, I skipped ahead, we got to go to the UA speech, okay? As all the students walk out into the stage, this is when everyone starts to celebrate. They, whoa, 1A, whoa, the hero class! And their class representative, Momo Yaoyorozu, followed by the vice president, Izuku Midoriya, the hero of the USJ himself. And everyone's like, whoa, really? Oh my gosh, incredible! And then 1B, 1C, 1D, all the other classes come in. Bear in mind, Shinso none of the classes came into 1A and did all that stuff, okay? They didn't declare war or anything like that because the USJ situation was headed by two people in their classes, and it was more, they were humble about it. So Shinso and all 1B didn't come in and do their stuff. But at the same time, they still harbour some form of hatred towards 1A because apparently they're better than everyone, which makes no sense to Izuku. But what goes down is Midnight goes to everyone, now we're going to hear the opening speech from the person that actually got number 1 in the entrance exam. He actually blew All Might's record out by miles, and that is Izuku Midoriya. And Izuku gets up to the stage and he stands there and goes, I'm going to make it short and sweet, okay? Do your best, and honestly, if you guys are going to strive to be heroes, don't chase the clout, don't chase the fame. Because if that's the case, then you're worthless and you shouldn't be heroes at all. Everyone looks at Izuku like, what? And they're about to call him hypocrite. Izuku goes, and if you're going to call me hypocrite, just note, I didn't want to take those bloody photos. I was only put there because me and Katsuki both did our job as students, like any hero should be. We're not there to take the fame, but we're there to do our best. Do you understand? Now note, I'm going to do my best. So I hope that you all do your best, because if you don't, I'm going to whitewash all of you. Izuku looks at Midnight, and Midnight's just looking at Izuku up and down. She's like, you're sexy, kid. Izuku's body is like buffed out through his clothes. They can see his muscles, you know, the clothes doesn't really hide much at all. Mina kind of scowls at Midnight, but at the same time she goes, well, yeah, I do have a hot boyfriend, it makes sense. And she goes, look away because I'm the one going home with him. And so as Izuku stands by Mina, she hugs him, she goes, that was cool. And Bakugo goes, you had to be a dick, didn't you? And he goes, well, come on. And they laugh about it. And so as everyone looks at 1A, they all get ready in their starting position, and Izuku goes, remember what I told you guys, okay? And they go, sweet as. The moment President Light goes, 3, 2, 1, the green light appears on the tunnel. Izuku activates KCM 1 and speed blitz right through it, leaving a shockwave. But at the same time, Bakugo also, what he does is he does jet explosion and rockets right past the tunnel. Mina does the acid run right away, and Ochako makes herself light and jumps over Todoroki's frozen ability. Thanks to Izuku telling them they're all prepared and the Chakra only weighs 1 kg. Well, sorry, only weighs 10 kgs, and so as she jumps, she's mega light. And she smiles upon that, and she thanks Bakugo in her mind because it made it easy for her. As she deactivates her ability, she runs, and Mina's sliding across her acid, and she's doing really good. Now, the ones that are in front are Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Mina, and Uraraka, you know? And as Izuku's rocketing, he sees the 0 pointers, and he goes, this is gonna be fun. Izuku puts his hand back, and he does two. He puts both his hands back, and he does 2 mini tail beast bombs. And he goes, I hope you guys are all watching. Izuku jumps up in the air, and he goes, this is what a hero does. He throws 1 tail beast bomb to one of the 0 pointers, and 1 other tail beast bomb to another. And as the 2 0 pointers blow up, Izuku cocks his hand back, and the other 0 pointer in front of him, he speed blitzes right down and punches right through the 0 pointer's head. And Izuku lands on the ground and body flickers away. And President Mike goes, incredible! The vice president of Class 1A, the top student himself, has smashed through all 0 pointers that are in the field. He goes, astonishing, Aizawa. What do you teach this kid? Aizawa goes, to be honest, President Mike, I didn't really teach this kid anything. And I really like this kid's attitude. He doesn't waste time, he does the job, and he's a true hero through and through. If you guys, and President Mike goes, never have I heard you give a kid a compliment so much. And he goes, well, of course, he saved my life. If it wasn't for him, I would be dead. And they're like, wow. Everyone hears that. They're like, wow. They're like, whoa, Deku! Izuku blasts off and he sees the obstacle. And it's easy for him. He just jumps right across to the other side and speed blitz. And this is when he gets to the mine area, he accidentally stands on a mine. And when it blows up right next to him, Izuku goes, huh, mine's right. Alright then. I'll make it easy for everyone. He runs right through the minefield, blowing up all the mines. And by the time he gets to the other end, all the mines blow off after he gets there. And Izuku appears in the stadium. He puts his arm up, and he shouts to the world, I am here. And everyone's like, yeah, Midoriya! And what goes down, as Izuku passes the stage, because he passes it under like 2 minutes, you know? It's nothing for him. Bakugo, as he gets to where the 0 pointers, the last 0 pointer that Izuku punched through was still kind of standing. And it was in his way, even though it was falling down, kind of. Bakugo instantly exploded up in the air, and he does his howitzer impact, blowing up the rest of the robot, and he uses jet explosions to get forward, and he's rocketing right across, you know. Everyone's like, wow, that Katsuki Bakugo, he's something incredible too. Aizawa goes, yes, he chose his name as Ground Zero. He's also a kid that I really like as well. He's someone that also doesn't waste time, and he does the same job. Pretty much him and Midoriya are basically the same. They've earned my respect. And President Mike goes, well, they've earned my respect too. And what goes down is, as this happens, Bakugo eventually makes it. He makes it behind Izuku like 5 minutes later. He gets there. He lands. He's like, Izuku's like, hey, Kachan. And he's like, don't call me that idiot. It's Ground Zero. And he goes, yeah, I know. But it's a good reminder, right? And he goes, yeah, it is. And Izuku just stand there. Both of them put their arms up and they go sit down. Mina and Uraraka come. You know, unfortunately for Mina, Todoroki actually overtook her. And Todoroki come third, Mina come fourth, Ochaka come fifth. Now we head on to the next part, the cavalry battle. And just like all my other waters, I really hate the cavalry battle, okay? I really do. And so I'm just gonna like speed blitz it, okay? Because there's no way anyone's fast enough, strong enough, have the skill to take the million points from Izuku's head. There is no way, okay? I'm just going to clearly state that right now. So everyone that made it in the last time makes it in again, okay? And Ojiro and the Class 1B character, they both leave due to the fact that they felt like they did nothing, and Ojiro warns Izuku upon Shinzo's quirk, which Izuku thanks him. Now when they come into the battle, Shinzo stands over by Izuku, and Izuku goes, I hope we have a good fight. And Shinzo goes, alright then, Class 1A student. What's it like having the power that you have? And Izuku goes, it's okay. And just as he says that, this is when President Mike goes, let the battle begin. And he goes, I hope you're not as useless as that tail guy. And Izuku goes, what do you mean useless? And he goes, well, I can. And Izuku's frozen on the spot. And he goes, how easy was that? So he goes, turn around and walk out of the arena. But Izuku just stands there. Kurama goes, wake up, you idiots. He took over your mind. And he goes, really? And he goes, didn't you listen to the kid with the tail? Ojiro, he told you not to speak. He can control people. Izuku goes, fair enough, and I get you. And Izuku deactivate. He comes out of the mind control and he goes, "Nice genjutsu. I actually thought that was pretty good." And he goes, "What genjutsu?" And he goes, "Oh, your mind control. That was pretty cool. It won't work again." And he's like, "What?" He's trying to use his quirk, but Izuku goes, "What's the matter? You're trying to mind control me, right?" Izuku's walking over to him and goes, "You have a real cool power. I bet you must have suffered growing up." And he goes, "What do you know about suffering? You're blessed with a strong power." And Izuku stands right in front of him, blessed. For a whole year I was bullied because I was quirkless, right? Until my quirk came. But instead of holding on to that anger, what I did was I moved past it and I used that anger to fuel my rise to becoming stronger, you know? I'm guessing from what you was trying to, what you're looking at me, and the shock is the fact that people think your quirk is a villainous quirk, right? Shinzo looks at Izuku and he's like, "Oh," and he's like, well, all I know is hard work predetermines the hero, not a quirk. Do you understand? If you want to work hard, if you want to be seen as a hero, then work hard for it, you know? Aizawa Sensei was exactly pretty much like you. His quirk was in a sense useless. He pretty much was quirkless growing up, just like you, okay? So take a leaf out of Aizawa Sensei's book. Aizawa smiles hearing Izuku talk like that because he can read lips as well. Izuku goes, "I would like to continue this talk. However, I want to finish this already. So if you can, please walk out or I'll make you." Shinzo smiles and goes, "Make me!" He goes to punch Izuku and Izuku just ducks and dodges it. And President Mike goes, "Even though this is not flashy, this is really good." And it was like, "Yeah, go!" Shinzo's punching and Izuku smiles. He goes, "There's a lot of room for you to improve, but at the same time, that drive that you have, it's good. It's what you need." Izuku catches his hand and I respect that about you. But at the same time, I just can't bend over backwards and let you win. What kind of hero would they make me? Izuku punches Shinzo and he punches him in the gut, but instead of making him fly, Shinzo grabs his gut, he's like, ugh, he coughs the saliva out. And Izuku goes, "Unfortunately, this is where our battle ends now, but thank you. Thank you for showing me that you were worth my time." Shinzo looks at Izuku and Izuku smiles. "Now, I'm gonna yeet you out of the arena, so brace yourself." Izuku pushes Shinzo out, and as Shinzo hits the ground, everyone like cheers for Izuku, and Shinzo gets up and Izuku goes, "You did really well. You should be proud of yourself." And Shinzo goes, "Thank you, Midoriya." And he goes, "Don't worry about it." And as they're walking, Shinzo's starting to get praise from everyone in his class. Even 1A are like, "Yeah!" Everyone's like looking at him, "Good job, Shinzo. You almost had him. Don't worry. You could probably do it next time." All that stuff. And Shinzo kind of has a tear going down his eye. And Izuku puts his arm over Shinzo. He goes, "Embrace it. Take it all in. You deserve it." Shinzo thanks Midoriya. And what goes down is everyone else's battles go relatively the same. Bakugo is so strong. But when it came to his battle with Ochako, this is when he was kind of nervous because Ochako's his girlfriend. And he's like, She goes, "Just because I'm your girlfriend, don't hold back on me. Do you understand?" And he goes, "Alright then, round face. I won't." And she smiles. She goes, "Okay, spiky hair." And he laughs and they get ready and they begin to fight. And yeah, they do. Like the battle is relatively the same like in canon. However, Bakugo is a little bit lighter to Ochako. Instead of punching her or beating her up, what happens is he takes her off guard and throws her out of the arena without hurting her too much. In doing so, Ochako's out of the arena and Bakugo runs over to catch her, picks her up. And she goes, "I almost had you, didn't I?" And he goes, "No, you didn't, but you did good anyway." And she pouts at him and he goes, "What? Come on, I'm telling you the truth." And she leans over and she gives him a kiss and everyone's like, "Whoa!" What goes down is Midnight's like, "Oh, young love." And they realize that that's the reason why he went soft on her. That's his girlfriend, but he still won. Everyone cheers for them and they think Bakugo is a good man, good on him. They're proud of him, what he did, you know. And so, long story short, all the battles get ready, you know. I'm going to state that Bakugo beats Dark Shadow easy as he beats and he makes it to the final. This is when Izuku is at he's on near the semifinals. This is when he fights Shoto Todoroki. But before he gets to the match, Izuku's walking out and he sees Endeavor. Endeavor looks at him and goes, "So you're the vigilante kid known as the Green Blur. You definitely let down the standards letting you in here." Izuku stops and he gets really angry and goes, "Who the hell are you talking to, Endeavor?" Endeavor goes, "What the hell did you say to me?" Izuku punches Endeavor right in the face, creating him into the wall. Endeavor's like, "Ugh, what the?" Izuku pins Endeavor and he goes, "Continue talking shit. Continue. I'll happily send you to the afterlife." Endeavor's shocked as fire bursts out and Izuku activates KCM1. And Izuku goes, "I'm stronger than All Might," like this. He chokes Endeavor. "I hate fake heroes like you." Endeavor's shocked, you know. He goes, "What are you going to do, hurt a student?" I reacted because you offended me. Izuku looks down Endeavor and walks away. Never come near me again. This will be the last time I tell you. Endeavor holds his throat on his face. He's got a bleeding nose and everything. He's like, a little bastard. You wait. He thinks to himself. You know? And Izuku gets to the arena. Now, as their whole altercation goes on, Principal Nezu saw that. He saw it over the cameras and he smiles and he kind of laughs. And he goes, oh, Enji, you met your match. and he continues to sip his tea while he watches the year 3s, level 3 or year 3 students do their tournament, because he goes and watches the year 3s while Aizawa does the year 1s, you know. And so what goes down is, as Izuku walks into the arena, before he walks into the arena, this is when Shoto Todoroki asks Izuku, can he talk to him? And he goes, yeah, sure. As they stand there, Izuku's waiting for him to talk, and Izuku goes, well, before you talk, I'm just going to let you know I punched your dad in the face. I told him if he ever comes near me again, I'll probably kill him. And Todoroki is shocked and kind of smiles. And Izuku goes, oh, I thought that would have made you angry. And he goes, no way. I'll tell you a little bit about my life. And he tells Izuku about his life, and Izuku's angry, eh? The Nine-Tails Chakra, the red chakra, envelops him, eh? 4 tails immediately spread out of him, and Izuku's angry and says, I should have beat him up worse. And Todoroki goes, he should have, but at least I'm grateful that you punched him in the face. And he goes, Izuku powers down because Kurama tells him to. And Todoroki's like, I appreciate that you listen to me, and I won't hold back. And Izuku goes, please use your fire, okay? Show that bastard that you're better than him, okay? Don't think of it as his quirk, think of it as a better version to his quirk, okay? Todoroki looks at him and goes, he needs to use a temperature regulator in his suit to be able to use his quirk efficiently. You have ice and fire. Do you know how great that is? And Todoroki smiles, like hearing Izuku tells him. He goes, you can become a great hero, unlike that fake hero your father is. And Todoroki goes, you believe so? Thinking back what his mum said, and he goes, hell yeah, I do. Well, please come at me with all you got, okay? Because I'm not going to hold back on you. And Todoroki goes, thank you, Midoriya, I will. And Izuku goes, good. Now let's go. As Izuku's walking on, Bakugo walks in and goes, so I listen to you. And he goes, yeah, because I punched his dad in the face. And both Bakugo and Izuku laugh. And he goes, you never change, do you? He goes, nah, man, I never will. And so both of them get on the stage, and Izuku walks over to Todoroki before the fight begins and fist bumps him and tells him, don't hold back, okay? You got this. Your father's watching. Show him up. Show who's better, okay? You are better than him, Todoroki. Izuku walks back and Todoroki smiles. The moment the match begins, Todoroki's left side ignites with fire. His right side goes to ice. He makes a massive ice pillar, blocking Izuku on the left and right of him. And he throws a massive fireball right down by Izuku. Endeavor sees this, and before he's about to shout Shoto, he feels his jaws on pain. He realizes that Izuku punched him harder than he thought. He's like, ugh, damn, that kid. If he punched me any harder, he would have broken my jaw. That brat. Izuku punches, he smiles and he makes a gigantic chakra hand. He doesn't go into KCM right away, he makes a massive red chakra hand and swipes all the ice away. And when people see the red chakra around them, that's when they begin to notice, hey, isn't that what the green blur uses? Like, people start to think in their minds, isn't that like the vigilante? They're kind of confused, a lot of them, and they start to talk to themselves. And as Bakugo's ice and fire gets splattered away, Izuku goes, good, now keep going. You got a long way to go. Izuku's body flickers. He's going up to 1% to 5%. And as it gets to Todoroki turns and does an ice pillar around Izuku. Izuku punches the ice pillar, but Todoroki's not there. He actually jumped away, using the ice to slide, and he came behind Izuku. And he goes, flash fire first! Shows a massive fire blast at Izuku. Izuku turns around and he catches the attack, and he completely closes it, blowing the attack up. And Todoroki says, what do you think? And Izuku goes, hell yeah! Keep going, you got this! Izuku jumps on top of the ice and lands on the ice vertically. Well, actually horizontally, sorry. Looking down right at Todoroki, and Todoroki smiles, and he begins to focus his ice and fire for one massive attack. And Izuku sees this, and as Todoroki throws the ice and then throws his fire at max power, the combining result of the hot and cold ends up into a huge explosion. And as the explosion hits Izuku, everyone's like, incredible! Did you just see that? And mixing ice and fire, what goes down is it released a massive pressure. And then Aizawa goes, shut up, President Mike. You're too loud. Look, Midoriya is still in the ring. And he's like, what? Izuku's standing there in his yellow KCM1, and he's like, nicely done. I appreciate that you did that, and I can see from you you're tired, right? You put all your power into that one attack, and I really appreciate that, Shoto. Now it's time for me to end this. He speed blitzes Todoroki, and before Todoroki can do anything, Izuku punches him in the face, sends him flying out of the arena, and that's it for Todoroki. And so when it comes to the next battle, Izuku versus Tenya Ida, and Izuku goes, well, Ida, remember when I told you that you're faster than your brother? You have to push yourself now, okay? You have to show the world that as an Ingenium, you're just as good and you can fill your brother's shoes better. Do you hear me? And he goes, yes, Midoriya, I will. And he goes, good, let's go, Ingenium. And he goes, what did you call me? He goes, Ingenium. You're going to be an Ingenium, right? Might as well call you by your hero name. I'm Deku, remember? And he goes, right, Deku. As President Mike goes, as Midnight goes, let the battle begin. Ida instantly starts to reciprocate burst and runs at Izuku, and both of them begin to clash, Ida throwing kicks and Izuku ducking and dodging them. And everyone's like, whoa, do you see that? This is incredible. Bear in mind, Izuku's not in KCM, he's just using 5%. And he's just jumping around, both him and Ida just fighting, and Ida's having fun, you know, pushing himself, pushing his speed. But this is when he tells Midoriya after he lands his last kick and gets pushed away, my time is running out, I only got one more minute using this reciprocal burst, and then my engines are gonna stall. Izuku goes, good, now come at me with everything you have then. And he goes, alright then, he focuses and he rushes with 100% reciprocal burst, he jumps up and he's about to kick Izuku, but Izuku catches his foot and throws him out. Tenya Ida gets thrown out and he's out fully. Izuku picks up Ida and he goes, nice fight, I really appreciate that. And so the final fight is between the two most powerful kids in the class, Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo, or the Demon Fox Deku and the Exploding Murder God Dynamite. The Exploding Murder God Ground Zero. And they look at Izuku, they look at Bakugo and they're like, what? They're like, wow. And as they both stand there, Bakugo goes, remember what we talked about, nerd? Don't hold back, do you understand? I'll never forgive you. Izuku goes, I won't. He goes straight into KCM1. He goes, don't give me that speech like how you did to them, okay? Come at me with everything you got. Even though that means if you knock me out right away, it just shows that you used your full power to fight me, okay? Izuku goes, I will, I promise, you're my best friend, I won't do that to you. And he goes, good. And so as Midnight goes, let the battle begin, Izuku speed blitzes Bakugo, and as Bakugo knew that, he uses explosions to jump to the side, he uses an jet explosion to shoot himself in the air, and he spins himself down, and as he shoots down, he spins himself as fast as he can. He goes, ow, how, what's an impact? He throws it at Izuku, but Izuku catches the hand and allows the explosion to go off in his face. And Izuku throws Bakugo out of the arena, or out of the ring immediately. He craters into the wall. And everyone's like, wow, what a mesmerizing display from the #1 hero class 1, Izuku Midoriya! And so after this, Izuku's standing at the podium, but he notices something about Ida. Ida gets a phone call, and before Izuku gets the award, he disappears. He goes by Ida and goes, Ida, what's the matter? Ida goes, my brother, he was attacked by the hero killer. Izuku's like, what? You're the hero killer? And he goes, yeah. He's upset, and Izuku goes, when this battle is over, I'll come with you to where he's at. Where is he? And he goes, he's in Hosu. He's in hospital. And Izuku goes, then fine, I'll come there and I'll see what kind of damages and see if I can heal him, okay? And he goes, why would you do that, Midoriya? And he goes, because that's the right thing to do. And so as Izuku appears back in the stadium, this is when everyone started to realize Midoriya is, this is when they start to realize that Izuku Midoriya is the green blur. And then Devin makes it very clear. He goes, it makes sense the winner of the UA festival is Izuku Midoriya. He's the green blur after all, the vigilante. He should be arrested. When everyone hears this, they're like, what? He's a vigilante? This kid was a vigilante? But then they realize that Izuku, over the 6 months of him being a vigilante, he saved 100 people. He took down hundreds of villains. Rapidly, you know, small-time crooks. He saved people. And so instead of being like this guy shouldn't be in UA, everyone applauds him. They're like, good job, Midoriya! That's the one! At least now you can become a real hero! Everyone's just praising him, and Izuku smiles. And Aizawa goes, yes, Midoriya, it was the green blur, but thanks to working with us, he has promised that he's going to do the hero course and become a hero the right way. Alright? No one's overlooking the fact that he did a good job, nor it was illegal, but at the same time, thanks to Midoriya, 100 people were saved. And so Aizawa claps, everyone claps, All Might comes, and they give the awards to everyone. And what happens is, this is when they all go back home. They enjoy themselves. This is when Izuku has Mina over. He introduces Mina to his mum, and she's shocked. She goes, "Oh, you're so pretty and pink. You're beautiful." And she goes, "Oh my god, thank you so much." And so Izuku spends time with her, and Izuku asks his mum, "Hey mum, can Mina stay the night? Her parents said it was okay, but I just want to ask you." And she goes, "Are you gonna do what I think you're gonna do?" And he looks down, blushing, and goes, "Yes." Inko slaps Izuku, and she goes, "Even though you're a little bit too young, I'm not gonna help young love." And she looks at Mina, "Welcome to the family." She looks at Izuku, "You better use protection." And Izuku's like, "I will." And he goes, "Kurama, make sure." And Kurama comes out, "Yes, ma'am." And this is when Mina's like, "What's that?" And Izuku goes, "Oh, so that's where I get the idea of the demon fox. This is my physical manifestation of my quirk. Say hello to Kurama." Kurama appears briefly and goes, "Hello, Mina. It's nice to meet you." Kurama disappears, and she goes, "Wow, that's like Tokiyami." He goes, "Exactly. However, Kurama likes to sleep and stay inside of me, and we utilize our powers together." And she goes, "That's so cool." And so what ends up going down is after dinner, they all wash up, and Izuku goes to bed. Him and Mina go into the room, and this is when they start to clap some books together, clap some cheeks, you know. This is when Izuku and Mina both lose their virginity, and they start to, embrace themselves. Mina unintentionally has her acid slowly come around her body, like sweat out of her body, and Izuku uses his Nine-Tails cloak to protect himself, And long story short, they have their fun, and the next day comes up. Mina and Izuku wake up together, and she goes, "We actually did it." And Izuku goes, "Yeah, we did. Your acid was something else, but hey." And she smiles, "Sorry about that." And he goes, "Not to worry." He kisses her and hugs her, forgetting that they're both naked. And they go to a shower together, and they get ready, they have breakfast, and she goes, "So, how was your night?" Izuku's so embarrassed, And Mina goes, "But we did the deed, and it was good." And she goes, "As long as you guys use protection. You guys use protection, right?" And she goes, Yes, we did." And she goes, "Good." She goes to Izuku's room and sees bits of burnt carpet everywhere. And she goes, "What happened in your room, by the way?" And he goes, "Oh, that's part of my quirk. You see, I make acid out of my hand." And she goes, "Oh, don't say no more, say no more. I already got bad visuals now." And she smiles and say, "You two better get ready for school, okay?" And Izuku thanks his mum by giving her a kiss on the head. And Inko hugs Izuku and hugs Mina, and she tells him, "You both take care, and I'll see you guys later, okay?" And Izuku's like, "Thank you, Mom. I appreciate and love you." And she thanks Izuku, and as they leave, Izuku's like, "Oh well, we're gonna be late, so jump on my back, Mina." She jumps on Izuku's back, and Izuku's body flickers so fast that Mina has to close her eyes and hold her breath. But what happens? They got there under 5 minutes. She's like, "Whoa, wait a minute. If you're able to move this fast, why did you go so slow over the UA tournament?" And he goes, "Because I got rid of the mines, I destroyed the 3 0-pointers, and I cleared the area, I wanted to make sure everything was proper for all of you." And she goes, "Ah, that's what you did, because I was wondering, you're faster than everyone, and it took you 2 minutes. Should have taken you these looks like 20 seconds, but yeah, I digress." And she smiles. You're so humble. She kisses Izuku, and she jumps off his back, and they walk to school, walk in class together, holding hands. And Bakugo goes, "Hey, you nerd, why don't you text me back?" And Mina does a peace sign at Bakugo and goes, "Wait a minute." Izuku walks over to him, talks in his ear, and he goes, "Yes, we did the deed." Bakugo cracks up laughing, and they both laugh at each other. And what goes down, he goes, good on you, bloody nerd." And so what ends up transpiring is Aizawa walks in, and this is when they talk about the internships. It shows that Izuku has the most internships. The only internship he doesn't have is from Endeavor, which Izuku's sweet ass about, He asks Todoroki where he's going to go, but Todoroki states that he's going to go with his dad. And he goes, "That's pretty good. At least you can use your dad to try to test your firepower, right?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "That's pretty good. What about you, Bakugo?" And he goes, "Well, I'm thinking about going to Best Genus." And Izuku goes, "That's pretty cool too. I find that's incredible." Izuku's trying to figure out, I don't know where I should go. Izuku's thinking, he really thinks. But this is when Aizawa walks over to him and he goes, "This was handed to me a little bit earlier." Izuku's like, "What's this?" And he goes, "This is the Night Eye Agency. He didn't want to give it to you over the hologram. He wanted you to look at it properly." He told you why. He goes, if you choose him, go to his place, and then from there, and Izuku's like, okay. He looks at Ida, where you going? Ida states he's going with Manuel to Hosu, and Izuku's like, that's pretty good. Remember what I told you, okay? Once this internship's over, I'm gonna help heal your brother, okay? And he goes, thanks, Midoriya. And Izuku looks at him, and he goes, what are you up to anyway? And he goes, Izuku punches him in the head, and he goes, you better not be going after the hero killer Stain. Do you hear me, Ida? And if you are, text me. I will be there. Text anyone that's in the area. We will be there. Okay? Ida's like, but if I do, it will be my... Izuku picks up Ida off the ground. You better listen to me, idiot. I am the vice president. It is my job and Momo's job to make sure all of you are fine. Do you hear me, Ida? Text me. Ida's like, alright, he's Midoriya, and goes, thank you. Izuku puts him down, and Izuku goes, well, if Night Eye is asking for me, then this must be something special. Then I will take Night Eyes. Izuku fist pumps Bakugo. Mina actually got a lot of offers, and she took the same offer Ochako did, where she goes with Ochako to Gunhead, where they're going to train together, and they're both giddy because both their boyfriends are best friends, so Mina wants to become best friends with Ochako, you know? And so as Izuku goes off to Naida's agency, he sees Shinso and he goes, oh, Shinso, what are you doing? And he goes, well, thanks to my performance, Principal Nezu stated that I'll be moving to 1A. He wants to, Aizawa put in an application to swap me in for Mineta. Mineta's being swapped out to class 1B. And he goes, really? So you're gonna be? He goes, yeah, I'm gonna be in the class. I'm gonna be doing my internship with Aizawa. Izuku's like, yeah, good on you, Shinso. I'm proud of you. And he goes, thank you, Midoriya. Thank you for believing in me. Izuku goes, hey, not to worry. I understand. Hardships are hardships. You went through a hardship. You have the perfect person to teach you, okay? Izuku fist bumps. Give me your number so we can text, okay? Shinso gives Izuku his phone number, and Izuku goes, now never forget, your Quirk's not a villain Quirk, okay? It's probably the best Quirk out there. You can end any fight, okay? Never forget that. And if you were to just do some hand-to-hand combat, even probably getting a scarf like Aizawa, who knows how incredible you will become. And he goes, thank you, Midoriya, again. Izuku goes, well, I gotta go now, okay? I gotta make it to Night Eye's agency. And so as everyone leaves, Izuku kisses Mina and walks away, and he high-fives Ochako. Ochako's looking at Bakugo, and she goes, I'm waiting. Bakugo smiles and leans over and gives her a kiss. She jumps up and hugs him, wraps her legs around him. And Bakugo hugs her and he goes, I'll see you later, okay? Round face. And she goes, alright, there's Spiky here. And she pulls his nose and he smiles, and Bakugo fist pumps Mina. And as Mina and Ochako go on the train, Mina tells Ochako, we did the deed. And Ochako's like blushing, and she's like, really? Excited, and they go to Gunhead's agency, and they begin to talk and hang out, you know, and from there, they do well. Ida changes, okay, thanks to Izuku. He doesn't go after hero killer Stain, not at all, actually. He actually does his best and listens to Manuel and stays with Manuel, okay? Todoroki also does his best and stays with his dad and pushes his fire side to the max, you know? And Bakugo himself, he takes in everything Best Genius says. He goes, even though Best Genius is like, he's like underrated in the sense of what he looks like, he must be something if he's the number 3 hero, you know? The number 4 hero or number 3. I'm unsure if Best Genius is number 3 or number 4. I think Hawks is number 3 and Best Genius is number 4. But if I'm wrong, let me know, okay, guys? But what goes down as Bakugo is learning, he actually takes all Best Genius teachings to heart fully, you know? He even takes a photo of his hair and sends it to Ochako and Izuku, and Izuku laughs his ass off. Ochako finds it cute, but she tells him that she loves his spiky hair. And 1, he gets really angry at Midoriya, which makes his hair stand up again. And 2, he finds Ochako cute. And what goes down is Izuku gets to Night Eye's agency. When he gets there, he walks into the room and he finds it very weird. He's like, I'm here at the Night Eye agency. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm the Demon Fox hero, Deku. Aizawa goes, nice to meet you, Deku. Aizawa. Night Eye goes, nice to meet you, Deku. Please come in. You brought your forms? And Deku goes, yeah, I did. He gives the forms to Night Eye and he goes, you didn't sign it. And he goes, I was told to bring the forms to you, I wasn't told to sign it. And he goes, very smart. I would remove points from you from there. And he walks up to Izuku and he touches Izuku's shoulder and he looks into Izuku's eyes. His eye goes purple, and what happens as he sees this, he gets like a massive kickback from the Quirk, and he's like, oh, I see. He grabs a stamp and stamps Izuku's paper, and he goes, I was gonna put you through a test, but no matter which way I see it, you're gonna catch me no matter what. And Izuku goes, oh, what's your Quirk? And he goes, it's kind of classified, but my Quirk allows me to see the future for an hour or so, but you know. And Izuku said, that's incredible, no wonder you're such a great detective. And he goes, thank you, kid. And he goes, this is Mirio, by the way. He's gonna read you up to speed on everything. He's one of the big three in UA. And Izuku goes, I know who he is. He's the kid with the permeation Quirk, right? And he goes, yes, nice to be informed. Mirio comes in, nice to meet you, Midoriya. They both shake hands, and Izuku goes, so you're the hero that can phase through things, that's pretty cool. And he goes, thank you. And Izuku just smiles, and what goes down is Onoda goes, for the next week you want to be here with me, you want to be doing small investigations, small things. I heard you were a vigilante before, and because of that, I give you permission to use my Quirk in the proximity of Mirio, okay? Izuku thanks Night-Eye, and he goes, you two will make patrols while I do investigations. I'm investigating the Shihai Saikai, okay? Izuku's like, oh, okay, the Yakuza. Okay, that's pretty interesting. And so what ends up going down, as Izuku and Mirio do their walkabout, for the first 2 days, they do small things like help people cross the road, help with shopping, and helping little kids, even doing like the small petty crimes, you know? And at first, Mirio thought Izuku was getting annoyed, but Izuku doesn't care. He doesn't care about it. Hero work is hero work. The smallest things to the biggest things. It's what a hero is meant to do. Not about picking and choosing, you do the job. And Mirio looks at Izuku and he really looks up to this little kid, you know? This young man compared to him. And so, on the third day, what ends up going down is, as Izuku is walking with Mirio, making his rounds in the town that he is, it's nighttime. And Izuku gets a text, he looks down and is like, what the? And looks down and says, huh? And he's like, please help. I got confronted by the hero killer. I accidentally ran across him and he saw me and he attacked me. I try to get away, but he was fast. Please help me, Midoriya. And he sends it to Izuku. He sends the location. Izuku immediately he texts around. Who's on Hosu? Todoroki states he's in Hosu. He tells Todoroki, go to this coordinates and save Ida. He's been attacked by the hero killer Stain. Let the hero that he's with know. And this is when Todoroki goes, there's no moose here, Midoriya. Those things that you destroyed in the USJ, they're all over this town. Izuku's like, what? Mirio's like, what's the matter? Izuku goes into KCM 1, 40%. Bear in mind, Izuku's been training, he's now at 40%. His power is raging now. He's like, damn, I need to get there. Mirio, I know I'm breaking the rules, but I have to go save my friends. He goes, where are they? They're in Hosu. Hosu? That's about half an hour away. What makes you think? Izuku goes, apologize to Night-Eye for me. I won't be long. Izuku instantly takes a running stance and rockets away. He rockets so fast. He's like a yellow streak of lightning going, a yellow rocket moving through the city. He's so fast. And as Izuku's running, he's like, please let me make it. Please. He runs. And as he gets to Hosu, he runs around. He sees Nomus everywhere and he jumps around. And as he's running, he takes out all the Nomus around him. Everyone sees this yellow streak run through the city, even Manuel does. They're like, who's that? Endeavor sees the streak run past him, and as Endeavor looks, Izuku makes eye contact with Endeavor. Endeavor's like, it's that Midoriya kid. What the hell? And Izuku disappears immediately. And as Izuku runs, he looks through every alleyway, everywhere he can look to try to find Ida and the hero killer. And as Izuku's trying to make his grounds, he stops and looks. And as he closes his eyes, he senses the malicious intent and he feels it. He turns around and goes, I'm right there. He jumps down, and as he gets there, Stain's about to stab Todoroki right in the chest, you know? Because Todoroki got cut and he's on the ground, but Izuku catches the blade and crashes it and punches Stain right in the face, sending him flying. Izuku goes, Shoto, you alright? He uses his chakra to heal Shoto. He goes over to Ida and heals Ida. He goes over to Manuel and heals Manuel. What's it called? A native. As Native gets up, and all three of them gets up, Ida goes, honestly, Midoriya, I did not look for Stain at all. I was running around trying to help as much people as I can, trying to be like you. Izuku looks at him and hears the truth from him and goes, don't worry. And good on you for lasting as long as you did. Your brother would be proud of you. Shoto, you three stand back and let me deal with this, okay? And what happens is, as Stain gets up and goes, oh, another fake hero? Izuku goes, fake hero? I'm not one of those damn bastards. And this is when Stain stops and he goes, wait, you hate fake heroes too? And Izuku goes, yeah, I do. I really hate them, especially Endeavor. If I wasn't trying to be a hero, I would have killed Endeavor the moment I saw him. I hate all these fake heroes. And Stain, his hostile intent disappears, and he goes from being in a fighting position to a thinking position. He goes, "Tell me something, kid. Why do you want to become a hero?" Izuku goes, "I want to weed out all the fakes. I want to make sure that if you are a hero, you earned this place. You're not doing it for fame, nothing at all." And Stain smiles, and he goes, "You truly are something, kid. I will tell you, you have earned my respect. I won't stop killing heroes," but Izuku cuts him off and goes, "You should stop killing heroes. You're a vigilante, and I give you that. I was a vigilante as well, so I understand. But stop while you are. If I was to look at it, you're incredible. No, downright, you're amazing. But shouldn't you use your quirk for something else besides killing heroes?" Yeah, I actually will agree with you. I hate fake heroes too, even up until the point of killing them. But is that morally right though, Stain? Stain looks at Izuku and he leans on the wall and he goes, "To be honest, kid, I never met a person with the same ideals as me. We may be the same, but we both have our own different ways." Stain picks up a sword that was broken. He puts it away and sheaths it and looks at Midoriya. "Just this once, kid, I will listen to you." Izuku goes, "Good, because I don't want to meet you again, but the next time I meet you again, I will take you down as a proper hero." Stain smiles, and as he turns away, he throws the knife at Izuku, and Izuku catches it, and Stain goes, "You were going to let me go?" And he goes, "Hell no, I wasn't going to let you go." He crushes the sword. That's not what's in me. I wasn't going to fall for that bluff that you so happened to put on me." And Stain goes, "Then you're worthy of my time. Don't hold back on me, kid. Give me the best fight I've ever had." Izuku's like, "Fair enough, Stain. I will do that and more." Izuku gets ready, and Stain looks at Izuku, and they both rush in, and they begin to do a mean hand-to-hand combat. And despite Stain being so weak as he is, Izuku, as he's fighting him, he's like, "Wow, you're incredible," just talking to Stain. And Stain just tells Izuku, "To be honest, kid, you're just as incredible yourself. I must say, I'm actually taken aback at how good you are." And as Stain and Izuku fights, Izuku activates KCM fully and punches Stain again, sends him flying. Stain lands on the building and tries to jump off, but Izuku appears by the building and punches Stain up. He runs up the building and Stain's like, "You can even run up walls? You're like a ninja, kid." And Izuku's like, "Pretty much." And as Stain and Izuku fight, Ida, Todoroki, and Native, they're just looking. Native runs away as a coward. And Izuku catches Stain's hand and looks back and is like, "That damn coward. Yeah, definitely he's a fake hero. I should have let you kill him." And Izuku turns back. Stain punches Izuku's face, but it does nothing. It doesn't even break the mask. Izuku pushes Stain back, and Stain jumps on the ground, and Izuku jumps on the ground too. And Stain goes, "So me and you do have the same ideals, but from your perspective, and I must agree, my way is twisted. You've changed me, kid. You've earned my respect, and not only that, you've fully changed me. Maybe your way is not wrong." Maybe Izuku punches Stain in the stomach, he grabs Stain and throws him into the wall. In doing so, what happens is Stain is almost out for the count, and Izuku goes, "Thank you for your praise, and I appreciate you, Stain. Maybe, who knows, you could survive and escape, you know?" And Izuku goes, "But I have to go. I'm going to leave you to my friends because I'm not supposed to be in the city." And Stain's like, he's injured, he's down. "Thank you for the fight, kid. As I said, you earned my respect. Now destroy all those fakes in this world. Do better than me." Izuku goes, "Oh, I will. And when the time comes, Stain, I'll call upon you." Stain looks at Izuku, and Izuku looks at Stain. Izuku turns around. He fist bumps with Ida, and he fist bumps with Todoroki. He tells him, "Take the credit for this, okay? I need to go. I'm in trouble, I believe." Izuku instantly gets into position, and he takes off. He rushes out at max speed. Stain smiles, and before he blacks out from the pain, he goes, "Ah, my will continues, even in real heroes. Thank you, Deku, kid. I appreciate you." Stain hits the ground, tired. Ida and Todoroki wrap him up and take him away. And this is when Endeavor and Manuel come, and they see that Todoroki and Ida took Stain down, but Todoroki stated no, it was all Midoriya. Midoriya took him down, the hero Deku. And they're like, "What?" They're shocked. And what comes down, Anomu comes and picks up Shoto, you know? And what happens is Shoto's about to use his fire, but Stain jumps up and cuts the Anomu in half, and then stabs it right through the head. Stain gets up and gives the massive killing intent to all of them, just like he does in canon, and tells them, "None of you guys are worthy of being my rivals. Only All Might and Deku. Even you, young Todoroki. I give this to you." And what happens, and Stain's ideology still spreads out, which Dabi and Toga sees. And what happens is Stain blacks out, and this is when everything goes the same. Midoriya gets back to what's his name? Back to Mirio. Just before Mirio gets to Night Eyes agency, Izuku lands by Mirio, deactivates KCM. He's like, whew, I got back in time. I calculated it would have taken you half an hour to walk all the way back here. Yes, I feel great. And Izuku drops to one knee. He's like, he goes, what happened? Are you okay? Did you save your friend? He goes, yeah, I saved my friend, and hopefully I changed the hero killer Stain. And he goes, what? You fought the hero killer? And he goes, I fought him, defeated him, and I earned his respect. And what goes down, Mirio takes Izuku into Night Eye's agency, where Night Eye comes, and he scolds Midoriya, you know? But Izuku goes, I am not going to sit back and wait and let my friends die. I have the power to save them. Don't you think that's a good thing? And what goes down is Night Eye goes, yes, it actually is a good thing, kid. I actually do, and this is why I'm growling you, because you put too much attention on yourself too early. At the same time, though, you have my backing all the way, okay, kid, because I gave you permission to use your quirk. So in turn, you did the right thing, okay? But don't let that happen again. Izuku goes, I promise. What happens? Due to the situation, the hero court, well, the internship still goes the same, goes for the full week. In that full week, Izuku accidentally runs into, what's her name? Eri. All the situation with Overhaul happens early, okay? Within the hero internships. Izuku is walking with Mirio, and they're both laughing and talking. And what happens? A girl bumps into her, into Midoriya, and Izuku's like, "Oh, are you alright?" And Izuku picks her up and he goes, "Oh, you look hurt. What's the matter?" She's scared and shaking. And Izuku uses his quirk and he heals her, all her injuries. And she's like, "Please, please, don't let me go." Izuku's like, I promise you, I. And this is when Izuku looks up and he sees Overhaul. He knows Overhaul is Night Eye's main target, and he knows that he can't do nothing to her. At the same time, though, Izuku knows that he has to give Eri back because he has to play to the persona. He told Night Eye he wouldn't do nothing stupid, and so he won't. What happened is before he gives Eri back to Overhaul, he gives her some of his chakra, much like how Naruto gives everyone chakra from like how Naruto gave everyone Kurama's chakra back in the Great Shinobi War. But he gives Eri a lot of it, okay? And Izuku goes, this power that I give you will protect you. He will never be able to hurt you again, okay? And not only that, it's a beacon, so I can find you. He rubs her hair and he goes, you can go back, but honestly, don't fear, okay? I'll be there when you need me most. Eri's shocked and she's like stunned, but she feels this wave of warmth go over her. This light, and she looks at Izuku and sees only this light through these red eyes. Kurama looks at Eri and he's like, I want to kill that bastard. I want to chop his head off. Izuku goes, did you feel her body? Did you see her injuries? And he goes, yes. Even though her skin was healed, the injuries were underneath her skin, as if she'd been poked and prodded by something. As Overhaul takes Eri with him, Izuku stands up and looks at Overhaul, and Overhaul thanks Midoriya a million, and he walks away. Eri looks at Izuku, but instead of being sad and upset, she smiles and she goes, thank you, mister. And what happens is Overhaul goes, what did he say to you? He just told me not to worry, that's it. And so Overhaul takes Eri back to his base. Izuku and Lemillion look at each other and they rush back to Night Eye. When they rush back to Night Eye, they tell him everything. Izuku says that this girl's been experimented on. Something about the Overhaul guy. It doesn't add up. And he goes, oh? He goes, yes, this girl, I don't think he's her daughter. I think he kidnapped her. I think he's experimenting on her. And he goes, you believe so? And he goes, yes. He goes, alright then, kid. Well, I'll bring you up to speed with my investigation, and within the next month or so, once we get the necessary evidence, I will call you in to help me, okay? Izuku punches the wall, cracking the entire wall. He goes, damn that shit. No way. We're not going to wait a month and let that girl be hurt, be injured, And Kurama goes, idiots. You gave her my chakra. My chakra will instantly activate to protect her. He will not be able to touch her, let alone experiment on her again. I promise you, Midoriya. Izuku's like, thank you, Kurama. Sorry. It just makes me angry that I had to let her go. That's all. And he goes, don't worry, kid. I'm connected to you. I feel your pain. Okay? Don't worry. And so Izuku apologizes to Night Eye that he broke the wall, but Night Eye goes, I understand you're angry. And I hear from your quirk you can sense people's feelings. So I understand. And don't worry about the wall, I'll pay for it. And it goes, but when you go back to school tomorrow, Just note that when the time comes, I'm going to call for your aid, okay, kid? And Izuku goes, yeah. And as Izuku walks away, Nada goes, by the way, how good is your healing abilities? And Izuku goes, well, from 1 to 24, I can heal mediocre injuries like cuts, bruises, and even like burns, you know? But when I'm in this form, Izuku powers up to KCM 1 at 40%. I can heal muscles, tissue fully, broken bones, even organs. Why is that? And it goes, incredible, kid. I will ask you for a favor in the future, but not right now, okay? And Izuku goes, whatever you need, sir, whatever you need. I appreciate you helping me become a better hero. And he goes, not at all, kid. You're taking the chance to become a better hero, okay? And Izuku thanks him. Mirio and Izuku finish off their last patrol. And then Izuku thanks Mirio and he goes back to school. When Izuku gets back to school, he sees Ida, and Ida smiles and thanks Izuku, and they all hang out and they're all happy, you know. Class 1A gets together and Mina just rushes Izuku and jumps on him, tackles him and hugs him and kisses him. Chakra does the same. She jumps on Bakugo, hugs and kisses him, and she whispers in his ear, I believe I'm ready, Katsuki. Bakugo is blushing, you know, like, what? And she smiles and kisses him directly on the lips, and she uses her quirk to make them both anti-gravity to make them float. And what happens is they land, and Bakugo goes, alright then, I'm ready too. Mina goes, oh, that's so cute, they're both about to lose their virginity to each other. And Izuku goes, what have you been saying to her? And she goes, oh, nothing at all. I don't know what you're talking about, my dear. Izuku laughs and goes, yeah, sure, alright. And Izuku kisses Mina, and this is when Aizawa comes in. He goes, enough of that, you lovebirds. Midoriya, I heard you helped out in Hosu, thank you. And I was going to growl you for doing vigilante stuff again, however Night Eye told me that he gave you permission to use your quirk. Man, you ran you ran over 30 kilometers in under 3 to 4 minutes. That's incredible, kid. Why did you go so slow in the entrance exam, in the UA sports festival? And Izuku goes, well, you see, I took out the 0-pointers and I wanted to make sure everyone had a fair chance to run through the mines without, you know, hurting themselves. And he goes, fair enough, now I understand. Next time, don't hold back, okay? You make me look bad. Izuku's like, yeah, sorry, Sensei, I apologize for that. Shinsei walks into the class and he goes, oh, by the way, you have a new student. He's replacing Mineta. Mineta has been sent to class 1B. Here's Shinso. And Shinso walks in, and sees Midoriya, goes, hey Midoriya, and he goes, oh Shinso. They fist bump and they sit down, and everyone's just looking at, whoa. And as they're talking and hanging out, Jiro actually looks at Shinso, and she actually thinks he's hot. He's hot, and Izuku's like, I see that Jiro likes Shinso. Maybe I should tell, and Mina goes, I'll tell her, don't worry. I like making relationships. And Izuku goes, you're cunning, Mina, but that's why I love you. And this takes Mina off guard when Izuku says, I love you, and all the girls and all the boys heard that, and Izuku's like, oh, and she leans over and gives him a kiss, and she goes, I love you too. She just sits back down, and Aizawa goes, this kid. And he goes, anyway, today you guys are going to be doing your final exam before you guys go to the forest with the wild pussycats, okay? Don't hold back, I want you guys to push your guys' selves to the max potential, okay? Midoriya, after you're done, Recovery Girl would like to see you, okay? Night Eye asked you upon how far you can heal, right? And he goes, yeah. Well, the favor, he asked for that favor. And Izuku's like, right, I'll do whatever it needs to, okay? He allowed me to use my quirk, and I'll do the same. Whatever it takes. And Aizawa goes, good on you, kid. Nicely handled with Stain. You truly are something else. And so as they go for their last test, Izuku blasts through the written test, and he only comes second to Momo. And what goes down is Izuku and them do the running test where Izuku beats all of them in a blink of an eye. Under 0.1 seconds, Izuku goes from where the starting point is to All Might in a blink of an eye. Not even a blink of an eye. All Might goes begin, Izuku's already there. And All Might goes, well kid, as strong as I am, I didn't even see you. Izuku goes, oh, sorry about that, All Might, and maybe you're getting old. All Might laughs at Izuku's response. And everyone gets there and they go, well, of course Midoriya is the winner. And so what ends up going down is this is when they have the battle against the teachers. What ends up going down, of course, unfortunately for Bakugo, he's not going to be in the same team as Izuku. Izuku's going to be by himself. Nezu told All Might not to use the weights, and he wants All Might to fight Izuku at full power. All Might goes, "Are you sure about this?" And he goes, "Of course. I want to see how strong this kid is, okay? He was able to clear 30 kilometers in under 2 minutes. That's faster than you, All Might." All Might goes, "Yeah, that is actually faster than me." And and Nezu goes, "And from our last conversation, he's at 40% his true power. At 25%, he could take you. Easy. Now I want to see what it's like at 40%. Almost like kind of gulps. And he goes, "Alright, and do your best, okay? And if you do deflate, I'll deactivate instantly the cameras. And Cementos will make a barrier between you and Midoriya, okay?" And All Might's about to say anything, but he goes, "What happens is, Recovery Girl states, it's pointless, okay? Let Midoriya see All Might's skinny form. Nare told me that Midoriya can heal organs and injuries. So let him see your injuries, see what happened to you, okay?" All Might's like, "Oh yes, ma'am. What? He can heal?" And he goes, "Yes, he can heal you. Theoretically, of course. But that's up to you. Make sure you," and Nezu goes, "So make sure you don't miss this opportunity, okay? He's probably gonna be the next #1 hero." All Might goes, "Alright." And so as everyone gets paired up with their teams, Mina and Kaminari, they pass, Mina is so good at her acid, and she begins to do like Mina attacks jump through. Her acids allowed for them to open up parts of Nezu's rubble area, everything like that. And they manage to survive, they manage to escape, which shocks Nezu. And he goes, "Wow, that Mina and Kaminari passed." Everyone passes, okay? Shinso, he does really good too. Actually, Bakugo and Shinso together, and they work together fully. And so, what goes down is when Izuku goes, "Sir, who am I going up against?" All Might lands on the ground. "You're going against me, young man. I heard you're as strong as me, so I'm not going to be wearing weights like the rest of the teachers. I'm going to go full power on you. Do you understand?" Izuku smiles and he goes, "Really? You really are? You going to grant me that?" And All Might goes, "Haha, of course. It's not every day I get to fight a kid that is as powerful as me." And Izuku smiles and, "Thank you, All Might. I appreciate that." He looks at Principal Nezu and he bows to the Principal Nezu. Nezu smiles, "Give us a show, Midoriya." And Izuku goes, "Oh, I will." Izuku walks in, and as he stands in the city, All Might comes in, and All Might goes, "I'm not going to hold back." He throws his hand back, and does a massive Detroit smash. That Detroit smash blows up majority of the buildings. Izuku sees this, and he body flickers straight into it, going into KCM immediately. All Might and Izuku meet in the middle, and both of them clash. That clash was so massive that it blew the buildings away. Izuku lands, and he goes, "Whoa, that punch was harder than Onomu's. Damn, this is exciting!" And both All Might and Izuku begin to fight, and All Might's enjoying it, He can't believe he gets to let loose, especially on a kid, And as they're fighting, they're blowing buildings apart. All Might's punching Izuku around the city, and Izuku's punching All Might around the city. And as they begin to clash, Izuku don't realize, but even though he's at 45%, this battle with All Might has bumped him immediately to 45%. He's almost on KCM 2, which unfortunately to All Might, he stands no chance against, okay? No chance at all. And I'm not downplaying All Might, but I'm not going to downplay Naruto at all. Okay? At all. And so, I'm not going to downplay Deku at all, okay? So anyway, as their battle commences, All Might's like, he's enjoying himself, but he's starting to feel fatigue. Izuku starts to get a little bit heavy on breathing, but he gains his composure. He's like, "Alright, All Might, I've had my fun and all, but time for me to take it up a notch and push beyond my limits." Izuku goes back, and he runs at All Might, and All Might goes, he goes, "Good kid." And he goes, "I'm going to do the same. I'm the symbol of peace after all, and it's my job to push you to the extreme." All Might goes, "Plus Ultra Detroit Smash!" Izuku runs into All Might. He just runs at him, and he's about to do a tail beast bomb, but he goes, no. He uses his fist, and he does the same thing. He goes, "Smash!" Both of them clash their fist. The shockwave was so massive that not only did it change the weather, it blew the entire city up. All Might got sent flying out the city. Izuku's arm's broken, but All Might got thrown out the city entirely. Izuku's standing there and he's like, "Wow, All Might actually injured me. Of all things, All Might injured my arm." Izuku instantly refixes his arm immediately. Nezu smiles, and all the teachers just clap their hands in the observation rooms. All of Class 1A are like, "Izuku Midoriya is stronger than All Might." Bakugo goes, "Well, of course. This is Izuku not holding back. This is Izuku going beyond his limits." "My best friend, you damn bastard." And they all laugh, you know, they're all like, wow, that's so cool. Izuku rushes off to go find All Might. All Might's laying in the crater in a skinny form, and Izuku lands like, All Might, are you? And he's like, he coughs up blood. Nice one, kid. And Izuku's like, hey, you're not. And he goes, I'm All Might. This is what I look like when I'm not at my strongest. You punched me out of my form, kid. That's incredible. I felt your arm break when I punched your arm. And I'm not going to say anything, but you broke my entire shoulder and my arm, kid. And Izuku's like, I'm sorry about that. Let me in. He goes, just take me to Recovery Girl. I think she wanted to see you after this anyway, but please don't let no one know about this, okay? And Izuku's like, oh, sweet as All Might, definitely. As Izuku's running with All Might, takes him back to the Recovery Girl. He goes, so why are you like this anyway? And he shows Izuku his injury while they wait for Recovery Girl to come into the nurse's room. And when she gets there, All Might was already explained upon All for One and the injury he sustained, and that he's got no stomach and he can barely breathe. Izuku goes, is this the favour Night Eye wants me to do? He looks back at Recovery Girl because he notices her in the room. And just goes, yes, young man. Night Eye asks if he can use your power to heal All Might. Izuku goes, well, I haven't really fully healed someone's organs fully before, but I've healed Katsuki's destroyed arm and burnt skin, and because your skin is the biggest organ, I can naturally assume that if that's the case, then I can heal your stomach. And All Might goes, really, kid? And he goes, yeah. Izuku goes into KCM, but he's like, oh, I'm feeling tired though. This will knock me out, so prepare yourself, All Might. This is gonna hurt. Izuku places his hand on All Might. A Nine-Tails cloak appears over All Might, but instead of a Nine-Tailed cloak, it's a KCM cloak. As this goes down, All Might's side begins to steam. It begins to burn. He's like, he coughs out blood. And the Recovery Girl goes, are you right, Toshi? He goes, it's bearable. And Izuku goes, I'm almost finished. And he pumps it as much chakra as he can. And Izuku gets, and the resulting situation, Izuku falls to the ground. And he breathes out heavily. He goes, I wasn't fully able to heal you, but your stomach's back and I fixed nearly all your respiratory system. I believe you're not at 100%, but you're close. I'm sorry, All Might, I failed you. Izuku blacked out, and All Might goes, you didn't fail me, kid. All Might goes back into his buff form, and he stays in that form. He begins to breathe. He can like feel his stomach. He's like, oh my god, like this kid gave me a second chance. He hugs Izuku, picks him up on the ground, and Recovery Girl goes, leave him here. He's done a lot, okay? Yeah, you go over there right now, and we'll do some tests on you tomorrow. All Might thanks Recovery Girl and looks back at Midoriya, and thanks him as well. And All Might leaves. Everyone finds out Izuku's knocked out in the recovery room, you know, and they're like, but Izuku was standing. Mina rushes to Midoriya and she goes, Midoriya, are you? And she kisses Izuku, and Izuku goes, I'm alright, don't worry. I actually hurt All Might too much, and I had to heal him. And she said, what? And he goes, yeah, I pretty much almost killed All Might. And she goes, wow, you never cease to amaze me. Stop ceasing to amaze me, Izuku. She kisses Izuku again, and Recovery Girl goes, enough of that, okay? My patient just needs to recover. He'll be done by the end of the day, and he'll be coming home with you, okay? Don't worry about him. And as they leave, Bakugo goes, nicely done, nerd. And Izuku goes, alright there, spiky head. And he goes, what the hell do you say? And he goes, I just used Chako's nickname for you. And he's like, whatever. They laugh, and Bakugo goes off, and Izuku goes, oh, isn't it that time tonight? And Bakugo instantly, his face blushes, and he slams the door behind him. And Izuku goes, I got you. And so Izuku lands down, he's tired. What ends up going down is that night Bakugo introduces Uraraka to his parents, just like how Izuku introduced Mina to his mum. And just like Izuku, Inko, Mitsuki is just the same. She's so proud of Bakugo, you know, changing the firecracker that he is, and the fact that he has a pretty girl with him. She's like, oh, you're so cute. Are you going to marry my son? Blah, blah, blah. And Bakugo goes, Mom, enough with that. And not only that, Hag, but she's going to stay the night, okay? She looks right at Bakugo. Oh. She rubs next to him and bumps on the shoulder. Is that time? Inko told me about Midoriya. And Bakugo goes, what? And she goes, don't worry, kids, as long as you use protection, alright? Bakugo's dad goes from the passive man that he is to being very proud, and he fist bumps Bakugo and goes, nicely done, my son, you lady killer, you. And Bakugo smiles. Ochako smiles too, you know. So, of course, they do the clapping game just like Izuku does. At the same time they're clapping, Izuku and Mina are clapping as well. At their own house. And so, long story short, they enjoy their week off. But as their week off, Izuku gets a call from Night Eye. Naruto states, "It's time, kid. I got the necessary evidence that to take the Shihaizaki down. I need you. Can you help me?" And Izuku's like, "I'm there. I'm really there." Izuku looks back at Mina and tells her that he needs to go. Naruto needs him, and she goes, "It's alright, okay?" Not only that, she kisses Izuku and tells him, "Be safe, okay?" And he goes, "I will, I promise you." Chakra and Bakugo appear by them, you know, and Izuku tells Bakugo that he's going to Naruto's agency, and he goes, "You want me to come?" And he goes, "Naruto, I didn't want me, unfortunately, Kachan, but can you protect them and just make sure Mina gets home safely?" And he goes, "Alright, alright, Deku." They both fist bump, and he goes, "Don't get killed, do you hear me?" And he goes, "I won't, I promise you." Izuku disappears immediately at max speed, okay? He doesn't realize that he's pushing at 48% of his complete control over the Nine Tails. He's almost there. He's almost at KCM level 2. And as Izuku's running, he jumps in the air and speed blasters. He kicks the air. He tries to do what All Might does, and it works. He begins to kick the air, making air pressure strong enough for him to fly, and he starts to balance himself, making gigantic nine-tail kind of arms. Make his hands like chakra hands to balance him like kind of wings. And Izuku goes, "Whoa, this is incredible!" Izuku instantly, every time he loses momentum, he kicks the air again, and in doing so, he rockets across the sky, and he goes, "This is way cooler!" Izuku instantly flips down and lands right in front of Naruto's agency, cracking the ground, deactivates KCM, and walks straight in the building. There, Izuku sees all the heroes around him. Bear in mind, almost not there because he's still getting used to being healed. It's only been 1 day. And so Naruto doesn't want to push All Might. Izuku gets into the room. Naruto goes, "Welcome, Midoriya. This is the last piece of the puzzle. As you guys know, this is the Green Blur, the old vigilante, but he's now the Demon Fox hero Deku. Welcome, kid." And they look at Izuku, you know. Aizawa's there, and he goes, "Hey, problem child." And he goes, "Oh, Sensei, nice to see you." Shinso, and Shinso smiles. And what goes down is Fat Gum's there with Kirishima, and it's like, "Oh, Kirishima." Sorry, no, not Kirishima. With who's there? Sun Eater. Okay. A lot of people are not there because Kirishima went to the internship with Fat Gums after his internship with that guy with the big hands. You know, when him and Tetsu were together. So in this one, none of the Class 1A characters are there at all. The only person that is there besides Izuku is Shinso. And sorry, yeah, he's a Class 1A member. My bad. Anyway, what goes down is they all get debriefed. Izuku goes, "So what do you need me to do, Sensei?" And he goes, "Sir," and he goes, "You have the ability to sense, right? You can sense intent. Do you reckon you'll be able to sense him out through the building?" And Izuku goes, "Oh, no, not only will I be able to sense him out, but I have a homing beacon in there already placed in the way of Eri, the little girl." And he goes, "What do you mean?" Izuku touches Mirio and releases some of the Nine Tails chakra into him, making a KCM cloak. And he goes, "This cloak is not a simple thing just to like heal you, protect you, and increase your strength, but I can also feel this ability no matter where it is, okay? And it's been activated a lot because I believe the Yakuza tried to experiment on Eri while we've been away." And he goes, "I understand. Alright, kid, we'll go with your notion, okay? You will lead the front team, and if you see Overhaul, take him down with extreme prejudice, do you hear me?" Izuku goes, "Hell yeah." They all smiled at Izuku's enthusiasm. And so what goes down is they meet at the Shihaizaki. All the police knock on the door, and Ryuku's there. As that big guy jumps through the door and smashes the door, Izuku jumps at him at 5%. His hand goes red, and he punches the giant guy, punches him right through the building, and he gets smashed right through the roof and lands on the ground, knocked out. Ryuku's like, "Wow, that kid's something else." Izuku lands, and Izuku looks back at Naruto, and Naruto goes, "Go!" Both Izuku and Mirio look at each other, they both nod, and Izuku blitzes it away. Mirio uses permeation to go through the ground. Izuku rushes through the rooms, rushes all the way until he gets to a wall, but he smashes right through it like it's nothing. He speed blitzes all the way to the point when he gets to Eri. Izuku gets into a giant room where he sees Eri, you know, and this is when he sees Overhaul. Overhaul goes, "It's you, the Green Blur." And Izuku goes, "The one and only." And he goes, "They brought you in here? Well, you think you're strong enough to take me?" And Izuku goes, "Huh, strong enough?" Izuku disappears, kicks Overhaul in the face. He kicks the other two guys that are by Overhaul. He grabs Eri and jumps away and backflips and lands. Mirio comes out of the ground and he smiles. "Nicely done, Midoriya." And he goes, "Yeah." Izuku looks at Eri and he goes, "You alright, Eri?" And she smiles, "Yes, Mr. Izuku, I'm fine." And he smiles, "Just call me Izuku, okay? Or you can call me the hero Deku. Either way." He gives her the Mirio, and Izuku's about to tell Mirio to leave, but Eri goes, "Can I sit here and watch, please? He hurt me all my life." And makes Izuku really angry, eh? Really angry, to the point where he doesn't even realize it, but he now reached 50%. This alone triggered a new transformation in Izuku. Izuku's aura begins to skyrocket immediately, and a cloak appears around Izuku. KCM 2 has been achieved, Kurama states, and Izuku's like, what? He looks back and goes, now I have to wake up, okay? Because you're using a higher form of my power, I have to keep infusing chakra. Since this is your first time, you can only use it for 5 minutes, okay? So do your best while you're in this form. And Izuku's like, right, I will. He turns back and Overhaul's like, this brat, he give me back Eri! Touches the ground and makes the whole ground sweep up. Izuku puts both his hands together and makes a miniaturized Biju bomb and goes, huh, you wanna attack me with that stupid attack? Here, catch this, shoots the mini Biju bomb. Overhaul makes a barrier between them, but it's not gonna do nothing. The barrier itself got annihilated, the roof itself got blown through. Everyone looks at the massive hole that it came, and Overhaul's on the ground. His arms are destroyed, he is pretty much broken. Chronostasis and his other friend are taken out too. Izuku goes, well, that was boring. Kurama goes, well, makes sense, no, you idiot. Izuku goes, what? KCM 2, you're twice as strong as All Might now. Meaning, Izuku's like, oh, I see. So I'm just gonna run through these guys like fodder, right? And he goes, pretty much. He goes, alright. He turns around and goes, better clean this whole building up before anyone gets hurt. Izuku takes a stance and he disappears. He runs through the entire building, destroys and beats up everyone. He saves what's it called, Sun Eater. He saves what's it called, what's his name, that guy that locks things into place. He saves them all. And after Izuku's finished, he brings out all the villains. They're all tied up, and Izuku's got Overhaul and his men tied up together all in a row. He made sure Overhaul can't use his, well, he can't use his Quirk anyway because his arms are not destroyed, but they're singed badly, you know. He can't even close his fingers because they'll break the skin, you know. And so he's in extreme pain. Izuku's not going to heal him. As they all walk out, the police see Izuku. They begin to clap. Everyone claps in a massive standing ovation for Izuku. Izuku grabs Overhaul and chucks him straight to onto the floor by Night-Eye. And Izuku goes, here you go. And Izuku smiles and Night-Eye smiles and, thank you, kid. You have a promising future ahead of you. No, you have a great future. I look forward to watching you become #1 and bring the world into a better future. I agree with you though. All Might made the world soft, but you make everyone feel equal. You push everyone, and you have my respect, kid. 100%. All the heroes there give Izuku their respect. All of them. They clap. They're proud of Izuku. They're happy. And Izuku's that's nothing, honestly. And what happens is Nida goes, I'm gonna make it my mission to get your hero provisional license. Alright, kid, so you can use your Quirk. My agency is always open to you. Come back anytime. And Izuku goes, oh, I will, sir, I will. You don't waste time like Aizawa Sensei, and I enjoy that about you the most, okay? And so I'm there. And Izuku walks away. They all leave. And Izuku goes home. Izuku was credited in helping and taking down the entire Yakuza. Izuku even uses his ability to heal the old Yakuza boss. And when he found out that what happened to Eri, he apologized. He explained Eri's Quirk the best that he could, and Aizawa states that we'll take Eri with us, okay? You people are unfit to keep her. Aizawa's irritated, but he goes, fair enough, you're absolutely right, we are unfit, and I'm sorry about what has happened. And so the Quirk cancelling bullets have been removed entirely from the My Hero Academia state, you know? Because of Izuku, well, because of the interaction with Night-Eye and everything happening so early, all the situation with the Yakuza, it happens fast, okay? But this catches the eye of the Meta Liberation Army, Redestro. Redestro smiles and sees that Izuku is not like any other hero. In fact, he's more like Hero Killer Stain. He shares the idea of being free and using their quirks. Maybe I should recruit him. What do you guys think? And they say it's a big risk because, as far as I look at it, the kid's probably on par with All Might, if not stronger. If we do something wrong, he could take us out instantly, right? And he goes, very true. So we need to play our cards right, alright? And he goes, yes, but I will send an invitation to him anyway. And so as Izuku goes back, he sees Mina and she goes, are you alright? What happened? I saw on the news that you pretty much single-handedly defeated the Yakuza. And he goes, that was nothing. And she goes, you had a new form. What was that? Oh, I reached 50% of my power. So my power, me and Kurama can go to a new state, a new form, you know? And she goes, wow, that's so cool. And he goes, yeah, but I believe the KCM power, that KCM 2, will stay the same even though I'm at 100%, but I'll be at least 4 times to 5 times stronger than All Might. Who knows, I could be 10 times stronger. And she goes, either way, you're so great and you deserve a little treat. And so Mina goes down on her knees in Izuku's room and begins to pleasure her man. But anyway, after that, long story short, everyone in 1A finds out what Izuku done and they're like, so cool. Aizawa states that Izuku Midoriya has got his hero provisional license. He doesn't need to actually do any of the stuff. But all of you guys just only shows how much you guys have to do. Izuku goes to everyone, oh, I have a gift for all of you guys by the way too. Thanks to me being at a new state of my power, I can give you all a piece of my power. They're like, what? And Izuku powers up into his QB cloak, okay? Red chakra, without the tail. He goes, I can amplify your powers about 5 times like this, okay? This is my 5%. In doing so, it will power you guys all up to 5 times stronger than what you guys are. And not only that, it will help your bodies regenerate and get you guys stronger to the point where after the cloak runs out fully, you guys will be at their 5 times power gap. And the power gap between you and the cloak will disappear over the period of time, okay? Aizawa smiles, he goes, you just can't help yourself, can you, kid? And he goes, no, I can't. And he goes, well, do so and let's all go. Izuku tells everyone to line up. Everyone walks past Izuku and Izuku begins to give them some of his chakra. Aoyama was one of the last ones. Izuku goes, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Aoyama touches Izuku and he feels the power over him. It's like, wow. And Izuku goes, better? And he goes, thank you. And Izuku goes, they're all like, sweet. He looks at Sato and he goes, do you know how you need to eat food and calories or sugar to keep the super strength? Well, this KCM cloak that you have will actually sustain it and give you the necessary sugar calories that you need. Well, it will allow your body to burn the energy and substitute instead of sugar for now, okay? And Sato takes Midoriya. He looks at everyone else and he goes, Shinso, this also increases your abilities. Everyone, blah, 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 blah. They all get on the bus and they all make it to this. Unfortunately for Class 1A, nothing's going to come easy to them, even though Izuku's there. Everyone gets told to get off the bus and Aizawa goes, Midoriya, stay on the bus. He goes, why? What are you up to? And he goes, this will be too easy for you and everyone will rely on your power. Izuku goes, oh, I see. Well, let me say goodbye to Mina and tell her good luck. Okay, yeah, whatever. Izuku goes down, he kisses Mina and tells him, I'm not allowed to come with you guys, I have to go on the bus. So, Izuku gives her a little bit more of his chakra and tells her, this will help you out, okay? Do your best and I'll see you when you get to camp, okay? She goes, you better. And Izuku goes, oh, I promise. Izuku gets back on the bus and sits down. And this is when they used, this is when the Wild Wild Pussycats used their quirk to shoot everyone off the side. Izuku activates the KCM cloak in everyone, and as they feel it, they all feel the power, and as they hit the ground, none of them are injured, none of them are hurt. They're like, whoa. And Bakugo goes, it's cool, right? Me and Midoriya have been working on that quirk for ages, and I must say it's a lifesaver. And they go, wait, you have it? And then Bakugo activates it willingly, and he goes, yeah, I've had it for years, I just don't use it. They're like, what? And he goes, yeah. He goes, he leaves it dormant within me. He allows me to, once I touch it within my own energy, within inside myself, it activates and he registers it and he fills it up with energy anyway. They're like, wow, that is so cool. As Izuku's sitting back, he's sleeping in the back, you know, just relaxing. And everyone's going through the forest of death. Oh, it's forest of death, my bad, wrong story, it's Naruto. They all go through the forest and they make it there on time, easy as, you know. Izuku's already there, he's fully asleep. And Aizawa states, get some rest, and have some food, and tomorrow your true training begins. And so they do go through that, and the first day of training happens the same. Izuku activates a chakra cloak, and he tells them, for you to acquire the 5 times multiplication with your quirks, you need to push your quirks beyond its limits. You need to break your body physically. You need to push yourself. My quirk will heal you, okay? But it's up to you to push past that limit and get stronger and stronger. So you gotta do so, alright? And they go, yeah. And so they head out. Izuku goes, Aizawa sensei, what do you want me to do? Aizawa goes, that KCM cloak, I want you to, that KCM 1 form you have, activate it and stay in that form all day. And Izuku's like, what? And the Kurama's like, that's pretty onto it. That's pretty efficient too. Yeah, might as well. And so Izuku's like, okay then. And so he activates KCM 1 and he stays in that form. He begins to fight and practice. He meets Koda. Koda doesn't even try to punch Izuku because Izuku catches his hands. And Izuku's red eyes intimidate him. And so day 1, day 2 and day 3 go really relatively fast even when class 1B comes in, you know. In those 3 days, class 1A, all of class 1A, even Aoyama, they were able to bridge the gap with their power, you know. They were able to get to the 5 times limiter that Izuku put for them. And in doing so, the KCM cloak deactivates within their bodies, and they're like, what? Izuku claps his hand to all of them. You guys did well. You guys did really well. You guys have reached the pinnacle on what I said. All of you guys are 5 times stronger than you once were, right? Sato, Uraraka, Bakugo. They all agree and it goes, good. He goes, now it's time for you guys to rest. Even though it is my energy within you, your body still will feel the fatigue nonetheless, okay? So you guys need to rest. Aizawa and them are about to do the, what's it called, the test, or the bravery test for the hide to go seek thing, but Izuku goes, it's not a good time, especially for class 1A. They have only cracked the surface of their true power. They've reached the 5 times multiplier that I said, and so they'll be really tired, Sensei. He goes, oh, I see. Well, then you kids are lucky. Midoriya has you guys back. So there'll be none of that stuff, will be tomorrow, okay? But bear in mind, your training that was hard today is going to be harder tomorrow. And they're like, what? And Izuku's like, don't look at me. As Izuku's standing there, he feels something. He feels something weird. Everyone's in the area eating food and relaxing until Izuku sees a big blue flame appear. And he registered, he sees Koda's not there too, and he's like, what the? As the blue flames appear, Izuku's like, he activates KCM, and activating KCM, he senses around the entire forest, and he feels hostile intent. He feels multiple villains around. And they're like, what? They're shocked, you know, they're really shocked. Aizawa's like, how many are there? And Izuku goes, I don't know, there's a couple. I sense 1, so there's Darby, Toga, Compress, Stinger, Magnus, what's it called, Magnia, Water Magnus, whatever, and Muscular. Izuku senses, and he senses Koda's distress, and he senses a malevolent present by Koda. Izuku goes, I gotta go, Sensei! Everyone, stay with Sensei! Izuku disappears immediately. He activates the cloak around everyone's body, even Aizawa's. He goes, when did that kid put this on me? And he goes, thank you, kid. Everyone, you heard Midoriya, let's go! Together now, okay? Strongest on the outside, all the ones that are weaker, all on the inside, okay? Let's go, move, move, move! Everyone works together, all the wild pussycats, everyone, and they manage to run and rush everyone inside the building, where they all begin, where all their pro heroes surrounded, Vlad King and all of them. Vlad King has a chakra cloak around him too. He goes, what's this? Even the wild pussycats and go, that's Midoriya's power. He's given it to you to make yourself 5 times stronger. Because we've mastered our quirks, we don't have none of the issues like the rest of them do. And he goes, cool, that's really great. And they go out, and this is when a fake version of Darby, sorry, Twice is there too. A fake version of Darby comes and he throws blue flames, but it does nothing to the chakra cloak. Aizawa wraps him up, and Vlad King punches his face out, and Darby turns to mud. And as this goes down, Compress, Stinger, and them all running to the building. The wild pussycats holds them all off, you know, and they do really well. Toga gets taken out easy, you know, she gets taken out by Aizawa straight away. What's it called? Magnus tries to grab the one with the search quirk, and as she gets magnetized there, what ends up going down is Vlad King appears and punches him so hard that knocks him out and breaks all his teeth on his face. Mr. Compress tries to compress him, but the male wild pussycat knocks him out and punches him away. Twice sees that and he makes multiple versions of himself to grab them and tries to distract them. But Aizawa's not having it. He deactivates his quirk and knocks him out. And now that Darby's the only one that's not there, but still, Darby, when he sees that his team is down, he shoots massive blue flames on the entire area, engulfing the area, but it does nothing. Because Aizawa and them, everyone within the building, even Class 1B, have chakra cloaks to protect them, thanks to Izuku Midoriya. And so back to Izuku Midoriya, he appears on the mountainside, cliffside by Koda, and Izuku lands by Koda and goes, don't worry, kid, I'm here, okay? He touches Koda and puts a chakra cloak around him and throws Koda off the side of the mountain. Koda's like, what the? Oh my gosh! He screams. But what happens is a Ninetales tail comes out of Koda's chakra cloak and he grabs a branch of a tree and swings him. He's like, huh? Izuku shouts out, run back to your auntie. Don't worry, that power that I have put around you will protect you from villains. Okay? Koda's like, thank you. He runs away. And Izuku goes, so you are muscular, right? Izuku powers up to KCM1. Interesting. I always want to know who was stronger between you and All Might. But judging by how you look and everything like that, you're pretty weak. And he goes, oh, is that right, Brett? You're the green blur kid, the vigilante kid. What are you doing with heroes anyway? You'll be a much better villain. Izuku goes, oh, don't worry, I've actually thought about that prospect a long time ago. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it. And he's like, oh, alright then, kid. And he rushes at Izuku, and Izuku rushes at him as well at max speed. And what goes down is, as Muscular is about to throw a punch, Izuku appears right in the middle. Izuku briefly goes into KCM2 and punches Muscular so hard that Muscular gets sent flying right across the forest, you know? And Izuku aimed him perfectly to land right in front of the in the building where Aizawa is. And Izuku rushes off and jumps in the air and kicks the air, and he does a pseudo type of fly like All Might does. Izuku turns around, he lands right on top of Muscular, and Muscular coughs out blood, and Izuku stomps straight on the head, knocking him out entirely. Aizawa looks at Izuku and he goes, "You right, kid?" And he goes, "Yeah." Mandalay's like, "Oh, where's Koda?" And Koda's running, and he's crying. But when he sees Izuku standing over Muscular, stomping on his face, Koda starts to be happy. He runs to his auntie, and Izuku just kicks Muscular out of his way. What ends up going down, is Izuku goes, "I didn't discern why they were here. However, I must state though that I believe they came for someone." And Aizawa goes, "Who?" And just then, what happens is Twice uses his quirk to make lots of him to hide. And what happens is Mr. Compress was still able to grab Bakugo and disappear. They ended up going through the portal, and as Izuku walks into the room, what goes down, he finds out that Bakugo's not there. He's like, Where's Katsuki? Where's Bakugo? Where is he?" Izuku screams, and they tell him they don't know. He just disappeared. He wanted to see where you guys were. I tried to tell him to stay, and that's Uraraka, and she looks down, and Izuku pats her on the head. He goes, "Alright." Izuku focuses, and he feels where Bakugo is. He goes, "He's there. He's in that city." "Alright. Aizawa Sensei, I know where Bakugo is." And he goes, "Good, kid. Let's round up these villains and take them." But as he says so, a purple mist appears under everyone, and they all disappear. It tries to appear under Izuku, but Izuku body flickers easily away, like it was nothing. And as the portal appears, Izuku makes a miniature tail beast bomb and throws it through the portal. And just as it enters, it's about to explode, but luckily Kurogiri sends it away, sends it back to the forest, and it blows up in the distance, and Izuku goes, "Smart, good on him." And what goes down is Aizawa and them all go back to UA, and this is when the press finds out upon Katsuki Bakugo. But this is when Aizawa states that he goes, the villains won't even break him. He'll probably break them before they break him. And not only that, he's best friends with the strongest kid in our school, the most powerful kid I've ever seen. And they all look at Aizawa, and he goes, "If anyone's gonna find Katsuki Bakugo, it's Izuku Midoriya, the fox demon himself, Deku." Aizawa bows. The press doesn't scold them at all. They're like, "Oh, okay," and they believe him because Izuku has shown time and time again that he's just incredible. Just incredible. They found out they all know about him helping against Overhaul. They all know about him taking down Stain. They all know about him. Like he was a vigilante that pretty much did so good that and now that he's got a hero provisional license, Izuku can join the fray. And so when they make the team, Izuku goes, "I'm not gonna wait, okay? All Might, are you okay?" And he goes, "Yeah, kid, I'm fine." He goes, "Where are you at truly?" And goes, "To be honest, I'm at 90% my true 100%. I'm 90% of my true power." Izuku goes, "That's a good thing?" He goes, "Yeah, that is." Izuku touches All Might and gives him a KCM cloak and goes, This will compensate for the other 10%, okay? I can't hold it for long because you're powerful." And All Might goes, "I don't need it, kid, but thank you. Are you sure, All Might?" And he goes, "Yeah, I am." Izuku said, "Alright then." They tell the plan, and Izuku goes, "I'm not gonna wait, as you know, Aizawa Sensei." Aizawa goes, "Well, good, kid. I didn't expect you to, but activate your cloak for Bakugo." And he goes, "I will." Back at the League of Villains hideout, Shigaraki's trying to tell Bakugo to join them. Bakugo laughs at them, and he goes, "Hey, you guys are jokes. What makes you think I'm going to join you? My best friend's going to come and annihilate all of you. You'll see. Once I get my hands out of these binds, I'm going to also annihilate you." He goes, "Yeah, you're villains, and you do properly what villains do. It doesn't mean nothing though to me." Darby punches Bakugo right in the face, goes, "Shut the hell up." And Bakugo spits out blood and goes, "You want to pay for that, scorched skin, stupid face." And he goes, "Oh? And who's going to do it? You?" And he smiles. "If I know the feeling that I feel right now, it is not going to be me." A KCM cloak appears around Bakugo. Bakugo pulls and rips out the quirk dampening gloves that are on him. And Bakugo puts his hands forward and goes, Then he goes, taste this. He explodes, but what happens is Kurama makes a barrier in front of him. And it goes, what goes down is Shigaraki said, what the? Take him! As this happens, Izuku's smiling, he's looking on, he's like, he smashes right through the room with All Might next to him. And All Might goes, not to fear, because we are here. Izuku sees that and he looks around and he instantly body flickers, knocking everyone out. He goes for Kogiri straight away and punches him right through the wall. He grabs Dabi because he's the next biggest threat by his fire. Izuku punches him in the gut and knocks him right out of the building, and he lands right by Endeavor, knocked out. Izuku appears and kicks Toga in the gut, punches twice in the head, and he grabs Stinger and Magni and smashes them together. And this is right in front of All Might. Izuku's so fast, and Izuku's finished, and he looks at him and goes, huh, hand face. So it's just you. And Shigaraki's like, you damn brat, you're the cheater that destroyed my Nomu. You wait until my master Izuku appears and punches Shigaraki right through the wall, badly hurting him. And as this happens, black goo appears and Nomus appear. And this is when All Might goes, you're stealing my thunder, kid. And All Might begins to smash the Nomus, destroying them. And Izuku senses something far away. He looks at all the villains and they all disappear through sludge, the same sludge that allowed for these Nomus to come. They all fall through the same sludge. And Izuku senses around. He knew that it was the right thing to do to put a KCM chakra on the warp guy. Izuku begins to trace it and he goes, they're still in the city. Izuku goes, All Might, with me. Izuku rushes off. All Might immediately goes after with Izuku, you know. Despite him being the #1 hero, Izuku is just something else. As Izuku gets there, he immediately lands. He activates KCM 2. As he lands, the building blows up. Okay? The building blows up. That is because, well, the Nomus that were there, they all wake up, you know, and they all rush out. Izuku, without a bit hesitate, makes a mini tail beast bomb and throws it at them, blowing them up entirely, killing all the what's it called, all the Nomus. And as the debris and dust falls away, Izuku sees all the League of Villains lying on the ground still. Izuku goes, huh, there they are. And as Izuku walks forward, he senses Awful One. Awful One shoots a massive air cannon. Izuku is about to punch it, but All Might lands in front of it, puts his hand in front of it and blocks it, and punches the air back at Awful One. Awful One is bracing himself. He goes, oh, All Might, you're looking good. In fact, the fire within you is more stronger than ever. I must commend you. All Might goes, our fight's not going to happen the same thing like last time. And Izuku goes, definitely. He activates the case of the Ninetales chakra cloak around All Might. All Might looks at it and he goes, Izuku goes, you don't want a repeat of last time. All Might goes, thank you, kid. All Might goes through and starts to fight Awful One, and everyone starts to see that. Awful One can't do nothing. He can't even open a portal to send Shigaraki away. All of them are being captured, you know. And Izuku grabs all of the League of Villains, and he uses his chakra, Ninetales chakra, to grab them all and wraps them up. And he holds them there in place. If they were to warp away, Izuku would just he could find them instantly, you know. And he smashes them on the ground. This is when Endeavor comes with the rest of the heroes. When they come, Edgeshot goes, you're pretty good, kid. I'm very impressed. And Izuku goes, thank you, sir. He looks back and he watches All Might's fight, and they're like, wow, look at All Might go. This is incredible. Endeavor goes, yeah, this is awesome, alright. Izuku just stands there, and All Might's doing great. He's smashing Awful One. And then when Awful One's desperate, he tries to make that giant arm. All Might smiles and goes, he compresses the Ninetales chakra cloak into his left hand, the chakra that Naruto gave him. And he goes, this is for you, kid, and this is for you too, my master Nana Shimura. And All Might and Awful One, they begin to clash. All Might punches Awful One's arm, and as their fists connect, All Might blows Awful One's mutated arm off, and he uses his left arm to grab Awful One and throws him onto the side. And this is when All Might says goodbye, Awful One. United States of Smash! Punches Awful One, hits him so hard that it completely injures him. The tornado he does is so massive that Izuku has to use his Tail Beast state. He transforms into the entire Ninetales avatar, and he puts all the heroes inside of it, and he makes sure he protects everyone. He makes a bigger perimeter with the Ninetales tails around. He tries his best, you know, and Kurama goes, nicely done, kid. You reduced the impact of All Might's attack by a great amount. Nice one. All Might said, Izuku said, thank you, Kurama, I appreciate that. Endeavor looks at Izuku and goes, how much power does this kid have? I should get off his back. I really should. I don't want to die to this kid. He's breathing heavily. He just can't believe how strong Izuku is, you know. And after all the shockwave and debris goes, All Might standing there at full power with his hand up with a huge smile. And he goes, "Never fear, citizens, for I am here." Everyone shouts, "All Might!" All Might stomps on All For One and he goes, "This is the end for you and all your plans and all your villains. We're gonna find everything, all your bases, everything. I want to take you out." Izuku walks over to All For One, and All For One looks at Midoriya. He's shocked, you know, and because he can see with infrared, he can see Izuku and he can see that the massive power within Izuku, just like how he looks at All Might. And the power within Izuku is far greater than All Might's, and he realized that he actually fought the lesser of two evils. This kid would have destroyed him. All For One gets put into prison. Shigaraki, Toga, all of them get put into prison. And Darby does as well. And this is when Endeavor finds out that Darby is Toya. You know? What goes down is, as the van was going with Toya, Toga, and Twice, they managed to break out and get away. Thanks to Toga's ingenuity. They managed to get away, but all the rest of the League of Villains, they're gone. Shigaraki's gone, he's in jail. All For One's gone, he's in jail. They're in Tartarus. You know? And this is when Darby's like, "Damn, they know who I am and everything. I can't hide who I am now. But maybe I can just," they think about it, and then they realize they need to go join the Metal Liberation Army. Because they know about them. That was Shigaraki's plan. That was what he was meant to do. And so they go off, you know. Izuku and All Might, everyone gets interviewed. All Might puts his hand up and states, "Do you know, if it wasn't for this young man, I wouldn't be standing here to this day. I will tell you a little secret. For the past 6 years, I was injured to the point where I could only work as a hero for 3 hours straight, and then I will revert to a skeletal form because I fought the villain known as All For One before. He almost killed me. But thanks to young Midoriya here, I mean the Fox Demon hero himself, Deku, he saved me. His quirk healed my injuries to the point where I can now become the #1 hero again. So I'd like to thank all of you guys for your patience, and I would like to state all the credit is due to Midoriya." And everyone begins to praise Izuku, all the heroes, you know. When all the villains find out that Izuku saved All Might and he's practically All Might's equal, Redestro now realizes more and more that he needs to recruit Midoriya into his army. All Might states to all the heroes though that eventually I'm going to retire. And so upon that day I want you guys to all to be ready, because a new wave of heroes will come. Class 1A and 1B and all the other schools, even Seketsu High and all that, they will join too. But I would like to formally announce that I endorse Midoriya, even though he's a first year student of 1A, to become a bona fide hero. What do you guys all think? Please let me know from your public opinion. And so a public poll has been announced over the months to come, you know. Izuku and all his friends hang out. They were all like, wow, they're all so much stronger. Everyone's so much closer, you know. Shinso managed to get on a date with Jiro, you know, despite Denki. Unfortunately for Kaminari, because Mina's with Deku, yeah, there's that. Shoto Todoroki, he changed a lot, and he actually ended up on a date and relationship with Momo, you know. And so everyone just changes a lot. Everyone starts to go through their situation. Don't worry, every couple starts to play the clapping game, of course, you know. And Izuku, at the end of the month, it is decided that the unanimous vote is 97% of the population say yes, Izuku should become a hero right now. He inspires and embodies everything that a hero should be. The other 3% are biased and are all villains, you know. And so the Hero Commission are pressured. They state that Midoriya, we will grant you the rank of a hero, pro hero, but at the same time you still need to come to school just by laws. And Izuku's like, whatever. Because I'm not like I'm going to learn anything from school anyway. And Izuku kind of grits at the Hero Provisional people, you know, the Hero Association. Now what goes down is Izuku rejoins Naide's agency. Mina actually goes with the Chakra because they're best friends, you know. They're best friends and they go with Ryuko. And they work together. And so Izuku and Mirio hang out. Katsuki Bakugo goes back to Best Genius because Best Genius was the man form. And at this time, this is when Hawks lets everyone know about the Metal Liberation Army and their interest in Midoriya. And Endeavor's like, why are you telling me this? And because you're the #2 hero and it'll be best for All Might to hear it from you and the Hero Association. Bear in mind there's over 140,000 of them. And we will need Midoriya's help to take them down. I will infiltrate them. And he goes, no, you will not. We'll work together and we'll find them. And this is when Izuku gives them a phone call. He not Endeavor, but All Might. Izuku goes, "Hey, All Might, you remember those villains that we locked up? Well, I checked upon their chakra to see if they're all and their energy to see if they were all in Tartarus, and 3 of them are not. They're actually in the city where Radistro is." And All Might goes, "Oh, alright." And All Might knows that that's where the base, or the main base of the Meta Liberation Army, you know? And so they make a plan and they raid the town. Izuku is the main front of that. By this time, Izuku, because he's been pushing himself, he's at 75% of his power. His power far surpasses All Might, okay? After cracking 50%, the power started growing rapidly until the Nine-Tails states that, "I don't need to hold my chakra back, kid." And due to the fact that you can sit in KCM all day, it's remarkable. Your body has attuned itself truly to my power. So what I'm saying, kid, you keep going the way you do, you'll reach 100%. And no jokes, okay? Izuku's like, cool, Kurama. And so as they all get debriefed and they head towards the Meta Liberation Army, All Might gets a phone call from Gran Torino. Gran Torino stated that he was working with Tsukuuchi, and they found out upon a gigantic beast known as Gigantomachia. They were investigating him and they found him and he attacked them. If he could possibly help, Izuku goes, "I can help. I'm probably strong enough to take him down. How about this, All Might? I'll go deal with Gigantomachia and you deal with them until I get back. What do you say?" All Might smiles and fist bumps Izuku. Izuku immediately takes off straight away. He rockets away. You know? And everyone's in their hero agency, you know, they're all enjoying themselves. But this is when they all get their phone calls. All the top 10 pro heroes and their recruits are all called to the city where Radistro is. Now, I believe the name of the city is called Daika, or whatever his name. If I butchered the word, please let me know and roast me, because it's funny. But they go to the city, and sure enough, as they get there, especially with Endeavor, Darby doesn't hold back. He rushes and he throws a massive blue flame at Endeavor, which Endeavor jumps in to block it. Shoto Todoroki jumps in and throws ice to block it. And he goes, "Brother, what are you doing?" And he goes, "Brother." He goes, "You forgive that bastard?" And goes, "Well, no, I don't forgive him, but at the same time, I'm not going to live in the past. You should get over yourself. Look at you, you're injured badly. And you can't hide from us, because Midoriya will always know where you are. He's given a piece of his energy to you, but not in a way where you can use it like we can. No, it's more like a tracking homing device. So no matter where you go, we will find you. So give up now." So you got some balls on you, kid. And he shoots a massive blast of flames. Endeavor shoots flames as well and shows Todoroki, and they cancel out. And as this goes down, All Might rushes in. The Meta Liberation Army begin to attack them, and this is when all the pro heroes come, you know. And despite the Meta Liberation Army being massive and in the thousands, you're dealing with an All Might that's at 90% using Naruto Deku's Chakra Cloak energy to make him 100%. Every single hero that's there and their interns all are getting boosted by Izuku's Nine-Tails Cloak, you know. And so they're all rushing through. They're bum rushing everyone, taking all of them down. The Meta Liberation, everything. Ochako takes down Toga, and Mina kicks Toga in the face, knocking her out. And when Twice is about to split apart, this is when Ectoplasm does the same thing and knocks out Twice, and he sends his army out as well. And everyone gets taken out massively fast, and Radistro sees this. He's like, they know about my interactions with the League of Villains, so they're going to be here sooner or later. I better get ready for this. And as he says so, All Might jumps right through the window. Radistro sees this and he cocks his arm back and he swipes at All Might, smacking him out of the building, sending him flying through multiple buildings. And he jumps out, and as he jumps out, he increases his stress to 50%, bulking up, knowing that he has to push himself this far, you know. And in doing so, he stands there. All his team with him are waiting, you know. All Might breaks through and rushes at them. Both of them clash, and they both do a massive shockwave. And honestly, I'm not gonna downplay Radistro. He is powerful, man. Have you seen Radistro? Like, honestly, like, no wonder he's the leader of 140,000 people. But as they both clash, All Might surprised that Radistro can match him at 100%. But Radistro had to push himself immediately from 50 to 100% straight away just to match that one punch. But it gave Radistro enough time to summon his hero items, or his villain items, you know. And he does a 100% stress ball at All Might, throwing it, blowing him away again. And All Might gets sent flying this time all the way through the city. Radistro's armor appears and he maxes it out. He pushes his stress plus ultra style to 125%, knowing that he needs to destroy All Might now and ever, you know, before Midoriya comes back, because he knows that Midoriya left. Back to Izuku. Izuku made it to where Gran Torino stated he was, and Izuku senses it. He sees Gigantomachia. Gigantomachia sees Midoriya and he goes, "You're the one who took down Master. I'm going to kill you." And Izuku goes, "Well, he's a big guy. Hey Kurama, you want to have some fun?" And Kurama goes, "I was hoping you would ask me that." Izuku goes, I'll allow you to take over," and anything goes, "Alright kid." Kurama takes over and he activates his Nine-Tails state. He grows massively into his Nine-Tails avatar, which shocks what's his name? Gigantomachia, and Izuku punches Gigantomachia. Kurama punches Gigantomachia, grabs him and jumps in the air and chokeslams him into the ground, stomps him out, beats him down. And as Kurama beats him down, he breaks the radio that's around Gigantomachia's neck and he hurts him. He hurts Gigantomachia. And as Kurama's done, he looks down and he doesn't see a villain, but he sees a gigantic man crying. And so Kurama goes, "Why are you crying?" He goes, "You imprisoned my master." And he goes, "But your master was a criminal, an evil being that's been alive for over 100 years and he started killing and hurting people. Why would you serve that?" And Gigantomachia is just not saying nothing. And Kurama goes, "I know what it's like to be used like that. Trust me." And Gigantomachia smiles, grabs Kurama's hand and flips him over and jumps up and is about to punch Kurama, but Kurama goes, "Nice try." Wraps him up with his tails, opens his mouth up and shoots a massive tail beast bomb at Gigantomachia's chest, completely scorching him, knocking him out, blowing the entire area away. And Gigantomachia is no more. He's knocked out entirely. He can't get up. He's out. Kurama gets up and Deku's like, "That was pretty cool." And he goes, "Yeah kid, you can swap back now. Thank you for that. I had fun." Izuku swaps back in and Kurama goes, "I'm going to sleep now. So you better hurry up and get back to Daki City," and goes, or Daki City or Daki City, whatever it is. Izuku's like, "Right." He goes to Gran Torino, "Well, I'm off now." And he disappears immediately. He speed blitzes at max power. Now, he didn't realize, because Kurama swapped places with Izuku and he allowed the chakra to flow 100%, Izuku's chakra went straight from 75 to 100%, meaning his KCM cloak is twice as strong as it should be. His KCM 2 cloak. And if you hear those cicadas outside, sorry, I can't help it. It's hot in my room. I need the window open. And so as Izuku is rushing, he manages to get to the city and he lands right in front of All Might. All Might's breathing heavily. He goes, "This guy is pretty strong. He's pushing me to my limit." Izuku's like, "Wow, really? You want me to take over?" And All Might goes, "If you don't mind." And Izuku's like, "Alright." He walks over to Redistro. Redistro goes, "Ah, so you're the hero that took down Awful One. Tell me, kid, why are you a hero anyway?" And Izuku stands there and humors him, like how he humors Stain. And he goes, "Well, I want to become a hero to get rid of all the fake heroes. I want to become the #1 hero. I want to inspire true peace in everyone. But at the same time, I want everyone to know that for you to gain a foothold in this world, you have to work for it. You need to push your quirks. If you're going to become a hero, then push your quirks. You know, there's other ways to get using your quirks." I don't agree with you a lot, Redistro, but I agree with the idea of people with meta powers should be free. Redistro's eyes widen. But at the same time, I'm a hero, not a vigilante. And so this is where this whole conversation ends. Izuku goes, "So brace yourself, leader of the Meta Liberation Army." But Redistro states this: "Before you take me down, kid, I will name you the new leader of the Hero Liberation Army. And through you, a new path to this world will begin." Izuku goes, "I don't want to be." He goes, "It's already too late, kid. All my followers will follow you. None of them have done illegal stuff fully as of yet. At the same time, they will do as you ask. So if this is your will, then the will of Redistro will become the new will of Deku." Izuku's like, "Well, thank you, and I am grateful for that." He goes, "It's really hard to earn my respect, kid. It really is." And Izuku's like, "Alright, I'm thankful for that. I earned the respect from Stain, and I earned the respect from you. That's pretty cool. Thank you for that. And I hope we survive this punch." And he goes, "What?" Izuku punches Redistro right in the gut, destroying the entire armor around him. Izuku makes a Nine-Tails hand and grabs Redistro, picks him up and slams him on the ground face first, picks him up, and Redistro's about to do a stress, but Izuku kicks him back. And so Redistro does a massive stress ball again and throws it at Izuku at 125% plus Ultra Style. And Izuku's smile goes, "Wow, that's pretty cool." But I wonder, Izuku opens his hand and a miniaturized tail beast bomb appears, and then he makes it a little bit bigger, and then bigger, and then bigger until the point where it's as big as the normal Nine-Tails tail beast bomb. As Redistro's stress hits it, it does nothing. And Redistro's shocked, and Izuku goes, "You want to feel my power?" And Redistro's shocked, he's like, and Izuku's like, He instantly deactivates it, and it shatters. The Tail Beast Bomb shatters in front of Redistro. Izuku appears right in front of him, and he goes, "Plus Ultra, Detroit Smash!" Punches Redistro. Izuku does. He uses All Might's catchphrase and knocks out Redistro entirely. And in doing so, Izuku realizes that the Metal Liberation Army will listen to Izuku, and he shouts out loud, "If you guys are truly loyal to me, all of you guys will stop right now. I've defeated Redistro. He told me you guys all understand when I become the hero of this world. When I defeat him, you guys will listen to me. So is that true?" All the Metal Liberation Army, they stop immediately and they get down on their knees and they surrender. All the pro heroes see this. They're like, wow. And so Izuku smiles, and Izuku doesn't realize though, but besides Redistro giving Izuku the Metal Liberation Army, Redistro also gave his entire wealth, his business, you know? He told Izuku to do what he wants. He failed in his life mission, but maybe Izuku can make the Redistro dream better and brighter. Izuku smiles and thanks him. And so after the next few weeks, the Metal Liberation Army finds out that Izuku is their leader properly, and they all start to work towards making a better world, you know. All the ones that want to help out, they do it. They use their quirks in the best way possible, not as vigilantes, but they sign up to hero courses to become small time heroes, you know. Even helping people out, you know, just becoming doctors or engineers, all that stuff. They become better. The Japanese government realized that Izuku is stronger than All Might by miles. There's no hero in Japan or the world that could take Midoriya, and he has an army of over 140,000 people. And so they realized that they need to make Izuku a hero right away. And so they make Izuku a hero right away. Izuku rebuilds the city that Daki city where Redistro was, and he pretty much moves into Redistro's place. The Metal Liberation Armies that are around it, they live in those buildings and they live their normal lives, you know, help out, and they become a perfect city. With Izuku's influence, the entire country of Japan changes all entirely. The Dark Underworld is completely almost wiped out. Villains don't even want to come out of the hidey hole. They actually want to join the Metal Liberation Army and become better, you know. And the Metal Liberation Army, as I said, is more like a community service people. They are loyal to Izuku to the end of their lives. And Izuku sees this and he wants to change how heroes are. He wants to get rid of these fake heroes. And so upon the day Izuku gets his true hero license and he doesn't need to go to UA, this is when Izuku makes an announcement on the TV. He tells everyone, "I thank everyone for helping me get to where I am. Especially my mom and my power itself. Thank you, Kurama." Kurama smiles inside Izuku. But anyway, you guys are wondering why I called this press conference. I'm just going to let you know, as a pro hero now and as the leader of the Metal Liberation Army, I want to tell all you fake heroes that only chase the clout, only chase the fame. If you don't pull yourselves together, I will remove you myself. I hate that all the heroes are glorified. That's not being a hero. It's being a celebrity. Heroes should be being inspiration. At the same time, you shouldn't be doing it for nothing else but as a hero. Do you understand me? Yes, money comes with it, of course. But it's stupid that this whole world has devolved into a stupid media frenzy. And I hate that. Do you guys all understand? And I'm just going to let you know, I defeated All Might back at school. I'm more powerful than All Might. I defeated the strongest villain in the country, all for one. I defeated also one of the other strongest vigilante or anti-heroes, Redistro. And also I defeated Overhaul, Stain, and so it's more, I don't do it for the fame, I don't do it for recognition, I do it because it's what's right. And the All Might thing was to test how strong I was, and it was for me to pass the course, and I passed the course. They all smile and they laugh at this, and they all know, all of Japan know that Izuku's stronger than All Might. And one of the reporters go, "How strong are you to All Might anyway?" And Izuku goes, "Well, now that I'm at 100% my power, I'm thinking about 10 times stronger than All Might." Everyone's eyes widen. And they're like, "What?" And Izuku's like, "Yeah." All Might smiles, he puts his hand on Izuku and he goes, "Right you are, kid. And I'm just going to let you know, I endorse Izuku Midoriya to push himself forward. And knowing that those that join the Metal Liberation Army, I hope you guys understand that with Midoriya as your leader, You will do great, okay? I hope the people of Japan are ready for the next #1 hero, and that is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku smiles and he has Mina next to him, and everyone's like, "Oh, by the way, who's that girl next to you?" "Oh, that's Mina Ashido. She's my girlfriend." And everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, she's so cute. She's so lucky." And Izuku becomes a celebrity, big celebrity, but he hates it, you know. And everyone knows that, but they can't help it. All Might has a big statue of him. Much like he does in canon, but also Izuku has a statue of All Might as well, you know, doing the same exact pose, the same pose he did at the UA Sports Festival. Now, before as Izuku's there, Eri runs into the building, and Izuku's like, "Oh, Eri-chan, hello," and she runs up and jumps Izuku, sorry, and hugs him, and she goes, "Hi, Izuku," and he goes, "Hello, what are you up to?" Aizawa walks in, "Hey, problem child," and he goes, "Oh, Sensei," and he goes, "Don't call me that. Maybe you were equals now." And he goes, "Eri wanted to come visit you, and so did I. So how you been?" And he goes, "I'm being good." And he goes, "Good. You're going to come back to school and do the festival?" And Izuku's like, "Oh, yeah, I will." And he goes, "Good." Mina kind of giggles, like, "Yeah, we're doing a dance." And Izuku's like, "Really?" And she goes, "Yeah. I was hoping you could be there too." And he goes, I will. And because Eri has been used to being around Izuku's already broken that barrier. She smiles, she's so happy. She's out there, and she's even starting to learn how to use her quirk, you know? Izuku always rubs her head and tells him, "My chakra will always stay with you, okay? Until you get older. Think of me as your big brother, okay? Whatever you need, I will always be here to help you, okay, Eri?" And he goes, "Oh, Eri, by the way, this is Koda." Koda smiles and goes, "Oh, hey." And Eri goes, "Oh, hi." And he goes, "You two are roughly around the same age," and he's the same too. I told him to call me Big Bro Naruto, Deku as well. And she smiles, and I go, why don't you two go and play, okay?" She goes and plays, and they go hang out and get to know each other. Izuku's sitting there, goes, "What's up anyway, Aizawa Sensei? I know you're not here for the festival." And he goes, "Well, you see, kid, the Hero Commission is kind of nervous with you, but at the same time, Nezu told him to shut up and leave you alone. I'm just here to ask if I can, well, at least join." Izuku's like, "Of course, you're honorary member. You can be one of my main lieutenants." And Aizawa smiles, "Well, of course, who's gonna whip all these people into shape, you?" And Izuku's like, "Yeah, true. You'll beat them down." And he goes, "Damn right, kid. I'll still work at UA, but at the same time, I'll be here as well. I officially stopped as being a hero eraser, and I will put my effort into doing better to help you strive for your goals." Izuku thanks Aizawa. Mina leans on Izuku and kisses him on the ear and tells him, "So when Aizawa leaves, can we, have some fun?" And he goes, "Of course." Aizawa smiles, "I'll leave you two lovebirds to it, okay? Well, I can't wait to see you at the festival, alright?" And he goes, "Alright." Izuku begins to clap some cheeks with Mina, and he begins to have his fun with her. And we head to the next day to the UA festival. Jiro still does that song, and I can tell you right now that song is great. I really enjoy that the song that Jiro sings. To be honest, people may not like it. I like it. Okay, I actually have it on my computer. I listen to it often sometimes. Okay, it's one of my favorite episodes. That episode, because I loved when Eri smiled. It was one of the coolest things I saw, and Mirio's true emotion towards it. That was cool. Okay, but anyway, as they're at the the festival, this is when everyone sees Izuku Midoriya, and they're like, "It's the hero Deku! Oh my gosh!" At first they were going to crowd him, but then they stop because they realized how much he hates that. And they just wave at him. They bow to him, and they go, "Thank you, Midoriya, for saving us and for making Japan a more safer place." And he smiles. He goes, "Not at all. It's my job to as a hero. Okay, your praises are all that I need." And they thank Midoriya. They thank him so much. Izuku gets into the stadium, and as they are singing the song, Izuku activates KCM, and he activates the Chakra Cloak of everyone. And he instantly makes nine-tail hands, and he waves them around, making big gusts of wind, making everyone shocked. But Shoto and Kirishima, all of them are breaking, using their quirks to make it all really cool, And Eri's having the time of her life. She's with Mirio and Koda, and they're having so much fun. What goes down is, as this happened, everyone's like, "Oh, Midoriya is so cool, Class 1A is so cool." And so after that, Izuku goes back to his job. He tells everyone that he can't visit as often because he's got an actual job to do. They all understand, and Izuku goes, "Once you guys get your hero provisional license, you guys can come to my agency." And they're like, "What's the agency?" He goes, "It's the Kurama agency." And Kurama smiles and thanks Deku. And he goes, not to mention it, Kurama. And so what goes down as Izuku states, does he say goodbye to everyone? Mina smiles and goes, my parents said I can move in with you, you know. And he goes, well then come on then. Bakugo smiles, oh don't you worry, I'm gonna be one of your generals, do you hear me? And he's like, of course, you're my best friend. You're my brother. I wouldn't have it any other way. They both fist bump, and Bakugo goes, damn right you nerd. And they smile, and Izuku leaves and Mina goes with him. And Izuku goes to his base. Now, we're going to do a massive 10-year time skip, okay? Izuku himself is the #1 hero. Japan has absolutely changed. Actually, thanks to Izuku, all around the world, the heroes have changed. All the heroes are not chasing clout. Izuku's model has dramatically changed. The Meta Liberation Army did not stop at Japan. It went around to Australia, China, Russia, all of the Middle East, Africa, North America, South America, America, you know, New Zealand, my country where I'm from, you know, where Dr. Kahu is, you know, New Zealand. Anyway, and in doing so, Izuku has changed the world for the better. He is the top hero of the world. He's only second by Stars and Stripes. I know, yes, Stars and Stripes is second to Izuku and then Bakugo after. And so what goes down is Izuku's sitting in his office and he looks over and he sees his son run up to him, his son Hisashi. His son jumps up and begins to float to his dad and hugs him. And he goes, oh, hello my son, you alright? And he goes, yeah dad, I am. And he goes, what are you doing? And he goes, mum told me to come visit you. And he goes, oh? He goes, yeah, they said it's time. And he goes, alright, is it time for All Might to fully retire? And they go, yeah. Okay then, let's go then. Izuku puts his son Hisashi down, puts him on his shoulder, and as he walks out, this is when his daughter comes in. And his daughter goes, oh, and looks at him and she hugs him. I kind of forgot the name that I was going to give her, so I'm just going to call it Enko, okay? And so he hugs his daughter, he smiles at her, and he picks her up. Now, she's the only one that has pink skin, and she shoots a form of acid. Now, Izuku's son, however, looks exactly like Izuku. However, he can utilize Chakra. He has a 9-tailed slits on his cheeks, alright? But his eyes are green. He has green hair and green eyes, just like Izuku used to have. However, Izuku can utilize Chakra, much like a Naruto can, okay? And Kurama gave, Izuku's son, some of his Chakra, much like the 9-tailed KCM cloak, you know? KCM 1. But he told them, Izuku told him that when you use this quirk, you need to push yourself, okay? You need to make sure that your abilities are better. And not only that, once you get to a point where when you get to KCM, try to do this, okay? You have Chakra, I don't. I have to rely on my as you know, my tail beast within me, which in turn Izuku powers up a miniature tail beast bomb. I can do this by utilizing his Chakra, but thanks to you having Chakra, you can probably do it yourself in your own way. Much like another kid named Naruto in another universe. He's like, what dad? And he goes, not to worry. But anyway, Izuku goes down and they celebrate All Might's retirement, you know? Izuku's the #1 hero of all the world, and majority of the people have joined the Kurama agency. And as Izuku stands there, he gives a speech upon how he always looked up to All Might and how it's due to All Might that he's changed. Izuku has Stain standing next to him, and everyone wants to wonder why Stain's there, and Izuku goes, as much as Stain is a bad person, he has a lot of value in this, you know? He is someone else, he's something else himself, and he is true to his word. He gave up willingly, and he saved my friend. So in turn, I believe he deserved the second chance, don't you guys think? He's been in jail for over 10 years. Everyone agreed, they agreed with Midoriya, and Stain thanks Izuku. And Izuku, not at all. Stain also smiles and states that you kept your promise, you got rid of all the fake heroes. I now live in a world of peace, thanks to you. Izuku's like, you're welcome. And as Izuku has Mina next to him, Bakugo has his children next to him. Tenya Ida has his, Momo, all of them, they all have their children, they're all standing there. And as Izuku smiling with everyone, a crack in the world happens. And the one above all, Deku, appears and he's standing in midair. And the one above all, Deku smiles and Kurama like sweats. He's like, oh my god, do you feel that power? Izuku, and Izuku's sweating too and he's shocked. Everyone's like, who the hell is that? Hey, that's Deku, but is he a villain? Everyone gets ready and Izuku puts his hand up and he goes, no. Even if you guys were to try, he's billions upon billions upon billions of times stronger than me. Stop. Izuku puts his hands down and Kurama, this is when Kurama remembers, wait a minute. Hey, this is the one above all, Deku. This is you from the multiverse. Hey, I can remember. Why? And Izuku and one above all, Deku goes, because I allowed you to remember. The moment you saw my face truly again, the memories came back to you. Yes, and he goes, oh yes. And he goes, well, there you go. Anyway, I come to visit and see how this world come about, and you've done me very proud, Kurama. And Kurama thanks him, and what happens is, Kurama goes to Deku. He manifests himself and he goes, if you don't mind, if I die, I would like to die and stay in this world. And Izuku goes, are you sure? And he goes, yeah, I will. And Izuku goes, well, sweet as. He snaps his finger. And what happens is, the universe where Kurama dies, a copy of Kurama appears in that universe, much like how he does in canon. Izuku pretty much reversed time upon him and made a duplicate version to Kurama. And so when he died like normal, not having none of the memories. And he goes back to Hagoromo. But the Kurama that's in this world, he stays with Izuku and he goes, I'm guessing when Deku dies, you're gonna go past down the family line. And he goes, yeah. Now that Izuku's children can utilize Chakra, I can in turn use my power better. Izuku goes, Deku goes, good. Because young Hisashi here, with your Chakra and your powers, he will easily surpass this one, Izuku. Hisashi smiles. And Izuku smiles too, and the one above all, Deku fist bumps the demon fox hero Deku, and as they fist bump, they enter into the mindscape. They have like an hour-long talk, and the one above all, Deku, turns around and smiles. Until another appointed time comes, I will see you later. Goodbye, Kurama. Goodbye, world. I'm proud of everything you guys all have accomplished. But until next time, au revoir. Goodbye. He disappears immediately, and disappearing, he goes back to his world. The one above all, Deku goes, that was really cool, it was really intense, I really appreciate that. He sits back and then he feels something that approaching him. It's not Ochako, because he knows when she's gonna come back. The realm of the Naruto-verse opens up. Out walks the one above all, Naruto. He walks out and he goes, that was interesting, to say the least. I didn't expect Kurama to be like that good. And Deku goes, well, nice to meet you, counterpart. And he goes, nice to meet you too. So Dr. Kahu allows you to see your strengths? And he goes, of course. And he goes, he allowed me to do the same as well. And he goes, cool. And as they begin to speak and talk, the one above all, Naruto, states that, I want to go back to my world now. I appreciate that you gave Kurama a second chance, and anytime you want to do some crossovers, just let me know. I want to be doing the same as well with your universe, and maybe the Dragon Ball verse, maybe the Black Clover verse, any of them. I see the same things as you. And he goes, well, of course, me and you are one and the same. We just represent the top beings of our universes, right? And they both smile hard out. Deku, one above all, Deku fist bumps one above all is Naruto. And he goes, until next time. Naruto leaves, one above all, Naruto leaves, and the one above all, Deku smiles. He leans back in his chair and he's like, that was amazing. And he goes, I wonder what I'm going to see next time. And this is where I'm going to leave it all to you guys. One above all, Deku states to all my fans that are watching. If you guys want me to do some reincarnation what-ifs, let me know in the comment sections. If you guys want me to do some more crossovers, let me know in the comment section. Or if you want me to get into the Dark Universe versions of myself, then let me know in the comment section, okay? But yeah, and as the one above all, Deku addresses this is where we're going to leave this what-if, guys. I hope you guys all like this. Please like and subscribe, leave your comments down below, and yeah. Thank you guys, I hope you appreciate this movie. This took me a while. And yeah, it really took me a while, so I hope you guys like this. I like this, I really enjoyed it, okay? So yeah, as usual guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace.